has ill intentions, Shen Zitong warned. Lu Yi nodded and said gently, okay. Shen Zitong frowned. Ding, I'm going back. Okay. Ding, then why aren't you letting go of my hand? Lu Yi. Cough, he forgot. Lu Yi let go of Shen Zitong's hand. Shen Zitong couldn't help but roll her eyes. HMPH, pervert. Shen Zitong's figure disappeared. Lu Yi let out a dumbfounded laugh. What a joke, he was pure and self-respecting, everyone in the 9 heavens knew that. Shen Zitong's words were slander, absolutely slander. Lu Yi was in a great mood, a smile on his lips. He found a comfortable spot, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Dark Clan. At this time, the Dark Clan was in mourning. Every member of the Dark Clan was as if their own mother had died. No, even if their mother had died, they couldn't be this sad. Now, the Dark Clan had become the enemy of the entire 9 heavens, no. The entire heaven and earth. The 3 great celestial venerables had issued statements, and it's just that the 4 spirits of heaven don't know what they are doing right now, otherwise they would likely be even more furious. There were also a group of great emperors who spoke out, stating that anyone who saw a member of the Dark Clan should be killed without mercy. In other words, the Dark Clan was directly abandoned. If they didn't possess the power of gods and could hide in this small world with the strength of emperors, they would probably have been annihilated by now. What should they do now? They originally thought that bringing Enli back and getting the news she reported was a good thing. As a result, this is what happened. At this time, in the Dark Clan's Great Hall, all the high-ranking members of the Dark Clan were present, discussing countermeasures together. Enli was also there. Enri's emotions were no longer discernible, but looking at his spirit and energy, he seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. 10 years here refers to 10 years for an ordinary mortal. The Dark Clan's strength had plummeted this time. They must find a new way out. Everyone, what should we do now? Speak up, Enri said in a calm voice. One emperor stared at Enli with somewhat terrifying eyes and said, since Enli was reborn from the previous life and knows what will happen in the future, why don't we let Enli speak? Everyone's eyes turned towards Enli. Enli took a deep breath. Okay, then I will speak. It is estimated that after 9,700 years, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable within the Darkness origin will have his origin dried up. He must replenish his origin. At that time, he will fight against the 9 heavens great sages' laws and then perish. However, by then, the 9 heavens great sages' law energy will also be consumed a lot, and everything above the 6th heaven will be unimpeded. That will be the time for the Dark Clan's destruction, so we don't have much time left. We must, within this time, guide the descent of gods. I think, perhaps we should join forces with the people from those forbidden grounds. Chapter 547 Forbidden Land. Forbidden ground, a part of it is within the 9 heavens, and a large part is outside the 9 heavens. The origin of the forbidden ground has a long history. According to rumors, it came from outside of heaven, and very terrifying existences are hidden within. Not only are there terrifying existences, but the forbidden ground also contains strange energy. Living beings belonging to this heaven and earth will suffer great suppression upon entering it. The powerhouses of this heaven and earth, be they celestial venerables or great emperors, all once wanted to eliminate the forbidden ground. Some forbidden grounds were eliminated, but some have always existed. Lu Yi also destroyed 3 forbidden grounds in his previous life. But he was polluted, to the extent that it took a long time to recover and eliminate the pollution from the forbidden ground. The existences within the forbidden ground, like the Dark Clan, rarely come out and are few in number. Enli knew what the existences within the forbidden ground truly were. They were like gods, existences from outside of heaven and earth, who broke through the barriers of heaven and earth and descended upon this heaven and earth. Of course, they were not as powerful as gods. Otherwise, they would have long since colluded with the existences outside and broken through this heaven and earth. Moreover, entering this heaven and earth, they paid a great price. In the original years, almost every so often, new forbidden grounds would silently appear. But ever since the 9 heavens great sage became a saint, no new forbidden grounds have appeared. Each time a saint appeared, they would extensively sweep away a wave of forbidden grounds. When the 9 heavens great sage became a saint, he was incredibly busy. Firstly, he cleared out those beasts who didn't act like humans, killing until only 1 out of 10 living beings in heaven and earth remained. Secondly, he shaped the 9 heavens, providing a place for ordinary living beings to recuperate. Thirdly, He spread the Dharma and preached the Taoist teachings, correcting the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fourthly, he fiercely cleared out the forbidden grounds. However, before he finished clearing them, he hurriedly left behind laws and disappeared. However, the powerful forbidden grounds were basically swept clean. What remained were those forbidden grounds that were not particularly strong. Not very strong here refers to the possibility of celestial venerable level existences being present, but whether these celestial venerables are dead or alive is unknown. However, any place that can be called a forbidden ground basically contains great emperors. Enli's suggestion made everyone fall silent for a moment. To explain further, in the previous life, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable underwent ultimate sublimation, consuming the 9 heavens great sage's laws, which was 9,700 years later. However, because Lu Yi in this life has no burdens around him, his cultivation speed has reached an astonishing level. Originally, at his age, he was still in the 5th heaven, but now he has already reached the 7th heaven, and his strength is greater than in his previous life. The darkness origin is Lu Yi's enemy. It's not impossible that the darkness origin will make Blood Sea Celestial Venerable recover early. After all, with Lu Yi's current cultivation speed, let alone 9,700 years, even if it's only 5,000 years, he might already have attained the Taoist path and become a great emperor. Once Lu Yi attains the Taoist path and becomes a great emperor, even if the darkness origin initiates the darkness upheaval, it will be ended by Lu Yi. Therefore, the darkness origin definitely cannot wait that long. The time left for us might only be 3,000 years, because the thing I left within Lu Yi's body will act up when Lu Yi becomes a quasi-emperor. Everyone, please consider it. Enli laid the matter before everyone in the Dark Clan. 3,000 years. If the Dark Clan wants to set up the altar, they must have massive resources, otherwise, it simply cannot be activated. At this point in time, Lu Yi should have already become a quasi-emperor. He would possess the conditions to receive the descent of gods. 5,000 years, Lu Yi attains the Taoist path and becomes a great emperor. At that time, Lu Yi's combat power would be explosive, and coming alone to destroy the Dark Clan would not be a problem. It is unknown when the darkness upheaval will erupt. Once it erupts, putting others aside, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord will definitely be the first to come and eliminate the Dark Clan. Because during the darkness upheaval in the previous life, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord never made a move and had plenty of time. The time left for the people of the Dark Clan is not much. Enli, can you contact the darkness origin? Enri asked. Enli frowned and pondered for a moment. Yes, only within the Dark Clan could she shield herself from the darkness origin. The moment she stepped out of the Dark Clan, the darkness origin would instantly lock onto her. Perhaps this matter requires joining forces with the darkness origin and asking about the darkness origin's attitude, Enri said. Join forces to do what? Enli asked. Isn't the darkness origin's goal to become the heavenly Tao of this world? If we attract the descent of gods, this heaven and earth will be within our grasp. At that time, we can promise the heavenly Tao of this world to the darkness origin. Wouldn't that work? Enri asked. Enli frowned tightly. This method, how should I put it? It can be said that if the darkness origin has any pride or spirit, it wouldn't agree. After all, the great battle between the darkness origin and the heavenly Tao is ultimately an internal matter of heaven and earth, just like a prince and a crown prince vying for the throne. Now you tell this prince, don't you want to be emperor? Then let's join forces. After I conquer your country, I will make you emperor. Would that work? Obviously, no. Enli now understood. Enri's cultivation talent might be very good, but his intelligence was not necessarily higher than hers. We can't tell the darkness origin this way. I think the darkness origin won't agree, Enli said. But hasn't the darkness origin also reached the point of having exhausted all its tricks? Enri asked. Enli couldn't help but take a deep breath. Family head, the darkness origin hasn't even exerted its full strength yet, okay. She was truly speechless. The darkness origin has a bunch of great emperors and celestial venerables within it. Only a few quasi-emperor lackeys have died so far, so how could it have exhausted all its tricks? Moreover, if you want to find the darkness origin, it's not certain if the darkness origin would even care about the Dark Clan, because the two sides are not on the same level at all, unless gods descend with more power. So, there was a reason why the Dark Clan hadn't developed for so long. The reason lay with this family head. Enri frowned tightly. He was indeed not very good at this matter. To be honest, he now didn't know what he should do. Enli pondered. We still need to capture Lu Yi as soon as possible. I'll contact the Darkness Origin first. Pay attention, I don't know what the Darkness Origin's attitude towards me is right now. If the other party tries to attack me, immediately pull me back into the small world. If the Darkness Origin agrees to cooperate, then I will contact the Forbidden Grounds again. With multiple parties united, I don't believe we still can't capture Lu Yi. Although not much time had passed since the failure, Enli truly couldn't stand it. Lu Yi was increasing his strength every moment. Enli felt a pair of blood-red eyes behind her, staring fixedly at her and constantly approaching her. Under such circumstances, Enli had even given up on her own cultivation. Her mind and eyes were filled only with how to oppose Lu Yi. Because she knew very well that no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be impossible to catch up to Lu Yi. So, Enli came outside the Dark Clan. At this moment, the Darkness Origin instantly locked onto Enli. Chapter 548, Crazy Choking. The black mist, like a python, wrapped around Enli's graceful figure. Enli, it's been a while since I last saw you, I've missed you quite a bit, the Darkness Origin said with a smile. Isn't this just merit descending from the sky? Hearing the voice of the Darkness Origin, Enli couldn't help but frown. Why is your voice starting to sound feminine? The original voice of the Darkness Origin was neutral, neither male nor female, but now it was feminine. The Darkness Origin had no intention of explaining anything. None of your business. Enli's expression immediately turned cold. This time you lost a full 9 quasi-emperors, don't you feel any heartache? Enli asked. Heartache. Of course I feel heartache, but what can I do about it? The Heavenly Gate now has dozens of quasi-emperors waiting, what can my heartache accomplish? We need to join forces again. Enli said. Is it just you joining forces with me this time, or are you representing the Dark Clan to join forces with me? Of course, I am representing our Dark Clan. But the Dark Clan is now being hunted by many powerhouses, it seems you don't even dare to go out. How can you join forces with me? Then you don't need to worry about it, just tell me if you're joining forces or not. The Darkness Origin made a decisive choice. Not joining forces, because I'm afraid that after our joint effort fails, you'll act like a lunatic again and demand an apology. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make me apologize to you? The Darkness Origin mercilessly mocked Enli. Didn't you say you weren't willing to come out of the 6 paths of reincarnation? You even said you wouldn't come out unless I apologized to you. I haven't apologized to you yet, so why are you still out? It was just mockery, just sarcasm. What was the Darkness Origin afraid of now? Sorry, this old lady has surrendered. 9 quasi-emperors died. This old lady is not only not sad, but genuinely happy, because the death of these 9 quasi-emperors is a complete victory for this old lady. How can you still control me? Lu Yi's strength is constantly increasing now, don't you feel any sense of urgency? According to Lu Yi's current growth rate, it won't be long before he might attain the Dao and become an emperor. At that time, even if you have more powerhouses within the Darkness Origin, what can you do? If he becomes an emperor, even the Darkness Celestial Venerable might not be his match. So what? The Darkness Origin was completely unfazed. Even if he attains the Dao and becomes an emperor, I can just hide, can't I? In the previous life, he even became a Celestial Venerable, but if I hid, he still couldn't find me. If I hadn't gone to see our joint masterpiece in the previous life, could he have captured me? The Darkness Origin was completely indifferent. Enli, she hadn't expected that the current Darkness Origin had been beaten by Lu Yi to the point of giving up. This time, it was truly a bit tricky. But in this life, he might become a saint. So what? Even a Celestial Venerable couldn't find me, so even if he becomes a saint, he might not be able to find me. What if he can find you? Then I'll die. 6. Enli was simply helpless. This Darkness Origin was simply. Enli didn't know what to say anymore. Alright, stop being angry with me. I know Lu Yi is definitely a major threat to you, and you've had a long-standing grudge that absolutely cannot be resolved. Now you need to buck up and carry out one final encirclement and kill. If this encirclement and kill doesn't work again, then there's nothing more to say, all of us can just wait for destruction. The Darkness Origin scoffed in her heart. If the encirclement and kill doesn't work, that's you guys who are finished, I'm not finished, and not only will I not be finished, I'll even get better. If I hadn't surrendered, some things would have only been thought in my heart. But now that I have surrendered, Then I'll just say it directly. Who the hell is being angry with you? Are you even worthy? Enli was furious. She immediately couldn't help but tear into the darkness origin. But she held back. Can you speak properly? Enli said unhappily. Forget it, I have to be an undercover agent, so I'll endure for now. Tell me, what kind of joint suicide mission is this time? Enli, I need to contact the Forbidden Grounds. This time, the Dark Clan, the Forbidden Grounds, and the Darkness Origin, a total of 3 parties, will join forces to kill Lu Yi. What do you think? Enli asked. TCH, will the Forbidden Grounds even bother with you? The Darkness Origin said disdainfully. Enli, don't be angry, getting sick from anger is not worth it. Naturally, you should know that we have always had contact with the Forbidden Grounds. Now Lu Yi has become a major threat. If we let him be, then another saint will be born. At that time, the Forbidden Grounds will also have only one path, destruction. Which Forbidden Ground are you contacting? The Darkness Origin asked. The Nine Nether Forbidden Ground. Huh, wasn't the Nine Nether Forbidden Ground destroyed by Lu Yi in the previous life? The Battle of Nine Nether was also a time when Lu Yi went berserk with killing. Precisely because it was destroyed in the previous life, they are needed to join this life. Just one Nine Nether Forbidden Ground doesn't seem to be enough, right? Enli nodded. Not enough, of course not enough. Not only the Nine Nether Forbidden Ground, but also the Divine Ruins Forbidden Ground, the Primordial Forbidden Ground, and the Heartless Forbidden Ground. With the 4 great Forbidden Grounds coming out together, plus your strength and mine, can Lu Yi still live? The Darkness Origin thought for a moment. He should still be able to live. Enli, is the current Darkness Origin experiencing a stress response from being beaten? Has she been beaten into self-isolation? But speaking of which, your Dark Clan clearly has the ability to contact the Forbidden Grounds, so why didn't you contact the Forbidden Grounds when Lu Yi first ascended, but instead wait until all our quasi-emperors have been killed before contacting the Forbidden Grounds? If you had contacted the Forbidden Grounds at that time, even if Lu Yi had called over so many quasi-emperors, he would have been crushed from the start, the Darkness Origin said with dissatisfaction. Enli sighed softly. The Forbidden Grounds weren't in our consideration at all at that time. If we had known that Lu Yi could call over so many helpers, we would definitely have called upon the people from the Forbidden Grounds. Enli couldn't even imagine that with Lu Yi's history of fighting his way up, he could actually find so many helpers. It was simply unbelievable. Now that so many quasi-emperors are at the Heavenly Gate, even if you've found so many Forbidden Grounds, it seems you still can't do anything to Lu Yi, right? No, I can. At this moment, Enli's eyes sparkled with light. What method? The Darkness Origin asked curiously. You can ignore that for now, just tell me how many quasi-emperors you can send out, Enli asked. The Darkness Origin began to think. You'd better tell me what method it is. With the lessons from your many failures, I really can't trust you. Enli, damn it, why are you talking like this? The original Darkness Origin wasn't like this either, was she? Every single word the current Darkness Origin spoke made flames rise in Enli's heart. It was infuriating. Chapter 549 The Eighth Poison. Angry. It's good that you're angry. Darkness Origin just wants to infuriate Enli to death. Aren't you good at throwing tantrums? Come on, keep throwing tantrums. If you throw another tantrum, I'll turn around and leave. Let's see how awesome your temper really is. You even want me to apologize, and not just apologize, but apologize sincerely. Not only do you want benefits, but you're also talking about sincerity. You want my benefits, and I have to grovel. Do you really think I'm Lu Yi? Cough, I can only think this in my head, I absolutely cannot say it out loud, otherwise Lu Yi might go berserk. But speaking of which, Darkness Origin is also amazed, the previous life's Lu Yi was truly awesome. When had Enli ever endured such anger? Alright, she had before meeting Lu Yi, but ever since meeting Lu Yi, she had never endured such anger again. Now Enli is angry, but there's nothing she can do. Darkness Origin actually wants to give up, how can that work? Let her be angry. In the previous life, Lu Yi and Nine Nether Forbidden Ground fought because of Yu Hongling. After Yu Hongling arrived at the 7th heaven, her dows of fearlessness stagnated for a period of time, so she went out to gain experience. Ordinary experience didn't have much effect, so Yu Hongling actually had the idea of going to a forbidden ground. As a result, after Lu Yi found out, he immediately went to Nine Nether Forbidden Ground and shattered it into pieces. Nine Nether Forbidden Ground is not a completely closed forbidden ground, but a very large world, where many native residents defected to Nine Nether and became Nine Nether people. In this life, Hongling is still in the 6th heaven. Forget about gaining experience, whether she can ascend to the 7th heaven is still an unknown. So Lu Yi and Nine Nether Forbidden Ground don't have any grudges. Even if Hongling really ascended and entered Nine Nether Forbidden Ground, Lu Yi might even thank Nine Nether Forbidden Ground. So how should we set up the trap? To make Lu Yi go to Nine Nether Forbidden Ground without any hesitation. I will use myself as bait to lure Lu Yi to Nine Nether Forbidden Ground, Enli said seriously. She knew that Lu Yi's desire to kill her was incredibly strong right now. So if she used herself as bait, Lu Yi's speed in going to Nine Nether Forbidden Ground would probably be faster than when he saved Hongling before. Thinking of this, Enli couldn't help but feel a little choked up. She had also loved Lu Yi once. But the responsibility of her family, the expectations of the god, plus that restless heart, ultimately led her to choose betrayal. Does she still love Lu Yi now? Enli doesn't know. But the person Lu Yi hates the most right now definitely includes her. When Darkness Origin heard Enli's words, she couldn't help but be moved. Of course, she knew how strong Lu Yi's desire to kill Enli was. But it still seems not enough. Lu Yi has become especially smart now. Just killing you. He won't do anything, just cultivate there. When his cultivation is high enough, won't it be your death day anyway, Darkness Origin said. Enli took a deep breath. Then I'll bring the antidote for his last type of poison. Is that enough? Darkness Origin couldn't help but be curious. Honestly, what is the name of this last poison? Honestly, Darkness Origin didn't even know. Enli looked at Darkness Origin, hesitated for a moment, and still spoke the name of this last poison. Dark Origin Insect Seal. Darkness Origin heard this name. She had never heard of it, but that didn't prevent it from becoming one of her achievements. Keep getting information. So what exactly is this Dark Origin Insect Seal poison? What is its effect? What happens when it acts up? Darkness Origin asked. Enli frowned slightly. Why are you asking so many questions? Darkness Origin was instantly self-righteous. Because I want to ask, what if this is actually a useless poison? Wouldn't that still be a waste of effort? Enli really couldn't imagine that the seemingly honest Darkness Origin had defected to Lu Yi, because this was truly an incredible thing. You know, in the previous life, they were blood enemies. During the darkness upheaval, Yin Qingcheng almost perished, and Lu Yi's friends died countless deaths. With such a grudge, Lu Yi absolutely could not accept Darkness Origin's surrender. If he could accept Darkness Origin, wouldn't that mean he could forgive them? The Dark Origin Insect Seal is something from our god. If it is implanted into a human body, the human body will be covered with countless marks. At that time, although this person will still be in human form, our god can completely appear on the poisoned person through special means. At that time, our god will appear on Lu Yi and completely replace Lu Yi. Darkness Origin roughly understood. Good heavens, in the end, Enli was the most ruthless. Other women all wanted to affect Lu Yi's crossing tribulation, thinking of making Lu Yi fail his crossing tribulation. Only Enli was completely aiming to make Lu Yi completely disappear from this world. At this moment, Darkness Origin couldn't help but ask. Didn't you have even a trace of love for 9 lives back then? Are the gods of your dark clan always supreme in your heart? Enli was silent. It was impossible to say that there was absolutely no love. Lu Yi had saved her from the dark clan back then, saying that he rescued her from dire straits was completely accurate. She had also truly loved Lu Yi. Unfortunately, time is the most ruthless thing. Her love had an expiration date, and as time went by, unknowingly, her love had already dissipated with time. The responsibility that her family had taught her since childhood appeared in her mind again. The god of the dark clan also appeared in Enli's mind. Of course, she knew that after Lu Yi became a saint, he would be on the same level as God, but then how to remove this poison, Darkness Origin asked. I can't say that. You just need to let Lu Yi know that I will appear in 9 Nether Forbidden Ground with the antidote. Darkness Origin knew that if she asked any more questions, Enli would become suspicious, so she stopped asking. Okay, let me know of any progress at any time. I'll go wake up the Quasi-Emperor and be ready to fight at any time. This time, 9 lives must die. Enli nodded, okay. The black mist disappeared. After Darkness Origin left and Li, she immediately reported to Lu Yi. 9 lives, are you there? It has to be said that Darkness Origin is still a relatively polite person. Every time she looks for Lu Yi, she starts with, are you there? Which is because she is worried about disturbing Lu Yi. I am. And Li just came to me. They are going to take action against you again. I have now infiltrated the enemy's interior again, and I will tell you our conversation just now. Darkness Origin recounted the conversation word for word. Lu Yi heard the name of the 8th poison. Dark Origin Insect Seal. System, deduce a solution for the Dark Origin Insect Seal. Ding, deduction begins. 9 lives, am I great? Can you praise me? Chapter 550. Can I get a reward? Facing the Darkness Origin's plea for praise, Lu Yi was not stingy. Well done. Hee hee. The Darkness Origin immediately flew up happily. Being with 9 lives was just happy, never having to worry, feeling very relaxed. Since he had already praised himself, should he strike while the iron was hot? Anyway, Shen Zitong wasn't here now. The Darkness Origin recalled White Fox Heart's teaching. Then can I have a tiny reward, or really small one? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what trick the Darkness Origin was playing. However, the Darkness Origin had indeed made a contribution this time, and contributions could be appropriately rewarded. Speak, what reward do you want? The Darkness Origin instantly transformed into an Yuaner's appearance and appeared before Lu Yi. It's nothing much, 9 lives. You also know that since my birth, all I could come into contact with were existences of darkness. I have never seen the warmth of the human world. Now that I have surrendered to you, can I feel the warmth of the human world? And Yuaner's face actually turned slightly red at this moment. The girl wore a strange black dress, clearly a flamboyant and dark appearance, but at this moment she turned into a shy little girl. In her big eyes, there were strands of indescribable thoughts, bright and shy. The girl's blush seemed to surpass all the beautiful scenery in the world. Well, overheating also counts. Lu Yi frowned. This fellow, he's starting to get flirty again. So what exactly do you want to do? 9 lives, can you, rub my head? Lu Yi. The slightly furrowed brow relaxed slightly. By the time it reached, rub, Lu Yi's fist was already vaguely clenching. It turned out he just wanted to rub an Yuaner's head. A smile reappeared on Lu Yi's face. And Yuaner's heart beat rapidly. With this attitude, could 9 lives really be willing? She admitted that her behavior this time was slightly bold, but it wasn't particularly excessive since things had been stable for a while and she was just being slightly bolder. Little Heavenly Dao in the Heavenly Palace furrowed her small face. Not good, this Darkness Origin is taking advantage of Sister's absence to try to steal the base. But, rubbing his head. That doesn't seem like a big deal. Lu Yi often rubs her head. However, when Sister wakes up, I still have to complain fiercely. Complain fiercely. Lu Yi had a smile on his face, but he didn't extend his hand. You did well this time, I've already praised you. As for rubbing your head, let's talk about it next time. In the end, Lu Yi still refused. He still hadn't had any physical contact with the Darkness Origin up to now. Even if it was really to rub an Yuaner's head and let her feel the warmth of the human world, it shouldn't be now. After all, the system is still working tirelessly to deduce for him now. If he did something like this while she was deducing, the system would probably be furious. He couldn't do that. And Yuaner was a little disappointed, but recovered in an instant. Indeed, just as the advisor said. All right then, next time for sure. Lu Yi nodded slightly. 9 lives, what are you planning to do next? The Darkness Origin found an opportunity and naturally didn't want to leave so quickly. Lu Yi pondered this matter. This and Li is too impatient. In my previous life I only went to the 9 Nether Forbidden Ground when I was at the Great Dao Realm Quasi-Emperor Realm. Now I am only at the Shattering Realm Strength. If I go to the 9 Nether Forbidden Ground, isn't that asking for trouble? So he didn't plan to go. Let An Li prepare, she's already starting to jump the gun now. The more anxious she is, the less anxious we should be. Lu Yi was very calm now. Forbidden Ground is not something a Shattering Realm like him can deal with. In his previous life, he was at the Quasi-Emperor Realm and destroyed the 9 Nether Forbidden Ground because the previous 9 Nether Forbidden Ground had been cleaned up by the 9 Heavens Great Sage. The last Forbidden Ground the 9 Heavens Great Sage cleaned up was the 9 Nether Forbidden Ground, but he left before it was completely cleaned up. There are very few Forbidden Grounds in the 9 Heavens. 7th heaven only has 5, 8th heaven has 4, and 9 heavens has 1. Okay, 9 lives is really smart. And Yuener couldn't help but praise happily. Then when can I stay by your side again? Now in my body, there is only the old man Gaishan, it's a bit boring, it's most interesting to stay by your side. And Yuener made a pitiful request. No rush, you stay put for now, I'm just cultivating now, even if you follow me, there's no fun. Lu Yi refused in Yuener's request. Okay, then I'll listen to 9 lives, now I'm closely monitoring and Li, if there's any problem I'll report to you immediately. And Yuener said with a smile. Good. And Yuener's figure disappeared. Remember next time for sure. Even though the person had disappeared, and Yuener's voice was still coming through. Lu Yi smiled, then began to ponder. And Lu Yi didn't know if he understood her anymore. But after such a long time together, Lu Yi always felt that there was some problem in this. Wouldn't Li wholeheartedly advocate for the descent of their gods? Why did Lu Yi feel a little disbelieving? There must be something else that hasn't been discovered yet. However, this dark origin insect seal should be real. Can the system deduce what the dark origin insect seal is and if there is a way to deal with it in advance? He'll wait for the system's reply. Lu Yi closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. And Yuener now had a happy smile on her face, just short of whistling a tune. White Fox Heart came over. Sister, how have you been getting along with your man recently? White Fox Heart asked. And Yuener couldn't help but nod. The methods you taught are all very good, now his attitude towards me is clearly getting better and better. White Fox Heart breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she could tell that it was precisely because Yuener seemed to be in a good mood that she came over to ask. But I seem to have reached a bottleneck now, and I don't know how to make further progress, which makes me a little troubled. Just now, I boldly asked him to rub my head but didn't succeed, and this was even when I had made a contribution. And Yuener said with a frown. White Fox Heart nodded in response, it was too normal. Given the man's personality that Yuener had told her about before, he hadn't even confirmed his relationship with the main wife, how could he take things further with Yuener? Moreover, rubbing his head, while not a big deal, was not small either, it could be considered a form of intimate gesture. Sister, don't rush, the other party is not very interested in matters of love right now, there is only one thing you need to do now. That is to establish your unique style, and slowly increase your favorability in front of the other party. If the other party is not someone who is attracted by looks, then only long-term companionship can enter his heart. For example, your unique way of addressing him, for example, when you look for him, you always like to ask, are you there? Actually, these are all very good points. Generally speaking, starting with, are you there? Is definitely a clown move, but that's for a part of people, for another part who have good personalities and are willing to reply to you promptly, that's a very good way to start. When two very good people are together, using, are you there? Is not a problem at all, it's even a bonus. White Fox Heart began to lecture Yuener, and Yuener listened very attentively. Chapter 551 Solution. She actually quite liked having Bai Fox Heart teach her, because that way, she could analyze a man's inner thoughts. And Yuener felt like she was growing every moment. Moreover, the things Bai Fox Heart taught were very applicable in real combat. Currently, Bai Fox Heart hadn't taught her the methods of using darkness origin to charm people, she was only teaching her how to get along with a man, especially one who was very powerful and whom she liked very much. When it comes to charming, doing it too early often leads to more harm than good. If successful, if the other party's feelings aren't deep enough, there's a certain chance it could lead to disgust. If it fails, it will certainly cause disgust. What Yuener needed to do now was just master some minor charming techniques. Even if a minor charm failed, it could turn into a look of cute, which wouldn't cause people to feel disgusted. As long as she could stir up a little desire in the man, with time, things would naturally fall into place. Lu Yi still didn't know that Yuener had been studying diligently. He kept cultivating. I'll fucking cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Ding, deduction complete. Lu Yi immediately opened his eyes, and the deduced information began to flood into Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi frowned. It truly was an evil method. This dark origin insect seal, speaking of it, is like late-stage cancer cells, it will quickly spread throughout your entire body. No, it's much more terrifying than cancer cells, because it will form a brand like a rule. Cancer cells can be surgically removed and disappear. But once this brand is formed, even if you destroy and then rebuild your body, the brand will reappear in your body and your soul. These brands completely integrate into your flesh, your soul, everything about you. And the owner of the brand can choose to merge themselves into the brand in a special way. At that time, you are no longer you. You are just the carrier of the brand. The other party can completely replace you. It's as if a brand new being is being gestated within your body, and everything about you will be replaced by this brand new being. Not only will they replace everything about you, but the other party will also bring back everything that was originally theirs. A saint-level existence will appear alive in this heaven and earth. It's terrifying. And the solution? Lu Yi still doesn't know where this thing is hidden. Speaking of which, these women are truly talents, and the things they find are also exceptionally good at hiding. Lu Yi had actually already asked the system to deduce where these poisons were hidden. But it couldn't deduce it at all. These poisons seem to be stored in a parallel world, and only come out of the parallel world at the right time. You should know that even when Lu Yi became a celestial venerable in his previous life, he didn't realize he had been poisoned. Although part of the reason was that Lu Yi did trust these women. The other reason was that these poisons were hidden too well. Within his body, there must be something that doesn't belong to this heaven and earth. His 8 ex-wives used this thing to store the poisons they administered. How to solve it? The system's deduction method has 2 parts. First, find this poison and destroy it from its source. Second, find this poison, place it on someone else in advance, induce the so-called Dark Clan God to descend early, and kill the Dark Clan God. After the Dark Clan God dies, the so-called poison will naturally disappear. Lu Yi couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw the solution. No, the Dark Clan God is at the saint level. Are they that easy to kill? The first method, finding this poison, means finding the poison on Lu Yi. The second method, finding this poison, means finding this poison that still exists within the Dark Clan. Just like the reincarnation obsession, due to the reversal of time, the reincarnation obsession was directly multiplied by 2. The Dark Clan definitely still has this poison now. However, both of these methods are relatively difficult. Where is the difficulty? The Dark Clan is in the 7th heaven. Because of the power of the Dark Clan God, it didn't trigger the 9 heavens Great Sage's laws. The Dark Clan has great emperor-level existences. Because the 9 heavens Great Sage's laws are present, existences at the Great Emperor level and above in the 8th heaven and 9th heaven simply have no way to clear out the Dark Clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't just shout and not act. And in the 7th heaven, it seems only Lu Yi can defeat a great emperor as a quasi-emperor. The key is that this poison takes effect the moment Lu Yi breaks through to the quasi-emperor realm. By the time Lu Yi has the strength to annihilate the Dark Clan, it will already be too late. This is very frustrating. Unless, when Lu Yi reaches the emperor realm, he has a chance to fight a great emperor. But this is too difficult. The gap between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor is simply too large. Lu Yi being able to defeat a great emperor as a quasi-emperor is already the first person in history. Being able to escape from a great emperor's hands as a quasi-emperor would already be enough to leave one's name in history. An emperor defeating a great emperor. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Yi's brows furrowed. Ding, when this dark origin insect seal erupts, more information can be deduced. Host, don't be anxious, the system said. Because this dark origin insect seal is something from outside the heaven and earth, the system being able to deduce it to this point is already very strong. No hurry, I'll see if I can fight a great emperor when I'm in the emperor realm. Lu Yi looked at the brilliant fiery halo above his nascent soul. It has been destroying for so long, but any bit of new life generated has benefited Lu Yi immensely. For example, his current physique, even if a quasi-emperor cultivated next to him, they wouldn't be able to compete with him for heaven and earth spiritual energy. He didn't even know what kind of physique he had now. But his physique was still continuously strengthening. Just a little new life within the destruction could achieve the current effect. What if it were stronger? Lu Yi felt that the newborn world might have infinite possibilities. Then he should think of ways to accelerate the new life of the world. Ding, host, have we finished talking about the main business? The system asked. Lu Yi. Ding, I heard you praised Darkness Origin for her meritorious service this time. Shen Zitong appeared before Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Yeah, is there a problem with praising her for her contribution? Shen Zitong snorted coldly. Ding, then I've also made quite a few contributions, right? Why don't you praise me? Lu Yi. Chapter 552. I want to rub it too. If we're talking about contributions, the system's contributions are so great that even rewarding her with Lu Yi would likely not be enough. However, Lu Yi had already thought of how to reply in a flash. You and the Darkness Origin are different. The Darkness Origin is a subordinate, and naturally, it should be rewarded for its contributions. You are not my subordinate, you and I are the closest partners, like one entity. If you have a need, even if it means a certain death for me, I will help you accomplish it. If we do something good for each other and still talk about rewards, wouldn't our relationship immediately become distant? Shen Zitong pondered upon hearing this. It seemed that was indeed the case. Lu Yi looked at Shen Zitong's contemplative face and was also somewhat entranced. This was purely admiration for beauty. As Shen Zitong pondered, even the light between heaven and earth seemed to dim. Only Shen Zitong emitted a warm glow. Ding, alright, but I want a reward this time. Shen Zitong was still unhappy about an Yuaner trying to hook up with Lu Yi. In the previous life, she competed with her for the Heavenly Dao. In this life, she competes with her for the Lu Yi. HMPH, if it weren't for the fact that Lu Yi needed the Darkness Origin, she would definitely suggest that Lu Yi completely destroy the Darkness Origin. Alright, what reward do you want? Lu Yi certainly wouldn't refuse. Ding, I also want Lu Yi to rub my head. This was definitely due to a competitive spirit. Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Okay, come here. Shen Zitong immediately came in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi's hand gently covered Shen Zitong's head and gently rubbed Shen Zitong's long hair. Shen Zitong couldn't help but squint her eyes. HMPH, Lu Yi is indeed the best to me. Drip, I want it too. When little Heavenly Dao saw this, how could she stay put? She instantly appeared on Lu Yi's other side. What sister has, she must also have. Drip, Lu Yi, rub my head. Lu Yi. He could only use one hand for each. Gradually, the atmosphere around them seemed a little off, at least Lu Yi felt it was a little off, so Lu Yi made a decisive decision. System, start deducing how to speed up the regeneration of the world. Ding, currently deducing. Drip, Lu Yi, I want to join too. A smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. Okay, then you join as well. Drip, currently deducing. Little Heavenly Dao was satisfied. What sister wanted to do, she also wanted to do. In my life, little Heavenly Dao is second to none. Both of them, while deducing, transformed into rays of light and merged into Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi temporarily suppressed his surging emotions. Cultivate. Time passed silently. Everything in the world evolves with time, never stopping. Lu Yi's realm also continuously improved as time progressed. Shattering Realm 3rd Heaven. Shattering Realm 4th Heaven. Shattering Realm 5th Heaven. Honestly, the further one cultivates, the harder it is to cultivate, this is true. Cultivating in the Shattering Realm now is very difficult. By the time Lu Yi cultivated to the Shattering Realm 6th Heaven, the first quasi-emperor who had been in seclusion awakened, and Lu Yi also opened his eyes. Chu Zhong Dao Ren came before Lu Yi. The two of them could be considered acquaintances. When Lu Yi first entered Hell, Chu Zhong Dao Ren had said that he really wanted to improve. Hell had been suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation to the point of being unrecognizable. It was very difficult to maintain a livelihood. In fact, Hell had always been paying attention to Lu Yi, feeling Lu Yi's terrifying cultivation speed, which was simply enough to scare people to death. Hell knew that this time, they had bet on the right person. So when they received Luan Xin's notification, they immediately brought all the quasi-emperors over, and of course, they didn't forget the Book of Life and Death. Chu Zhong Dao Ren's strength was very strong in itself, belonging to the peak quasi-emperor. In fact, if Hell had existed longer, Chu Zhong would likely have been able to become a great emperor. But there was a practical problem, which was that Hell was actually similar to the 6 paths of reincarnation. When Hell was prosperous, Chu Zhong Dao Ren could fight 8 quasi-emperors without a problem. But when Hell was weak, he could only fight one-on-one. And now, Hell was still in a state of decline. Chu Zhong Dao Ren's strength had increased slightly compared to before. He came before Lu Yi. Lu Yi, look, with my current strength, can I prove the Dao and become an emperor? Chu Zhong Dao Ren asked quite directly. This requires you to demonstrate. I don't have the ability to tell whether you can successfully prove the Dao just by looking. Chu Zhong Dao Ren was a little excited. Then I'll just demonstrate. Let's go, let's change locations. Lu Yi had set 5 conditions for proving the Dao. First, what is the extent of power? Second, what is the extent of defense? Third, what is the extent of the Dao heart? Fourth, what is the extent of the great Dao? Fifth, what is the extent of resources? If these 5 standards could be met, without saying too much, Lu Yi estimated there should be a 60% to even 70% success rate. As for 100%, that could only wait until Lu Yi reached the Great Emperor realm and helped them one by one. This was an impossible thing. If Lu Yi really did this, the Heavenly Dao wouldn't be able to bear it, because such a thing was too defying of the heavens. It's possible that during the Great Emperor crossing tribulation, Lu Yi's Saint Tribulation, the eternal Great Tribulation, might even descend. So, crossing tribulation still depended on oneself. Chu Zhang Dao Ren began to demonstrate. The might of a quasi-emperor was truly astonishing. Chu Zhang Dao Ren truly exerted his full strength to prove his power. But Lu Yi watched and still couldn't help but frown slightly. Not enough. Truly not enough. There was no problem with Chu Zhang Great Emperor's Great Dao. After all, he was also a very ancient quasi-emperor. In hell, his lifespan consumption was slow, but his strength was also affected by hell. Even after listening to Lu Yi's lecture and improving further, it was truly not enough to cross the tribulation to prove the Dao and become a great emperor. With the strength Chu Zhang Dao Ren displayed, he truly didn't even have a 10% chance. After Chu Zhang Dao Ren finished his demonstration, he came before Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi's expression, he knew he was still not ready. However, he wasn't discouraged. Fellow Taoist, where is the problem, where needs improvement? Just say it. Then I'll really say it. Ha ha ha, does fellow Taoist think it will shake my Dao heart? Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. Alright, except for the great Dao, everything else is not good enough. Chu Zhang Dao Ren, even the Dao heart isn't good enough, Chu Zhang Dao Ren said with some despair. Lu Yi, you weren't like this just now. However, it's alright, it can be improved. The differences in all aspects are not particularly large. I will think about how to help you improve. Lu Yi comforted him. Chu Zhang Dao Ren bowed deeply upon hearing this. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi returned the bow. You're welcome. Chu Zhang Dao Ren's awakening seemed like a signal, with one quasi-emperor after another coming out of seclusion. Lu Yi directly became the instructor. He was going to conduct a training session, taking this group of quasi-emperors out, which would also be just right for him to search for the 4 spirits objects that could accelerate the regeneration of the small world. 18 great emperors were still too few. Facing the darkness upheaval, they were destined to be ganged up on. But Lu Yi refused to believe this. He wanted to gang up on the great emperors within the darkness origin. Chapter 553 Quasi-Emperor Alliance. The system has already deduced how to accelerate the formation of the world. The main method is to inject 4 spirits treasures or energy into the small world to aid in its nascent evolution. And Li is also currently very busy running around, contacting the forbidden ground. The quasi-emperor are recovering one by one, and their strength has increased somewhat. Lu Yi tested them one by one, and it must be said that 4 quasi-emperor were indeed very strong, having initially met Lu Yi's standards. One is Luan Xin, and one is the devouring Dao beast. One is named Boundless Taoist, and one is named Palace Master of Taiyin Palace. The Palace Master of Taiyin Palace possesses the Taiyin Divine Body. This physique is different from the chaotic Taiyin Divine Body. The chaotic Taiyin Divine Body is entirely due to its extreme strength, where the speed of cultivation cannot keep up with the speed at which chaotic Taiyin power appears, resulting in the formation of chaotic yin poison. It can only be said that the chaotic Taiyin Divine Body was born at the wrong time. If such a physique were to appear in a golden age, with abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy, a flourishing great Tao, and extreme suitability for cultivation, it would truly shake the heavens. But in this era, without external help, the appearance of the chaotic Taiyin Divine Body is a death sentence. However, the Taiyin Divine Body is not so overbearing. The Taiyin Divine Body can only actively absorb Taiyin power from the outside, rather than Taiyin power crazily drilling into the body regardless of everything. Among the 4 powerful quasi-emperor, 2 are within the Heavenly Gate. It can only be said that the Heavenly Gate is truly destined to flourish. However, these 4 can still improve further. The great tribulation of crossing tribulation to become emperor, although Lu Yi has experience, no one can guarantee success. At the same time, Lu Yi released a message, officially establishing the Quasi-Emperor Alliance. Those willing to join the Quasi-Emperor Alliance, besides the current group of people, must offer sufficient treasures. Upon hearing this news, the Quasi-Emperor who had missed the great battle because they hadn't received Lu Yi's request were overjoyed. They had been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Heavenly Gate. Recently, within the Heavenly Gate, the Great Tao has manifested, and the power of heaven and earth has become astonishingly dense, with a surge of aura appearing from time to time. Watching this truly made people's eyes burn with envy. Now that Lu Yi has spoken, giving them a chance to join, they are all excitedly howling. Regardless of whether there was any past animosity with Lu Yi, or whether Lu Yi had killed their descendants or not, they were determined to join this Quasi-Emperor Alliance. Even the Quasi-Emperor of the myriad ancient sect began preparing for spirits materials. What? We had enmity with my myriad ancient sect. Then I'll just collect more treasures. If that doesn't work, I'll withdraw from the myriad ancient sect. Is that okay? Still not okay. Just tell me what it takes. I'll do whatever you want me to do. For the sake of crossing tribulation to become emperor, the Quasi-Emperor are all crazy. Some people have simply stayed in the Quasi-Emperor realm for too long. Reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm is different from reaching the Void realm. In the Void realm, it's fine to just coast along, because everyone understands in their hearts that with their aptitude, even if they ascend, they won't be able to improve by many realms. But if a Quasi-Emperor takes another step, that's a great emperor. Throughout history, how many people still remember the names of Quasi-Emperor? But as long as one becomes a great emperor, even the weakest great emperor, they can still leave their name in history. Moreover, that is perfection. True perfection. The Heavenly Gate became lively. Quasi-Emperor visited one after another. Lu Yi personally received each visitor and gave them sufficient respect. These are customers. Although they are customers who are seeking his help, they are still customers. More and more Quasi-Emperor arrived. The 4 spirits treasures of earth, wind, water, and fire that Lu Yi received were simply countless. After Lu Yi's long period of killing, and after Lu Yi's growth experiences all along, countless people have witnessed it. They will absolutely no longer regard Lu Yi as an idiot. Lu Yi felt very comfortable. Upon reaching the 7th heaven, the value of his rebirth reached its peak. Seeing the situation, the Quasi-Emperor who had previously helped Lu Yi couldn't help but gather together to discuss. Ahem, fellow Taoist, there are more and more Quasi-Emperor. Now these Quasi-Emperor are all coming with heavy treasures. I don't think we can just stand by and watch, can we? Although we helped Taoist Lu Yi will not neglect us just because others gave him heavy treasures, but I personally feel that Taoist Lu Yi is currently in urgent need of 4 spirits treasures of earth, wind, water, and fire, and we should also take action. Let's contribute to the growth of Taoist Lu Yi and solidify our friendship. What do you all think? The speaker was Boundless Taoist. Interestingly, Boundless Taoist is a rogue cultivator. Yes, a rogue cultivator. He was originally a guest in the Heavenly Dome Tao sect, and then he felt that something seemed wrong in the Heavenly Dome Tao sect. His friend was frowning, seemingly very unwilling. Because he and his friend had discussed the Tao before, his friend had some insights and was eager to go into seclusion. After his persistent questioning and repeated assurances that he would not tell others, only then did his friend tell him the news. Boundless Taoist heard it and thought, if you're not going, I'll go for you. Thus, Boundless Taoist came. As a rogue cultivator who could cultivate to the Quasi-Emperor realm and become one of the strongest Quasi-Emperor in the 7th heaven, Boundless Taoist's keenness goes without saying. Although Lu Yi had said that all aspects of him had met the standard, and the possibility of successfully crossing tribulation to become emperor was very high. But Boundless Taoist was still cautious. If he hadn't been cautious in his cultivation to this point, he would have already fallen halfway. He still wanted to be stronger. The prerequisite for being stronger, of course, was to cling to Lu Yi's leg. Furthermore, with Lu Yi's current momentum, even if he became a great emperor, he would still need to find Lu Yi in the future. After becoming a great emperor, he still wanted to become a celestial venerable and a saint. Thus, the current scene appeared. Among these quasi-emperor, he specifically invited the devouring Tao beast. Although they hadn't contacted each other in advance, upon hearing Boundless Taoist's words, the devouring Tao beast was instantly the first to speak. Taoist Boundless is right. It's always better to be prepared than to be led by the nose. Even though we have a good relationship with the Celestial Venerable now, Adding friendship on top of friendship is definitely not a bad thing. In fact, at the quasi-emperor realm, ordinary resources are no longer that important to the quasi-emperor. 4 spirits' treasures of earth, wind, water, and fire, even if they are given away, are not particularly painful. Since Lu Yi needs them, why not just give them to Lu Yi? Could it be that Lu Yi's increase in strength is bad for them? Okay, then I will also bring out my treasures and help Taoist Lu Yi, Chu Zhongdao Ren said. No other treasures are needed, only 4 spirits' treasures of earth, wind, water, and fire will suffice. Boundless Taoist quickly said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Yi was also slightly taken aback when he saw the treasures that Boundless Taoist brought over. This, Taoist Lu Yi, do not decline. If you grow stronger, the benefits we receive will only increase, not decrease. This is also our selfish motive, please do not decline. Lu Yi couldn't help but cup his hands. Thank you. Chapter 554, Loyal Secret Departure. While Lu Yi was busily collecting treasures, Enli was also moving through various forbidden grounds under the cover of the Darkness origin. After a long time of hard work, Enli finally returned to the Dark Clan. However, she hadn't completely persuaded the forbidden grounds yet. Enri found Enli, he was actually a bit puzzled. Enli, since Lu Yi has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm, our Dark Origin insect seal will erupt. The Dark Clan also has me presiding over it. If he doesn't reach the quasi-emperor realm, he won't have the strength to enter the Dark Clan. Why are you still so urgently dealing with Lu Yi now? Enri asked with great curiosity. In the current situation, shouldn't we be working hard to collect resources, ensuring that we can open the channel through sacrifice and allow the god to lock onto the existence of the Dark Origin insect seal? As for Lu Yi, there's no need to deal with him at all. We just need to wait until Lu Yi becomes a quasi-emperor, and then we can start the sacrifice here. Wouldn't everything be completed naturally? Enli's eyelids twitched. She really didn't know what to say. How could the Dark Clan have such a family head? Have you used the Dark Origin insect seal? Enli asked. Enri shook his head. The targets chosen by the Dark Origin insect seal are extremely demanding, it only chooses to parasitize beings above the Great Emperor realm. Although our Dark Clan is not weak, it is still relatively difficult to control a Great Emperor. The Great Emperors here are Great Emperors from outside the Dark Clan, because the Dark Origin insect seal has no interest in the Dark Clan at all. Can you be sure that after Lu Yi becomes a quasi-emperor, when we sacrifice to the god can appear immediately? Enli asked again. Enri, whether the god can appear immediately, I don't know, but I can be sure that if Lu Yi becomes a quasi-emperor, he will definitely come over and destroy the Dark Clan immediately. If you don't care if the Dark Clan will all die out, then you can completely ignore Lu Yi now and let him continue to grow. We absolutely cannot place our hope on others, not even the god. The god is about to descend, but we also need to be alive to follow the god's supreme glory. If our Dark Clan is destroyed, even if the god descends, what can it bring us? Enri frowned. You cannot speak like that. Our mission is to make the god descend, even death is dying in the right place. Enli, that's it, he's actually a great emperor. This is completely being brainwashed by the god. But now there is clearly hope for us to live, why must we seek death? Enli said, dissatisfied. Enri thought about it, and it made sense. Although death is not terrifying, living is always better than dying. It can be said that the current battle is entirely for ourselves. The moment I planted the Dark Origin insect seal in Lu Yi's body, the god already had the conditions to descend. What we need to do is defeat Lu Yi, keep him, and then activate the Dark Origin insect seal within Lu Yi's body. This way, we can safely wait for the god's arrival. When Lu Yi cultivates on his own, the Dark Origin insect seal requires the quasi-emperor realm to activate, but if Lu Yi is captured, then when the Dark Origin insect seal erupts is up to them. Enri nodded. He couldn't help but sigh again. The Dark Clan has always lived in seclusion, with very little contact with the outside world. My thinking really can't keep up with yours. Enri basically stayed within the Dark Clan the whole time. Even if there was something that required him to go out, he would send others. To be honest, the rigidity of his thinking and the narrowness of his perspective were truly much more severe than many others. Yet, such a person was still the strongest in the Dark Clan. Enli also had no choice. It's really great that the family head can understand. I also hope that the family head should listen to my suggestions more in the future. I am absolutely loyal to the Dark Clan and the God, otherwise, in the previous life, Lu Yi was already undergoing his saint tribulation and had hope of successfully crossing tribulation, and I still wouldn't have betrayed him. For the God, I am willing to give up the chance to be a Saint's Dao companion. The family head should see this. Enli said with genuine emotion. Hearing this, Enri couldn't help but nod. That's also true. At that time, when the clansmen outside the Dark Clan returned and spoke of the memory that illuminated the 9 heavens, this Lu Yi was indeed unparalleled in strength. In such a situation, Enli was willing to betray, which shows her loyalty to the God. As long as one is loyal to the God, they are the best of the Dark Clan's own people. Alright, tell me all your requests from now on. The Dark Clan will fully support you. Enli nodded heavily. Thank you, family head. Everything for the God. Everything for the God. Enli bid farewell and left. What she said was very realistic. The reason the Dark Origin insect seal was planted in the previous life, and why it was the last one to erupt, actually considered this point. Because the Dark Clan wasn't sure how fast the Dark Origin insect seal would erupt. If the Dark Clan were to sacrifice, they would start calling the God, calling. After Lu Yi became a saint, he would coldly watch the Dark Clan calling over there, which would be ridiculous. It's even possible that when the Dark Origin insect seal erupts, Lu Yi in his peak state could instantly wipe away the insect seal. Therefore, Enli chose to put the Dark Origin insect seal last. If Lu Yi could truly endure the severe poison within, plus the yin-yang devouring Gu, and the betrayal of his beloved, and still successfully cross tribulation, then Enli would feel that she died in the right place. To be killed by such a strong person would be her honor. After all the calculations, she didn't calculate that Lu Yi would actually self-detonate. Enli lightly sighed. 1 life per person. Lu Yi was really infatuated enough, but what did that matter? Try harder, continue. Strive to capture Lu Yi. Otherwise, Enli was truly too worried. Who knows what kind of trouble Lu Yi will cause as time goes on. As long as Lu Yi is jumping around outside for 1 day, her heart will be anxious for 1 day. This feeling is really not particularly pleasant. She did indeed want a stimulating feeling, and now it really is stimulating every moment. Lu Yi obtained the items of the 4 spirits that 39 quasi-emperors had jointly brought over. He couldn't help but show a bit of embarrassment on his face. Cough, boundless fellow Taoist, what does this mean? Lu Yi asked, holding the heavy spatial treasures, puzzled. Lu Daoyu, these are the items of the 4 spirits that we 39 people are giving to you. We heard that you have been lacking this kind of treasure recently, so naturally, we are doing our best to help. We hope fellow Taoist will not refuse. The boundless Taoist said with a smile on his face. Yes, Celestial Venerable, just let us help you. Your dedicated help to us is deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. If you are in trouble now and we don't help, we will truly feel uncomfortable, the devouring Tao beast said hastily. Yes, Celestial Venerable, you must accept it. Chapter 555 Terrible Promotion. Boundless Taoist and devouring Tao beast exchanged words. Lu Yi was full of helplessness. You have truly troubled me. Lu Yi did indeed need them, and after declining 3 times, he could only accept them. Alright, for this matter, I thank all fellow Taoists. I will engrave the kindness of all fellow Taoists in my heart. With this large batch of 4 spirits items in hand, Lu Yi could now use a grand formation deduced by the system. To be honest, Lu Yi's ability to improve his strength truly could not be separated from the system's repeated deductions. The darkness origin constantly made great contributions, but the system's merit was absolutely 10,000, 100 million, countless times greater than the darkness origin. The system was truly helping Lu Yi in every aspect. The actions of this group of quasi-emperors indeed made Lu Yi very comfortable. He couldn't help but think of his previous life. In his previous life, there were countless powers friendly with him, but when Lu Yi was impoverished and down and out, truly no power expressed willingness to proactively help. Let alone proactive help, Lu Yi couldn't even get back the debts owed to him. Thinking of this, Lu Yi looked around and, seeing no one, gave himself a light slap on the face. It didn't hurt. Lu Yi found the largest cultivation area in the Heavenly Gate and temporarily drove everyone out. He took out the treasures that had been continuously arriving by his side recently. Many. Very, very many. Lu Yi looked at the pile of treasures, stacked like a small mountain, their ever-changing 4-colored light a beautiful sight. Lu Yi began to set up the formation. The formation set up this time was named the Four Spirits Transformed Saint Formation. Originally, it was a formation that belonged to the four spirits joining forces, leading to a surge in strength, but after modification, it became a formation that refines the four spirits, transforming them into primordial energy. The formation was extremely complex and profound, but in Lu Yi's hands, it was relatively easy. Lu Yi was not in a hurry, setting it up bit by bit. Soon, the vast area was covered with various treasures. As Lu Yi infused his Hongling power, streaks of light instantly rose up. A massive formation activated. Lu Yi looked at the formation and couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. It had truly been a long time since he had set up such an exquisite formation, and the setup was quite perfect. He casually summoned the four spirits' treasures and threw them into the formation. Dazzling four-colored spiritual light rapidly erupted, illuminating each other. The treasures began to melt within the formation. Lu Yi continuously threw in treasures, the four-colored light constantly changing, and Lu Yi watched intently. At this moment, a wondrous reaction occurred. As the four spirits constantly intertwined, a wisp of special energy appeared. This was the most primordial power, just like the origin of a world. Normally speaking, cultivators do not need this kind of origin, because cultivators are not heaven and earth. Using this energy doesn't provide much self-improvement, let alone when it's refined from so many four spirits' treasures. This energy didn't even have much effect on already formed heaven and earth. However, the moment Lu Yi absorbed this energy and integrated it into that world full of destruction, the flames largely disappeared. It was as if flames had been doused with cold water. Vast power of new life surged forth. Lu Yi let out a muffled groan. His body rapidly bled, and blood continuously spurted out. But the wounds healed very quickly. Infinite heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed directly towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face twisted for a moment. Even his nascent soul seemed to inflate like a balloon at this moment. Everything inside his body was undergoing drastic changes, and his cultivation rapidly increased as if riding a rocket. However, Lu Yi clearly knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to kill the Dark Clan's great emperor when he reached the Emperor realm, so he couldn't increase his realm too much at this time. If he reached the Emperor realm and still couldn't kill the great emperor, Lu Yi's options would become infinitely fewer, and he might even have to hold back until the darkness upheavaled 10,000 years later before breaking through to the quasi-emperor. Lu Yi certainly didn't want to do that. It was too stifling. Therefore, suppressing his realm this time was done out of necessity. Lu Yi strongly disliked this feeling, and the killing intent in his heart towards the Dark Clan continuously strengthened during this process. And Dark Clan, the four-colored light continuously flowed. Every so often, a wisp of strange aura would be produced and merge into the small world within Lu Yi's body. Perhaps describing it as a small world wasn't quite appropriate, world was more fitting. A complete great world, a saint's heart. Because there were too many resources this time, Lu Yi's cultivation retreat lasted for over 300 years. Over 300 years, the flames within Lu Yi's inner world were extinguished by a full 1%. Later, although there was no longer the primordial energy formed by the four spirits, the speed of the world's rebirth was clearly accelerating. Without external force, this world's complete rebirth might take around 1,000,000 years to take shape. The time wasn't too long, but Lu Yi certainly couldn't wait and would definitely continue searching for resources. This was a world, not some small trinket. According to the current evolution of the world, the power of new life would only become faster and faster. Lu Yi's realm had already reached the Great Dao realm. Great Dao realm 5th heaven. Lu Yi didn't even know how many transformations he had undergone, or how many times he had compressed chaotic power. He only knew that the current intensity of his chaotic power directly surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. Almost. Just a very small bit more, and Lu Yi's Hongling power would reach the level of a great emperor. However, Lu Yi was not disappointed. He clenched his fist. Endless energy converged towards it, shattering the void around it, with chaotic aura entwining it. This wasn't the end yet. Next, a terrifying torrent suddenly erupted within the small world. The chaotic power born after infinite new life converged towards Lu Yi's fist. At this moment, all the quasi-emperors in the heavenly gate suddenly opened their eyes, looking with horror towards where Lu Yi was. What kind of aura? Was it from Lu Yi? Figures arrived instantly, thinking Lu Yi was in danger. The devouring Dao beast was the fastest, fearlessly rushing into Lu Yi's retreat location with an extremely fierce expression. But the moment it rushed in, the terrifying aura had already vanished. Only Lu Yi sat cross-legged alone, his expression calm. Celestial Venerable, what happened just now? Are you all right? The devouring Dao beast was full of battle intent, its voice also filled with concern. A slight smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. This devouring Dao beast's desire to improve was truly obvious. However, this was quite good. Openly displaying its loyalty was excellent. Nothing, I was just experimenting with something just now. It wasn't anyone else arriving, Lu Yi explained. Is that so? Was that terrifying aura just now emitted by Celestial Venerable? The devouring Dao beast reacted, its eyes wide open. It could be said that the emotional impact was instantly maximized. Lu Yi, this devouring Dao beast. The other quasi-emperors were also full of shock. Because that aura just now had horrified all the quasi-emperors, if that energy had landed on them, they likely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. It was actually Lu Yi who produced it. To think that Lu Yi's realm was only shattered awe. Great Dao Realm 5th Heaven. Awe. After the group of quasi-emperors clearly saw Lu Yi's realm, confusion even appeared on their faces. Could it be that, during this simple retreat, another 1 or 2,000 years had passed? That's not right, it didn't feel that long. Boundless Taoist calculated with his fingers. Lu Daoyu, you improved by 1 great realm in 300 years. Boundless Taoist also instantly maximized the emotional impact, looking at Lu Yi with terror. Chapter 556, Blast the Dark Tribe. It has to be said, this is truly a group of very hard-working quasi-emperors. The devouring Dao beast looked at the Boundless Taoist with a solemn gaze. Could it be that the Boundless Taoist also wanted to become the Celestial Venerable's mount? Everyone, is there nothing else for now? Lu Yi asked. No. Everyone answered one after another. Since there's nothing, are you all willing to go with me? Go where? Luan Xin asked. Dark Clan. For such a long time, Lu Yi had been diligently cultivating, and Enli had also been continuously contacting the Forbidden Ground. However, this action was really slow, there had been no effective movement transmitted yet. Dark Clan, there are great emperors there. Luan Xin frowned slightly. Lu Yi had a faint smile on his face. No problem, we won't go inside. We'll just attack the Dark Clan's barrier from the outside. During this period of cultivation, the more Lu Yi cultivated, the stronger his killing intent towards the Dark Clan became. If he hadn't considered that an emperor could kill a great emperor, how could his realm have only advanced to the Great Dao Realm 5th Heaven? He could have reached the Great Dao Realm completion, or even the Emperor Realm. Not only could he reach it, but it would also be with an extremely solid foundation. So Lu Yi was very unhappy. If he was unhappy, then he would make the Dark Clan unhappy too. Upon hearing this, the many quasi-emperors finally relaxed. Alright, then let's go to the Dark Clan. The Dark Clan had been hidden somewhere in the 7th heaven all along. This place was extremely concealed and would also actively change its location. With the Dark Clan's special concealment ability, even the 9 heavens great sage had not detected the presence of a great emperor within the Dark Clan. This speaks volumes. Moreover, the current Dark Clan didn't dare to leave the 9 heavens at all. Once they went to the outer domain, perhaps a Celestial Venerable would instantly appear before the Dark Clan, grab them, and refine them in an instant. They could only stay in the Dark Clan. Of course, there were also Dark Clan disciples who were constantly collecting treasures, but they dared not reveal their identity. In his previous life, Lu Yi knew the location of the Dark Clan, but he wasn't quite sure in this life. But it didn't matter. He had an insider. The Darkness Origin accurately informed Lu Yi of the Dark Clan's location. Lu Yi led over 100 quasi-emperors, concealing their figures, and charged towards the Dark Clan mightily. Success. Enli couldn't help but speak excitedly. After a long period of persuasion, Enli continuously demonstrated the harm Lu Yi could cause in the future, finally convincing the existence within the Forbidden Ground to be willing to take action. And a meticulous plan was formulated. In fact, Enli had also worried, what if Lu Yi wasn't moved? After all, this kind of thing wasn't unprecedented. The last time they wanted Chu Ling to scheme against Lu Yi didn't fall for it. Even though his killing intent towards Chu Ling was almost uncontrollable, he still didn't fall for it. It could only be said that Lu Yi was definitely an extremely troublesome enemy. Good. Enri was also greatly spirited. So what should we do next? Enri asked. Simple, immediately release the news. I will personally speak out and guide Lu Yi here. If Lu Yi truly doesn't come, then the experts of the Forbidden Ground are willing to come out and kill Lu Yi. And Li knew that the willingness of the Forbidden Ground people to move was somewhat related to her persuasion, but the relationship wasn't that significant. Because the Forbidden Ground also reported upwards after hearing what Li said, following the instructions of the Forbidden Ground Master. The Forbidden Ground Master had not responded before, and only responded recently. Ordering the Forbidden Ground to kill Lu Yi at all costs. Because everything Lu Yi had done since he began cultivating was too astonishing. If they didn't intervene now, he would become another formidable enemy in the future. This wasn't the first time the Forbidden Ground had annihilated those heavens chosen who shook the past and present. In fact, the demise of many top heavens chosen had the hand of the Forbidden Ground behind it, all for the sake of preventing figures similar to the 9 heavens great sage from appearing in this heaven and earth again. In fact, they also understood in their hearts that figures similar to the 9 heavens great sage would not be annihilated by them at all, but they still had to do it. What if, after all, if a supremely powerful figure appeared in this heaven and earth, they wouldn't ignore it just because the Forbidden Ground hadn't acted against them. Lu Yi's figure appeared outside the Dark Clan. The entire Dark Clan appeared in an egg-like shape, with a faint gray color like a patch of void, almost invisible. Their aura was completely contained. Surround it and attack with all your might, use your strongest attacks. I will observe your current state from the side. Lu Yi instructed. All right. Immediately, over 100 quasi-emperors dispersed. The Dark Clan had a great emperor, but did the Dark Clan's great emperor dare to show his head? Clearly not. The previous Dark Clan great emperor was a living example. Attack. In an instant, terrifying power surged. All the quasi-emperors wanted to perform, bringing out their strongest power. For a time, emperor techniques bloomed brilliantly. Existences who could become quasi-emperors in the 7th heaven basically didn't have the possibility of not mastering emperor divine abilities, because everyone's ancestors had more or less produced great emperors. Even a rogue cultivator like the boundless Taoist had once had a great opportunity to obtain emperor divine abilities. Of course, celestial venerable techniques did not appear. Emperor techniques still belonged to the divine abilities of a single great Tao, while celestial venerable techniques were basically the techniques of myriad Tao. It was very difficult to learn. Otherwise, with Lu Yi's level of being a simp in his previous life, 8 women would probably each have a celestial venerable fist. Boom, 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 boom. Countless roars resounded, and at this moment, the void was completely shattered, and chaos surged. The entire 7th heaven generated terrifying energy tides. The explosive attacks fiercely struck the Dark Clan's barrier, and the barrier began to flicker. It has to be said, the strength of the Dark Clan's barrier was truly unparalleled. It could withstand the attacks of so many quasi-emperors head-on. As expected, there was a god behind it. But it didn't matter. One should know that energy was relatively conserved. The attacks of so many quasi-emperors would definitely continuously consume the Dark Clan's power. Lu Yi was not in a hurry at all. At this moment, the Dark Clan fell into great turmoil. Countless buildings inside were instantly shattered, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. Enri and Li's expressions changed drastically. Not good, there are quasi-emperors attacking from outside. Enri instantly understood the current situation. How did they find us? Li was puzzled. I don't know, such a strong attack, we must activate the power of the god. Enri was quite skilled at defending his home. He made a decisive decision and chose to use the power of the Dark Clan god to stabilize the barrier. Because if the Dark Clan's barrier was broken, he, a great emperor, would be completely exposed under the nose of the 9 heavens great sage, and that would be the end of him. The statue with blindfolded eyes bloomed with black divine light, rushing towards the barrier. The rippling barrier instantly became stable. The bombardment from outside continued incessantly. The Dark Clan members gathered in the ruins, looking at the dazzling light and shadow outside the barrier, their eyes filled with a faint despair. Chapter 557 I want to anger Lu Yi. Such a scene was truly terrifying, causing people to feel an involuntary sense of suffocation. The end of the world was upon them. Although the other party couldn't break through the barrier, they still felt fear from the depths of their hearts. A person of the Dark Clan knelt down and worshipped the statue. As if a chain reaction had begun, a large number of people from the Dark Clan started worshipping the statue. Lu Yi waited until the group of quasi-emperors had fought for a while, and also roughly understood the strength and characteristics of these people. When he returned later, he would formulate cultivation goals for each of them. For these quasi-emperors, those weak in strength would improve their strength, those weak in attack would improve their attack, and those weak in defense would improve their defense. Whatever was weak would be improved. Of course, the resources needed during the improvement process would have to be obtained by these quasi-emperors themselves. Soon, Enli's counterattack arrived. She found the darkness origin. What's wrong? Is it about to start? The darkness origin's voice contained a hint of excitement. Yes, it's about to start. I need you to do one thing. The darkness origin was a little curious. What is it? Just like you helped Bai Chulin back then, I want my words to be reflected in the 9 heavens. The darkness origin had already frowned where Enli couldn't see. Originally, she and Lu Yi were enemies, so she naturally gloated at Lu Yi being bullied and exposed. But the current Lu Yi was her closest partner. Under these circumstances, how could she possibly harm Lu Yi? So what do you want to do? The darkness origin asked. Enli, she looked at the black mist in front of her, slightly hesitant. What was going on? She had made such a request, shouldn't the darkness origin be overwhelmingly excited? Why was her attitude like this now? Had something happened to the darkness origin? Don't look at me with that gaze, I'm annoyed. The darkness origin's voice was full of vigor, without a trace of guilt. Last time, that Bai Chulin, she said she wanted to reflect the 9 heavens, and what was the result? The result was that she played herself to death. The darkness origin, also became the laughingstock of the 9 heavens. Now you want to do some reflection of the 9 heavens again. I get a headache just hearing these 4 words now. The darkness origin couldn't help but feel angry when this matter was brought up. Enli, am I as foolish as Bai Chulin? How would I know? In reality, the darkness origin had already begun to quickly contact Lu Yi. So, with this matter of reflecting the 9 heavens, I must know what you want to do in advance. I don't want to fall into the same pit twice. Enli felt a little uneasy. Why was this darkness origin interfering with everything now? However, forget it, she would just tell it. This time I reflect the 9 heavens, I just want to provoke Lu Yi. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to make him take the bait willingly? I know Lu Yi's weakness. I will clearly tell everyone Lu Yi's weakness. By then, Lu Yi will definitely be enraged and embarrassed, and he will inevitably come to kill me. The darkness origin didn't want to waste any time and reported Enli's words truthfully, almost doing a live broadcast for Lu Yi. Lu Yi heard this. My weakness. He really wasn't sure what his weakness was. However, for the long-term undercover work of the darkness origin, Lu Yi pondered for a while. Agree to her. Lu Yi was quite foolish in his previous life, he admitted that. What difference did it make to be scolded a bit? It would only continuously accumulate his rage value. The higher the rage value, the higher the kill line. Then I'll really reflect the 9 heavens. If this woman really says something particularly excessive, 9 lives, you can confidently tell me, and I can directly kill Enli. Lu Yi smiled. Temporarily, it should be impossible to kill her. If nothing unexpected happens, the substitute GU worm should be on her body, and her resurrection point is in the Dark Clan. Killing her now will only expose you, which is not worth the loss. Lu Yi was very clear about this matter. If it weren't for the substitute GU, with the darkness origin's real-time reporting of Enli's whereabouts, Lu Yi would have gone and killed the other party long ago. Killing Enli now would only be beating the bush and alerting the snake. Moreover, Lu Yi had already thought of a good idea, which still required the darkness origin to maintain its hidden stance. The stance of the darkness origin must never be exposed. Taking Enli's life, it wasn't simple, but if you said it was difficult, it really wasn't very difficult. Enli was not the focus was the Dark Clan, the focus was the god of the Dark Clan. Start reflecting the 9 heavens. I want to see what my weakness she is going to talk about. Okay. I advise her not to seek death. A black light appeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, within the 9 heavens, above layer upon layer of the sky, light and shadows appeared. This scene caused many people in the 9 heavens to be stunned. This scene. Hiss, it's so familiar. Many people's bodies began to tremble slightly, looking at the huge light and shadow appearing above their heads. The phantom of the 9 heavens great sage materialized for the first time. However, he didn't attack, because the darkness origin's method of reflecting the 9 heavens was actually just forming the scattered power in the 9 heavens into a huge light screen, reflecting the scene from one place. It wasn't considered an over-the-top method. But the Nine Heavens great sage still came out. It wasn't because of anything else, but just to closely watch whether the darkness origin would cause any violations. Well, the main point was to be conscientious and responsible. At this moment, countless beings in the Nine Heavens were looking up, and they knew clearly in their hearts. Watching the excitement, they could watch the excitement again. Good. Not only watching the excitement, but also the excitement of a celestial venerable. What is human nature? It is to watch the excitement. Even the most amazing person, when they see a group of people arguing and fighting, they will stop and watch for a bit in a safe situation. After the last reflection of the Nine Heavens, many people missed it due to various reasons. Later, when they heard others talk about it, they were truly regretful, and even at one point thought they had fallen behind the times. Since that incident, many people would tell those around them that if something like this happened again, they must remind them. No matter what they were doing, they had to remind themselves. Other things could be done anytime. But eating melon, if you don't eat it, it's truly fleeting. So this time, there were many more people watching the excitement than in this life. Sixth heaven. The vermilion bird and others also opened their eyes. Looking at the light screen in the sky. Hongling looked at the light screen, thinking of past events, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Even though Bai Chulin later became so vicious, the kindness she had shown her in the past was also genuine. Until she became like that in the end, Hongling still felt a pang of pain when she thought of it now. Shangguan Wanling emerged from the 10,000 soul banner, looking at the light screen with curiosity. Vermilion bird, will I be able to see Luyi Gerger in the light screen this time? I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him so much, Shangguan Wanling asked. I don't know, but we'll know soon. Chapter 558 Opening. Shangguan Wanling had already been awake in the 10,000 soul banner for some time. A faint aura of resentment now clung to her soul, and although the vermilion bird had tried its best to prevent the 10,000 soul banner from tormenting Shangguan Wanling, the banner's very nature was like that. However, Shangguan Wanling was also a ruthless person. She actually didn't feel that entering the 10,000 soul banner was a particularly bad thing. A mere 10,000 soul banner, as long as it could help her catch up to Luyi Gerger's footsteps, she could completely endure this pain. Exactly what kind of pain it was, only Shangguan Wanling herself would know. Without Shangguan Wanling, the vermilion bird's cultivation speed simply skyrocketed. However, ascending to the seventh heaven was still relatively far away. Within the light screen, Enli's figure appeared. She wore a black long dress, her face was delicate, and her fair skin seemed to subtly glow. Although she wore no accessories, she possessed a clean and radiant beauty. To be honest, Enli had lived in the dark clans since she was a child, and when she was very young, she became the saintess, undergoing the saintess's transformation and interacting with very few people, because she was the saintess, and the dark clan members of her age didn't dare to approach her. Originally, she was truly as pure and clean as a little white flower. Luyi was also attracted by this temperament back then, and coupled with her pitiful state, he stole her away. Who knew that she was indeed clean, but also twisted? And when she set her mind on something, she would act like a mad demon, never giving up until it was done. Everyone in the Nine Heavens saw Enli in the picture. Is this Nine-Live Celestial Venerable's woman from his previous life again? Let's not talk about anything else, okay? Just Nine-Live Celestial Venerable's aesthetic taste is absolutely impeccable, someone said with a smile and emotion. Indeed, and each has her own merits. Celestial Venerable's preferences are truly extensive. Tisk, this time I want to see how this one will accuse Celestial Venerable. Unlike the previous time, the Nine Heavens reflection that time showed Luyi still in the fourth heaven. Although not a few people knew Luyi, many people didn't know what kind of person Luyi was. But now it was different. Luyi had killed his way up layer by layer. Those who were enemies with Luyi had been completely killed by Luyi. Among the others who remained, there were, of course, those who hated Luyi, but they could only hate him secretly in their hearts and would never express it. Because no one knew what level Luyi would reach in the future, and what kind of reckoning there would be in the future. Even saying a bad word about Luyi now was something they were unwilling to do. Their hearts were already filled with fear of Luyi. Enli knew that she was now appearing before many people. She slowly opened her mouth. My name is Enli, one of Luyi's ex-wives from his previous life. I am appearing before everyone this time to tell Lu Yi, doesn't he hate me? I am now in the 9 nether forbidden ground. I have the antidote for the 8th type of poison that you are so concerned about. If you come to find me now and shatter this forbidden ground, you can kill me and get the antidote for the 8th type of poison. And Li's expression was full of indifference. If you don't come, I will tell the world about your sins, all your scandals, and let everyone in the world know how humble the so-called 9 lives celestial venerable is in front of women. I want to tell everyone that you truly do not deserve the title of celestial venerable. 9 lives, come and kill me. Lu Yi was also watching the light screen in the sky. Not only him, but Shen Zitong and little Heavenly Dao had also come out, as well as the stone sword, 10,000 soul banner, and enlightenment tree. The enlightenment tree was very angry again. Damn and Li, to insult master like this, tree will definitely avenge master in the future. No, go avenge him now. As soon as the enlightenment tree disappeared, Lu Yi reached into the void and directly pulled the enlightenment tree back. Master, let go of me. I'm going to kill this woman who insulted master, the enlightenment tree said angrily. Watch honestly, otherwise I won't care about you. With just one sentence, the enlightenment tree was subdued. It couldn't imagine how it would live its life if master really didn't want it anymore. Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly. To be honest, the guardian Great Dao really had a big problem, and now that the enlightenment tree was absorbing more and more guardian Great Dao, it was gradually starting to become somewhat extreme. It was constantly thinking about protecting itself, and had even started to disregard everything else. It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to regulate it. Lu Yi, aren't you coming over yet? And Li said, then I'll talk about your first sin. Lu Yi's first sin is hypocrisy. Extreme hypocrisy. Lu Yi nodded seriously, saying, that's right, I am indeed a bit hypocritical. You probably don't know that Lu Yi is an orphan. He constantly claims that he lacks love, and then uses the excuse of lacking love to flirt around. At first, he was constantly ambiguous with his junior sister Hongling, but just once in the Tianzhou ancient battlefield, he met Shangguan Wanling and the Vermilion Bird. He constantly says he lacks love, using the excuse of lacking love to do things that are universally loving, repeatedly betraying others' love for him. Isn't this a hypocritical person? When he had Hongling, he also fell in love with the Vermilion Bird and Shangguan Wanling. When he had these three, he also took his maid Chu Ling into his room, not even sparing his master. Where is there a person who lacks love and is so lecherous and shameless? He once repeatedly said that he would only have the 5 of them from now on, but what happened? First it was Zhang Dai, then Yan Qingcheng, and finally me. Full of lies, extremely hypocritical. Does such a person have the right to be called a celestial venerable? Lu Yi is a hypocritical person. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help but nod slightly. From this perspective, it was indeed like this. But then what? Lu Yi's heart was unmoved, waiting for Li to continue. People from all sides of the 9 heavens were also listening with interest. Men, in this cultivation world, there are quite a few who remain consistent with their Tao companion, and what Lu Yi did was indeed hypocritical. As the saying goes, a man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. But then what? And Li waited for a while again, and found that Lu Yi still hadn't come over. The second thing is Lu Yi's stupidity. He is truly extremely stupid. 8 women, he really couldn't see any of them clearly. Among his women, there is one named Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling cultivated the sentimental Great Tao, but as a result, her sentimental Great Tao collapsed, and Lu Yi was so stupid that he didn't abandon her, but instead created a cultivation method that didn't cultivate the Great Tao for her, and stubbornly brought her to the Great Emperor realm. How stupid is that? Not only in this life, but also his maid Chu Ling. He knew in his previous life that Chu Ling was in danger, and after saving her, he not only didn't tell her the truth, but kept hiding it. And Li spoke loudly in the 9 heavens, accusing Lu Yi of various crimes. However, after she said that Lu Yi was stupid, the expressions of the people in the 9 heavens changed. Ah, Lu Yi, is he really like this? Chapter 559, Shake the Military Morale. Everyone in the 9 heavens had a strange look on their faces when they heard Li's words. And Li was constantly accusing. Lu Yi's stupidity lies in his endless fawning. In his previous life, no matter how he was treated, he would endure and retreat. If Chu Ling went on a crazy backstabbing spree against allies, he would repeatedly apologize for Chu Ling and wouldn't dare to punish Chu Ling in the slightest. If Hongling constantly caused trouble, he wouldn't even scold her, only helping Hongling clean up the mess. If Vermilion Bird Holy Mother always delayed important matters, he would also spend 10 or even 100 times the effort to make up for it, instead of punishing Vermilion Bird. All his good deeds are only hidden in his heart and not expressed. How can such a person with absolutely no IQ or EQ be anything but stupid? Enli was constantly accusing. Enli didn't know that as she spoke these words, one by one, women's eyes were shining brightly. They were really shining. This. Being Lu Yi's woman is actually this awesome. The stupid ones were still hesitating, but the smart ones were already charging towards the heavenly gate. Enli had no reaction. She said everything she thought was idiotic about Lu Yi. It must be said that in many areas, Lu Yi's performance was indeed very, very idiotic. It can be said that any normal person would handle things much better than him. Lu Yi felt that what he heard was very reasonable. So, continue. Darkness Origin, what are the reactions from all sides of the 9 heavens now? Enli asked. Darkness Origin. If she were in an Yuaner's appearance now, Enli would find that Darkness Origin's expression was simply indescribable, extremely strange. Very intense. Darkness Origin hesitated for a moment and said. How intense? Everyone is trying their best to get close to Lu Yi. Of course, this cannot be said to Enli. Don't keep talking about these issues. Is there anything more explosive? These issues can't even make Lu Yi blush, Darkness Origin suggested. Enli, these issues still can't make Lu Yi blush. In Enli's opinion, Lu Yi, as a celestial venerable, was so humble that he was completely unworthy of the name celestial venerable. Saying Lu Yi's humility to everyone in the 9 heavens is equivalent to trampling Lu Yi's face into the mud. Isn't this enough? What Lu Yi did, what's the difference between it and an emperor being constantly scolded by his concubines in the harem? All dignity and prestige are gone. Isn't this enough? Darkness Origin. Fortunately, I have already defected to Lu Yi in advance. I don't think so. Is there anything more exciting? Darkness Origin asked. Enli fell into thought. There is. He doesn't distinguish right from wrong. His true friends will fall, while those who use him live well and even exploit him will this work. Don't tell me, tell others. I'm not human, how would I know? Enli thought about it and it was true. So she began to complain again about Lu Yi not distinguishing between near and far, close and distant. What did the others hear? Holy shit. So, they ran even faster. Enough. Stop talking. A quasi-emperor in the 9 nether forbidden ground, covered in ferocious black armor, roared in anger. Enli frowned, her eyes turning somewhat fierce. Why can't I speak? Yu Wudao was furious, why are you shaking the morale before the battle? Enli, who is shaking the morale? I'm trying to make Lu Yi despised by the people of the 9 heavens. Yu Wudao was about to be enraged to death, despised my ass. The people of my 9 nether forbidden ground heard your words, their eyes have changed, and they are already considering surrendering, and you say despised. Enli, pass on my order, abandon the formation, leave the forbidden ground immediately, go to the heavenly gate, and kill Lu Yi. All the strong experts attack. Even this scene was being broadcast live by Darkness Origin. Terrifying auras shot straight into the sky at this moment. Black mist swirled in the 9 nether forbidden ground. The aura of a quasi-emperor bloomed unscrupulously. The army was already about to set off, heading straight for the heavenly gate. Wait a moment. Enli's expression changed slightly. What's wrong again? If you attack forcefully like this, you might not be able to catch Lu Yi. He is good at great formations. If he fights a positional battle with you using the heavenly gate's great formation, the outcome is hard to say. Get lost. Yu Wudao roared angrily and punched Enli. The angry blow of a quasi-emperor. A buzzing sound appeared within Enli's body. The second before she died, she transformed into a GU worm, and then the GU worm turned into dust. Go all out, kill Lu Yi. Kill Lu Yi. This scene was still being reflected in the 9 heavens. Heavenly Gate. Another large group of quasi-emperors quickly arrived, requesting to see Lu Yi. Not only quasi-emperors, but also emperors, and even those in the Great Dao realm. Countless strong experts were converging towards the heavenly gate, hoping to become Lu Yi's subordinates. Even more were a vast number of stunningly beautiful women, rushing towards the heavenly gate regardless of everything. They all wanted to become Lu Yi's Dao companion. Even if they were just one of many Dao companions. As long as they could become one, they would have no regrets. Please rest assured, Celestial Venerable, we will definitely be obedient, we will definitely not lose our temper, and we will definitely not court death. Some people were still talking on the way. I really didn't expect Lu Yi to be such a person. Yes, I originally heard that Lu Yi had fought his way up, so I thought this person was another killer, extremely vicious, but I didn't expect it. If I had known earlier, I would have joined the Heavenly Gate long ago. Actually, Lu Yi's character had already begun to show in the fifth heaven. Before that, he was irreconcilable with the myriad ancient sect, and many forces initially besieged and killed him. What was the result? He just let these forces compensate with a lot of source stones and let them go. A life and death enmity, and compensating with source stones was enough. He didn't settle the score until he ascended. If it were me, I would definitely wipe out their entire clan. Wouldn't the source stones still be mine? Yes, and in the sixth heaven, Lu Yi's poverty was so extreme that it reached the seventh heaven, and even people in the eighth heaven had heard that Lu Yi was incredibly poor, often using himself as bait to fish, and even using his ex-wife as bait to fish, but he stubbornly didn't kill people and steal treasures. Lu Yi was already infamous before. Even if he killed people and seized resources, who could do anything to him? They could only secretly resent him in their hearts. But what did Lu Yi do? He refined and sold elixirs, helped others improve their formations, improve their cultivation methods. The improved effects were excellent, and he didn't ask for many source stones. When you say it like that, it seems to be true. Then what are we still worried about? He is willing to forgive even enemies, and he won't bully strangers at all. If we become his own people. Quick, faster. The strong experts from the Forbidden Ground want to stifle our human clan's heavens chosen. We must not let them succeed no matter what. Faster. I swear to advance and retreat with Lu Yi. Chapter 560. It's all Yu Wudao's blame. And Li's words echoed throughout the 9 heavens. Vermilion Bird and others in the 6th heaven, upon hearing An Li's words, felt an extreme complexity in their hearts, because they knew Lu Yi had been very good to them. But now, hearing An Li recount each and every incident, they finally understood just how good Lu Yi was, and also realized just how far they had gone in their previous life. It could be said that any random woman pulled off the street, when treated with Lu Yi's full heart and sincerity, would be incredibly moved, willing to sacrifice their life for Lu Yi. Because isn't that how many death warriors are trained? As a result, not only did they not die for Lu Yi, but they directly caused Lu Yi's death. One could only say, heartless beasts. Lu Yi Gerger's favorite in the previous life was indeed me. Shangguan Wanling heard An Li's words and was instantly satisfied. Because didn't she say that someone named Shangguan Wanling, even after losing the path of sentience, was brought to the great emperor realm? And also said this matter was utterly foolish. No one else was utterly foolish, only she was utterly foolish again. Isn't this enough to explain some issues? It's very obvious, isn't it? Lu Yi Gerger. Shangguan Wanling called out infatuatedly. Vermilion Bird felt goosebumps all over her body. Don't call out like that, like decadent music. The sound Shangguan Wanling just made, anyone who didn't know would think Shangguan Wanling had already reached. But I just miss Lu Yi Gerger, I want to immediately cultivate together with Lu Yi Gerger. Vermilion Bird, you're already in a soul state, what are you cultivating together for? So what? Divine cultivation is the best. I knew it, Lu Yi Gerger didn't care about me, he directly ascended, it must have a deeper meaning. He must be thinking of performing divine cultivation with me in the future. So, Lu Yi Gerger's favorite was me not only in the previous life, but in this life too. Vermilion Bird, Sun Ruowei, Yu Hongling, the three of them were utterly speechless. Yu Hongling even wanted to directly mock her. Even though Shangguan Wanling had once saved her, she still felt her idiocy aversion syndrome constantly acting up. And Li is really getting more and more annoying. Her action was entirely meant to humiliate senior brother, but she ended up losing more than she gained. Senior brother was too good to too many people in his previous life. His only biggest flaw was being too good to people. What An Li is saying now is simply vindicating senior brother. When I see An Li now, my idiocy aversion syndrome can't help but act up again, Yu Hongling said with a voice full of disdain. Hongling, why did you say, again? Shangguan Wanling asked. It's nothing, a slip of the tongue. Oh, I thought it was because your idiocy aversion syndrome had acted up because of me once before. Yu Hongling, not just once, but at least 80 times if not 100, alright. For example, right now, it's acting up. Hongling forcefully suppressed the irritation in her heart, trying hard to maintain a state that wasn't particularly irritable. Enli was reborn within the Dark Clan at this moment. Indeed, just as Lu Yi had said, there was a life substituting Gu on Enli. The current Enli and Lu Yi were in the same heaven, so her guard against Lu Yi was definitely at its maximum. As a result, her guard against Lu Yi was fully raised, but she never expected that her life wasn't taken by Lu Yi, but by the quasi-emperor of the Nine Nether Forbidden Ground. Enli, while being resurrected in the Dark Clan, still had confusion and disbelief in her eyes. What was Yu Wudao saying? What was he saying? He said she was shaking morale. What the heck is shaking morale? She was practically cursing Lu Yi to death. Wouldn't a celestial venerable be angry being cursed like this? Before, when she got angry and threw a tantrum, as long as she made a scene in public, Lu Yi would get very angry, but he would also have to tolerate her. This showed that Lu Yi truly cared about his reputation in front of outsiders. As a result, now she had exposed his past in front of the entire Nine Heavens. Wouldn't he be angry? If he was angry, why didn't he come over and kill her immediately? In such a situation, how could he say she was shaking morale? This was an insult, an extreme insult to herself. She was clearly doing something to harm the enemy, yet he said she was shaking the morale of her own people. Wasn't this fiercely slapping her face? Wasn't this saying she was just a useless person? No, this was saying she was even worse than a useless person. Enli gritted her teeth. Yu Wudao. That damned Yu Wudao. Not only did he kill a very precious life substituting Gu of hers, but he also humiliated her like this. If he hadn't appeared midway, Lu Yi might have already entered the encirclement by now. Therefore, it was all Yu Wudao's fault. He must apologize to her. He must apologize. Enli didn't stop and immediately came outside the Dark Clan. Darkness Origin. Darkness Origin was almost dying of laughter, but as he laughed, he thought about how Lu Yi's reputation had already spread. Even someone like Shangguan Wanling could be pulled up to become a great emperor by Lu Yi in the previous life. If this news got out, everyone would go crazy. By then, who knew how many little sluts would come out to compete with him for 9 lives? Damn it. It's all Enli's fault. If you don't know how to humiliate, then don't humiliate. What is this now? No, he had to curse Enli to vent his anger. I really didn't expect you to be Lu Yi's mole. When exactly did you defect to Lu Yi? Darkness Origin's voice was very displeased. The strong practitioners of the Dark Clan also followed Enli out, just a short distance behind her. When Darkness Origin said this, the strong practitioners of the Dark Clan's expression slightly changed. What did he mean? Enli instantly widened her eyes. Her anger hadn't even erupted yet, but now Darkness Origin had instead unleashed his fury upon Enli. What nonsense are you talking about? Who defected to Lu Yi? Enli's voice suddenly rose. Darkness Origin let out a cold sneer. Hey, pretend. Keep pretending. What am I pretending about? Tell me. The flames in Enli's heart surged wildly, already showing signs of going mad. When Enli went mad, she truly disregarded everything. But Lu Yi from the previous life was afraid of Enli going mad, whereas Darkness Origin wasn't afraid at all, never had been. If you want to go mad, go mad with all your might, who can you scare? Even if you die, no one will care. If you haven't surrendered, why are you constantly talking about Lu Yi's strengths instead of his weaknesses? What you said was clearly telling the world that Lu Yi is a person completely worth befriending. As long as you befriend Lu Yi, or even without deep friendship, Lu Yi will not let you down. Isn't this helping Lu Yi gather powerful individuals from all over the world? Enli's eyes practically had burning flames in them. You. Bullshit. As soon as she finished speaking this sentence, Darkness Origin had already transformed into a whip and fiercely struck Enli's face. This whip strike mercilessly sent Enli flying, leaving a clear whip mark on her face. Chapter 561 Enli, you are an undercover. You dog thing, do you have the right to curse at me? Darkness Origin was simply ecstatic. Let you curse 9 lives. Let you curse 9 lives. This old lady will fiercely whip your mouth rotten. Let's see if you still dare to curse 9 lives. Darkness Origin. Enli was completely mad, screaming out the name Darkness Origin with all her might. Crack. Darkness Origin showed no mercy, giving another fierce whip. I will definitely destroy you, I will definitely destroy you. When the god arrives, I will definitely destroy you at the first opportunity. I will make you die in endless gnawing. You will die a terrible death. Darkness Origin, however, laughed. Right. God arrives. Kill me. Your god will land on Lu Yi. If he can descend through Lu Yi's body, Darkness Origin dares to turn into ink for you to practice calligraphy. Watching the crazy Enli, Darkness Origin whipped Enli's body fiercely, one whip after another. In fact, Darkness Origin itself couldn't unleash too much power, but whipping an Enli who had already given up on cultivation was simply too easy. The whip transformed from Darkness Origin came from all directions. No matter how Enli dodged or hid, the whip could still fiercely lash her mouth. Even if there were arms blocking, it would whip the arms away and continue to lash fiercely. Enli's mouth was whipped rotten. Fellow Taoist, is that enough? Enri's voice sounded. He actually walked out of the Dark Clan. One must know that Enri, as the family head, rarely left the Dark Clan, especially since he was a great emperor. If he were targeted by the Nine Heavens Great Sage, it would truly be extremely troublesome. No. Darkness Origin, however, gave the other party no face at all. Wasn't he just a great emperor? There were many great emperors hidden within her body. You are just one great emperor. What are you? Are you worthy of making me stop? Fellow Taoist, do you really want to let that Lu Yi reap the benefits? Enri said with a somewhat gloomy voice. HMPH, with such a traitor around, Lu Yi won't just reap the benefits, he'll wipe us all out. What? Reap the benefits? It's ridiculous. I even suspect that this Enli is completely ill-intentioned. Perhaps after betraying Lu Yi, she betrayed your Dark Clan god, and is just waiting for your Dark Clan's god to descend. Darkness Origin spoke casually, completely unafraid of making things worse. When she said this, she was actually observing Enli's expression, to see if Enli would show any panic after being guessed correctly. Unfortunately, Enli was now completely mad, and there was nothing unusual. Fellow Taoist, watch your words. It's not that I'm talking nonsense, it's truly because this Enli is such an existence. Anyway, I think she's not right. But I am not an enemy of your Dark Clan, but an ally. I won't whip Enli to death here today. Take her back. This time is truly damn unlucky, to have done such a stupid thing. Tell Enli, if she does such a stupid thing again next time, absolutely do not look for me again. I truly find it embarrassing. After Darkness Origin finished speaking, she instantly dissipated. Great. It felt damn good. I had wanted to whip this mouth for a long time, and now it was quite satisfying. I should report my merits to 9 Lives and ask for praise. 9 Lives, are you there? But unfortunately, this time no one responded to her. Because Lu Yi was truly getting busy now. Another large batch of quasi-emperors entered the Heavenly Gate, all in a hurry, and they didn't even bring the 4 spirits treasures that Lu Yi liked. But Lu Yi was not disappointed either. Since the people had arrived, what treasures wouldn't be a matter of time? Now that the Forbidden Ground experts had arrived, Lu Yi truly rushed into the Heavenly Gate's formation at the first opportunity, rapidly improving the formation, and began arranging all the arriving quasi-emperors together with the previous quasi-emperors. In a very short time, the number of quasi-emperor experts within the Heavenly Gate had actually reached 140. How should I put it? How many quasi-emperors were there in the entire 7th heaven? It could be said that besides those in seclusion, and those who were severely injured and unable to move, basically all the other quasi-emperors had come. This was a very terrifying number. So, with so many quasi-emperors, a great formation instantly appeared in Lu Yi's mind. It was called the 108 Heavenly Stars and Earthly Fiends, Circulatory Heaven Star Do Limitless Profound Transformation Formation. The name was very long. But this was also normal. There were thousands upon thousands of formations in the world, and formation names were truly hard to come up with. It was easy to repeat names, and the longer the name, the less likely it was to be repeated. Moreover, names that were long were generally quite impressive. This formation allowed these quasi-emperors to quickly observe, including what they should do. The newly arrived quasi-emperors were arranged as substitutes. If anyone was severely injured or died, a new substitute would immediately fill the spot. Just as Lu Yi was busy, the sky turned black. Rolling black clouds and mist were simply covering the sky and blocking out the sun, and the entire void turned black. Countless terrifying figures, carrying monstrous aura, rushed towards the Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate small world was only opened by quasi-emperors. In fact, upon reaching the Emperor realm, one already possessed the ability to open a small world. The small worlds here refer to small worlds that are worth cultivating in. Small worlds opened by existences before the Emperor realm were small worlds with incomplete Great Dao, and were not considered much. The Heavenly Gate small world instantly fell apart. There was no chance to struggle. The Heavenly Gate was exposed before the Forbidden Ground experts. The great formation of the entire Heavenly Gate activated. Shadows enveloped it, and the aura covered the sky and earth, making people's breathing stagnant, as if their hearts had stopped beating. There were many experts in the Forbidden Ground. Quasi-emperors were countless. They didn't have much opportunity to improve. Whatever their strength was at the moment the Forbidden Ground was formed, that was basically their strength. But they would take humans or other beings as disciples and successors. Some of these people had even become great emperors. Lu Yi looked around. Good, good, good. All 5 Forbidden Grounds had come. Some Forbidden Grounds he hadn't provoked in his previous life, because the places where the Forbidden Grounds existed were very remote. Lu Yi took a rough look. So many. There were truly many quasi-emperors. There were actually over 300. This was the Forbidden Ground. It was as if they could mass-produce quasi-emperors. This was also why Li believed that as long as she could invite the Forbidden Ground, capturing Lu Yi alive would truly not be a big problem. No one could contend against 300 quasi-emperors, unless a great emperor appeared. Everyone in the Heavenly Gate had extremely solemn expressions. The aura was too terrifying. It was like a great world appearing above their heads, with the possibility of crashing down at any moment. This great battle, it is feared, can already be called a world war. Chapter 562 War. There are many quasi-emperors, which is outrageous. But it was within Lu Yi's expectations. The Forbidden Ground came from outside the 9 heavens, and within the Forbidden Ground, the beings inside are almost immortal and indestructible. One by one, Forbidden Grounds fell. Back then, the 9 heavens great sage primarily cleared out Forbidden Grounds that had celestial venerables and great emperors, but didn't pay much attention to Forbidden Grounds with only quasi-emperors. Because quasi-emperors who cannot improve their strength cannot really have too much impact on the 9 heavens. Given the 9 heavens great sage more time, he could have actually pulled out all the Forbidden Grounds. Unfortunately, don't look at how many quasi-emperors there are in the Forbidden Grounds. As long as a top heavens chosen appears, they can kill their way into the Forbidden Ground and slaughter them. Of course, those in the Forbidden Grounds can also come out and slaughter living beings. The Forbidden Grounds had done such things before. However, every time they came out to kill, they were unstoppable in the early stage, hesitated in the middle stage, and were routed and fled in the later stage. In the end, this is the home ground of this heaven and earth. The appearance of the Forbidden Grounds can only be used to stimulate the emergence of top heavens chosen in this heaven and earth. And not truly to destroy the world. Those top powerhouses are not fools. 300 Forbidden Ground quasi-emperors pressured the universe. Furthermore, a massive number of Emperor Realm and Great Dao Realm powerhouses followed closely behind. Yu Wudao looked at the Heavenly Gate, his eyes terrifying. And Li was simply a fool who delayed the opportunity. He was originally prepared to lead the army directly to shatter this Heavenly Gate and kill that Lu Yi without saying a word. As a result, Li told them that Lu Yi was extremely skilled in formations and skilled at escaping. It would be better to lure him into the Forbidden Ground. Within the Forbidden Ground, it forms its own heaven and earth, and Lu Yi would have nowhere to escape. She even said that she understood Lu Yi very well. Fool. So now, there is no need for any more nonsense. Attack with full force, shatter it. 300 quasi-emperors, attacking with full force. Yu Wudao did not believe that any formation could withstand it. When power surpasses a certain limit, all techniques will become ineffective. Boom. A radiance far more brilliant than the quasi-emperor battle when Lu Yi first ascended bloomed. Huge destructive fluctuations. At this moment, even the great emperors of the 8th heaven opened their eyes. The cultivators of the 6th heaven trembled, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. The grand formation of the Heavenly Gate immediately erupted with chaotic colors. Countless attacks heavily landed on the formation. The entire Heavenly Gate was completely covered by light, making it impossible to see what was inside. Continue the full force attack. I don't believe that one formation can withstand so many attacks. Although it was impossible to see what was happening inside the terrifying destructive light, just by listening to the sound of the explosions, one could tell that the formation had not yet shattered. In Yu Wudao's view, it was only a matter of time. And it wouldn't take too long. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying wailing sound rang out, a sound like a massive object moving extremely fast, intensely rubbing against the strong wind. The boiling destructive light generated huge waves. In the next instant, a massive sword light, as if capable of splitting heaven and earth, rushed out from the various colored lights and fiercely slashed towards the crowd from the forbidden ground. This was the sword light unleashed by the combined force of 108 quasi-emperors. The speed was extremely fast. Before the sword light even approached, the surrounding void had already become solidified, as if turning into a muddy swamp, restricting everyone's movement. Some quasi-emperors, even if they wanted to escape as quickly as possible, found that they seemed unable to escape. If even quasi-emperors were like this, let alone other weaker individuals. With one sword strike, the very center of the sword light was cut into a void, and 3 quasi-emperors as well as countless powerhouses below the quasi-emperor realm were turned into dust. Be careful, spread out. Yu Wudao let out a low roar. The means of attacking the formation were still ongoing, and Yu Wudao felt that breaking through the formation was entirely a matter of time. While the outside was attacking, the inside was also attacking. In an instant, endless fist prints surged through the destructive explosion towards the beings within the forbidden ground. The two sides exchanged blows with extreme intensity. Great Dao appeared, like giant pythons piercing through the chaotic void. Limitless divine light swept across, annihilating everything in the world. Lu Yi was inside the formation, watching the ripples constantly rising on the formation. A large amount of source stones were thrown into the formation, and along with all the emperors, they were continuously poured into the formation. Speaking of which, Lu Yi really had to thank Enli. If it weren't for Enli's speech, how would the Heavenly Gate have gathered so many powerhouses, and even many of them were women, thinking of coming over to get in touch with Lu Yi. As a result, upon arriving at the Heavenly Gate, they became consumables for the formation, their own energy continuously flowing into the formation, helping to maintain its stability. The key point is that they were also working very hard, thinking of letting Lu Yi see their efforts. What if Lu Yi could be moved by their tenacious side? Lu Yi was paying attention to the various formation bases of the formation. After the group of quasi-emperors formed the formation, each attack was the combined strength of 108 quasi-emperors. Unless the quasi-emperors of the Forbidden Ground also formed a formation, a single quasi-emperor would simply be unable to resist this force. This was a war. A magnificent and fierce war. Lu Yi was the commander of this war. As time passed by minute, the powerhouses of the Forbidden Ground soon couldn't hold on anymore. Such bombardment seemed to have no significant effect on the formation. Yu Wudao saw the situation. Form the formation. Who said the people of the Forbidden Ground wouldn't form formations? However, the formation of the people from the Forbidden Ground did not have as many quasi-emperors as Lu Yi's side. There were 108 on this side, while the most on that side was only 72. However, the attacks after forming the formation were clearly stronger, and the Heavenly Gate's sect-protecting grand formation began to flicker violently, as if there was a possibility of it shattering. This greatly boosted the morale of the powerhouses on the Forbidden Ground side. Speaking of the current scene, it's just that those alien race people from the first heaven are already dead. If those alien race were still alive and saw this scene, they would definitely roar. You've been fooled, you've been fooled. This formation isn't going to break at all. Lu Yi is just deceiving you. Unfortunately, all the alien race who attacked the Great Dao sect in the first heaven that time died. History is always surprisingly similar. It doesn't matter if the methods are the same or different, as long as they are equally useful, then they are the best methods. After the Forbidden Ground powerhouses formed their formation, they could no longer disperse to face the attacks of the human clan quasi-emperors. The attacks formed by the 108 heavenly stems and earthly branches, Zhoutian Star Do Limitless Profound Transformation formation on this side were clearly stronger than the formation formed by the Forbidden Ground. The two sides bombarded each other, and instantly a large number of Forbidden Ground quasi-emperors vomited blood, almost being blown up on the spot. However, the Heavenly Gate side was not that relaxed either. The grand formation was truly enduring immense pressure, consuming massive amounts of resources every moment. Some Great Dao realm powerhouses were almost killed by the backlash of one attack. There were also Emperor realm powerhouses who vomited blood endlessly from the formation's backlash. But thankfully, they could still hold on. The resources within the Heavenly Gate decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 563, Killing the Quasi-Emperor. Lu Yi stepped forward at this moment. Facing the numerous quasi-emperors and the powerhouses who had come to provide support, he spoke, asking to borrow treasures. The treasures borrowed at this time would definitely be returned with equivalent value in the future, or even incur a debt of gratitude. With Lu Yi making such a promise, what more could everyone say? The Heavenly Gate, which was originally in urgent need of resources, instantly gained a large batch of resources. Lu Yi estimated that this batch of resources could probably last for at most half an hour. Forget it, half an hour was already quite a bit. Continue. Lu Yi came before the great array, his eyes turning silver as he looked at the scene outside. First, condense a sword light, and attack according to what I say. Everyone agreed. Now, primordial forbidden ground. Suddenly, Lu Yi spoke. The sword light condensed by the great array instantly slashed towards the formation of the primordial forbidden ground. And the primordial forbidden ground had just launched an attack at this very moment, only to see the sword light arriving in an instant. Everything seemed to be just right. PFF'd. Even though the primordial forbidden ground reacted quickly enough, at this moment, 3 quasi-emperors were instantly killed by the sword light. This sword light was truly too sharp. With one slash, it was simply not something that 1 or 2 quasi-emperors could withstand. Having lost these few quasi-emperors, the primordial forbidden ground did not feel heartache and continued to attack. Under Lu Yi's command, the attacks condensed by the great array always struck at unexpected times and from unexpected angles, causing great trouble for the 5 forbidden grounds for a time. This time, the 5 forbidden grounds, having received the command from their forbidden ground lords, all came out in full force. Because looking at Lu Yi's rise along the way, if Lu Yi were to become a saint in the future, it was feared he would not be weaker than the 9 Heavens Great Sage. The Forbidden Ground Lords absolutely would not allow the appearance of a second 9 Heavens Great Sage. Therefore, they had to kill Lu Yi with all their might. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had already gained momentum. Although his own cultivation had not reached that level, many powerhouses had already gathered around him. The human clan allied army had not yet taken shape during the first 6 heavens, but by the 7th heaven, it already had a faint trend of taking shape. The great battle raged on, the fighting never stopped. Time passed by minute, second by second. Yu Wudao was already anxious. The formation, which was originally about to break, still had not broken. The powerhouses of the Forbidden Grounds were continuously falling, and now 1/10 of them had actually fallen. In other words, 30 quasi-emperors had died outside the formation, simply because they couldn't break through the great array. In such a large-scale battle, even for quasi-emperors, death was truly instantaneous and without hesitation. Damn the Dark Clan, Yu Wudao said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for that woman talking nonsense, how could things have turned out like this? How could there be such a foolish woman in this world? The Dark Clan truly deserved to be destroyed. But since things had come to this point, there was no reason to retreat. They could only continue fighting fiercely. Yu Wudao simply didn't believe that the Great Array's energy could be inexhaustible. The attacks they formed by forming formations were also world-destroying and absolutely not easily defended against. The maintenance of this formation definitely consumed vast amounts of energy. Therefore, it couldn't last for too long. Now, Yu Wudao no longer hoped to directly break the formation, but rather to completely exhaust the formation's energy. This time, Yu Wudao could be considered to have witnessed Lu Yi's formation methods. Unbreakable. Truly unbreakable. The powerhouses of the Forbidden Grounds were still continuously falling. However, 300 quasi-emperors was truly too many. Even with the fallen, the number still remained above 200. Similar to what Yu Wudao thought, the Heavenly Gate and other resources were indeed being consumed greatly. Even the various formation bases were constantly being damaged due to such powerful bombardments. In other words, this sect-protecting Great Array was reaching the end of its lifespan at an extremely fast speed. The next step would be close-quarters combat. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. His strength had surged. He was now at Great Dao Realm 5th Heaven, 2 major realms away from a quasi-emperor. However, he felt that after a great transformation, his chances of facing a quasi-emperor now might be particularly high. This time, he might as well give it a try. The deceit mask was put on his face. Under Lu Yi's command, all powerhouses below the Emperor realm retreated. They waited for the battle to end at the shelter he had built. Lu Yi's aura continuously weakened, and weakened further. Finally, it weakened to the point where it was even more insignificant than dust. Basically, it was exactly as Lu Yi had calculated. The moment Lu Yi's aura completely disappeared, the great array completely shattered. The great battle began. The 108 heavenly fiends and earthly demons Zhou Tian Star Do Wuji Xuanhua array, carrying a terrifying aura, stirred the Zhou Tian stars, shattered the void, plunged into chaos, and charged towards the people of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Yi's figure completely disappeared, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The 5 Forbidden Ground great arrays crushed forward, surrounding the human side's great array from 3 directions, plus above and below, and crushed down fiercely. In an instant, the bodies of quasi-emperors exploded. A melee, it was completely a melee. Various emperor weapons appeared, fully revived, erupting with emperor might. Even chaos seemed to solidify. This kind of life and death battle made this group of quasi-emperors, who had been silent for a long time, become hot-blooded, as if they had returned to their youthful years. Kill, kill, kill. Fight, fight, fight. Lu Yi had been paying attention to the battle situation. It was good. The formation formed by these 108 people was indeed much stronger than the formations of the Forbidden Grounds. The stars all over the sky, whether in the 7th heaven, or the 3rd heaven, or the 8th heaven, as long as they were stars, their power was borrowed by the formation. The 9 heavens great sage, however, did not care about such matters. Because the flow of this masterless power was truly nothing worth caring about, and there was no way to control it. Take the Taiyan star and Sun star for example. Whether it was a cultivator from the 1st heaven or a celestial venerable great emperor from the 9 heavens, they could borrow their power. Could you say you could cut off the transmission of the Taiyan star and Sun star's energy? Completely impossible. Boom. There was another massive collision. Chaos was extremely chaotic, and the terrifying aftershocks seemed capable of destroying everything. But now Lu Yi withstood the aftershocks. He seized the opportunity and suddenly struck. 3 sharp cries instantly echoed in the mind of a quasi-emperor from a forbidden ground. The 3 sounds intertwined, forming the most terrifying sound. Even a quasi-emperor fell into a momentary stagnation under this sound. It was at this moment that Lu Yi's fist was raised. Celestial Venerable Fist. This punch did not use the power of the nascent world, it was purely Lu Yi's own power. It was merely Hongmeng power, only slightly weaker than the power of a great emperor. Along with all the great Dao twisted into a python, all the power in his body converged onto his fist at this moment. Boom! There was a huge roar. The quasi-emperor, who was in a state of stupor and already injured, was directly blasted into dust by Lu Yi's punch. A quasi-emperor, without much complication, just died under Lu Yi's fist like this. Along with the opponent's soul and storage ring, they disappeared together. Chapter 564. Are you interested? Lu Yi's figure quickly disappeared. The quasi-emperor from the Forbidden Ground had a solemn expression, constantly searching for Lu Yi's trace, but the surroundings were too chaotic, and they couldn't find him. The human emperor banner took away the opponent's soul. Lu Yi discovered something was wrong. The opponent's soul, upon entering the human emperor banner, actually quickly became scattered, as if it wasn't a normal soul but was pieced together from countless soul fragments. Now that this person was dead, the soul turned back into fragments. No wonder the powerhouses from the Forbidden Ground remained at the same realm they were when they appeared. It turned out their souls weren't complete. But this was just right. In an instant, all the souls swarmed forward, devouring these soul fragments on the spot. Lu Yi continued searching for opportunities. Of course, the people from the Forbidden Ground were also searching for Lu Yi. Their goal was to kill Lu Yi. As long as they killed Lu Yi, they could leave now. But they couldn't find Lu Yi's trace. The great battle continued without stop. Since Lu Yi arrived at the 7th heaven, the 7th heaven had truly become extremely lively, with more quasi-emperors falling in a short time than in the past 100,000 years combined. It was as if a true prosperous era had appeared. Quasi-emperors from the human clan also fell. In such a great battle, falling was simply too normal. It was just that the formation showed no sign of breaking open, and as soon as a quasi-emperor within the formation fell, someone would immediately take their place. The Book of Life and Death was absorbing souls. Without saying anything else, once Lu Yi truly reached a very powerful level, these souls stored in the Book of Life and Death would be reborn into great opportunities in the future. Furthermore, Lu Yi could let them enter his world and become the first batch of cultivators. Fight, fight, fight. Lu Yi found another opportunity and killed another quasi-emperor. The battle was in full swing. The people of the Dark Clan had been observing this battle. The ferocity of the battle was shocking. Was this what it meant to become an enemy of Lu Yi? In such an intense battle, even if the Dark Clan's quasi-emperors hadn't fallen last time, they would likely fall this time as well. And Li watched this scene and also felt extremely weary. Looking at this situation, it seemed they still couldn't capture Lu Yi this time. She truly found it hard to accept. This generation's Lu Yi was simply harder to kill than anything else. Why was there such a difficult person to kill? If they still couldn't kill him this time, then from now on, the entire 7th heaven would no longer have any force that could threaten Lu Yi. Their Dark Clan could only wait for Lu Yi to continuously improve. Family head. Enli spoke at this moment. Enri. Now, quite a few powerhouses from the Forbidden Ground have gone out. Enri didn't quite understand Enli's meaning. Don't we still lack a lot of resources for the sacrifice? These Forbidden Grounds might have that many resources. Upon hearing this, Enri couldn't help but feel a chill rise in his heart. You mean? Yes, it's to sneak attack the Forbidden Grounds at this moment, take away all their resources, and then just wait for Lu Yi to ascend to Quasi-Emperor, Enli said calmly. Now that things had reached this point, this was the only way to proceed. After this battle, the Forbidden Grounds had actually lost the necessity of their existence. Enri began to ponder. But now, we only have one Quasi-Emperor, Enri said. Therefore, the family head needs to take action. Enri, I take action. The laws of the 9 heavens great sage haven't extended into the Forbidden Grounds, and while the primordial Forbidden Ground has a powerhouse at the Great Emperor level sleeping within, the other 4 do not. This is the only way for us to gather enough resources. Even if they offended everyone, as long as the god could descend, it would be worth it. It can only be said that Enli's intelligence was truly inconsistent. The previous mirroring the 9 heavens was partly due to Enli's incorrect understanding, and partly because Enli was simply too impatient. The pressure Lu Yi exerted on her was getting heavier and heavier. This made Enli increasingly anxious, leading her to do something foolish that invited ridicule. But now, failure seemed to have become a certainty. The Dark Clan only had one choice, so it was obvious they could only stab the Forbidden Grounds in the back to fulfill their goal. Enli believed that the Forbidden Grounds would definitely understand. Enri thought for a moment. He could indeed take simple action within the Forbidden Grounds, as long as the Forbidden Grounds weren't shattered. Alright, you come with me. Enri also understood the current situation. In fact, a great emperor could indeed take action within the Forbidden Grounds, but previously, Enli hadn't considered this because Enri definitely wouldn't act, fearing he would be ambushed and killed. But now that all the powerhouses were either observing or participating in this great battle, Enri's simple action would be much easier. He didn't need to worry about someone intercepting Enri, forcing him to act, and thus forcing Enri to his death. Enri left with Enli. Darkness Origin also noticed at this moment. Enri actually dared to leave the Dark Clan. She immediately contacted Lu Yi. Lu Yi knew that Darkness Origin definitely knew he was currently fighting, but since Darkness Origin still contacted him, it meant there was something important. He listened to Darkness Origin's message. Enri left. Lu Yi was slightly startled. If that's the case. Lu Yi's eyes carried a hint of madness. An emperor killing a great emperor. To be honest, even if Lu Yi was stronger, Lu Yi wasn't confident. His best method was to make two-pronged preparations. All the clues quickly connected in his mind. Perhaps he could now steal the Dark Origin insect seal of the Dark Clan. Lu Yi quickly sent a message, telling the quasi-emperors to lead the powerhouses from the Forbidden Ground away, then for the weaker members of the Heavenly Gate to retreat, and then inform the Forbidden Grounds of the Dark Clan's actions to cause a fluctuation in the mindset of the Forbidden Ground powerhouses, allowing the human clan's quasi-emperors to find an opportunity to escape. Lu Yi quickly arranged everything and began to rapidly approach the Dark Clan alone. Perhaps, he could orchestrate a very grand show. Give the descending Dark Clan god a huge surprise. Currently, it seemed that the descent of the Dark Clan god had almost become a certainty. Lu Yi knew where the Dark Clan's Dark Origin insect seal was. It was within the blindfolded eyes of that god sculpture. Let's steal the Dark Origin insect seal first. Lu Yi's figure rushed towards the Dark Clan at high speed. He had already transformed into Enli's appearance. Under Lu Yi's high-speed movement, it didn't even take half an hour before he arrived outside the Dark Clan. The Dark Clan's shield was ultimately a formation, merely shaped using so-called God energy. Lu Yi easily broke the formation and appeared within the Dark Clan. He headed towards the Dark Clan's main hall. Wasn't the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's lifespan about to end? Then would he be interested in the Dark Origin Insect Seal? After all, that was a saint-level god. Chapter 565 Success. The Dark Clan's Great Hall. Because the Dark Clan had suffered too many quasi-emperors' losses before, several emperors had even died. Even if the quasi-emperors hadn't died, it would have been extremely difficult to discover Lu Yi. Now that a portion was missing, Lu Yi's concealment rapidly increased. The entire Dark Clan didn't even notice Lu Yi's arrival. Lu Yi's figure had already appeared above the Great Hall. The entire Great Hall was silent, solemn, and majestic. Lu Yi looked up at the tall sculpture. Isn't it an insect? Why is it sculpted into a human form? In his previous life, Lu Yi had never seen this statue, perhaps because the Dark Clan was worried Lu Yi would discover something and had never let him see it. Lu Yi observed carefully. The heavenly demon blood transformation escape had already begun to burn silently. If he took the Dark Origin Insect Seal, it would definitely bring some danger. However, he felt that a quasi-emperor couldn't kill him. As for a great emperor, besides Enrian and Xing, the Dark Clan also had a Dark Moon, but Dark Moon had never appeared in anyone's sight. This Dark Moon should also be a great emperor, but this great emperor had a problem. Lu Yi observed for a while, confirmed there were no issues, and without any further hesitation, his figure appeared in front of the statue, reaching for the red cloth covering the statue's eyes. Lu Yi didn't know what color the cloth was before. But now it looked stained red with blood, which should have been caused by the Nine Heavens great sage killing Xing earlier. He grabbed the red cloth with his hand and immediately pulled it open. A black beam of light, without any warning, instantly shot forward. The Lu Yi, who had transformed into a soul state, had a quasi-emperor's soul completely reduced to dust by this black beam of light. The real Lu Yi appeared below the statue. Through the black beam of light, he had already seen the statue's eyes. One eye was a human-like eyeball with emotions, while the other eyeball was amber-shaped, with countless markings like large and small insects imprinted on it. The power of the black beam of light was incredibly terrifying. Everything under the black beam of light was melting. The entire Dark Clan was pierced through by the black beam of light. This attack, Great Emperor. It was definitely an attack of the Great Emperor level. The entire Dark Clan was alarmed. Lu Yi instantly extended his palm, forcing his way into the black light. His flesh and blood melted in an instant, revealing his jade-colored bones. His bones were also rapidly shattering. But Lu Yi's bone claw forcefully grabbed into the statue's eye socket, seized the eyeball containing the Dark Origin Insect Seal, and pulled it out with force. It was at this moment that Enri's face changed drastically. He didn't care about plundering the Forbidden Ground and rushed back to the Dark Clan at the fastest speed. The normal eye, which was releasing the black light, looked at Lu Yi. At this moment, the statue began to move. The pressure of a great emperor permeated the air. Lu Yi had already turned into a bloody light about to disappear, but Lu Yi felt as if the flow of time around him had slowed down. But it didn't matter. The life and rebirth great path instantly burned, assisting the great Dao of time. The originally slow flow of time instantly returned to normal. A giant hand had already covered the sky and earth, reaching out to grab Lu Yi. Although the statue was clearly behind Lu Yi, this large hand appeared in front of Lu Yi to block his path. Lu Yi knew that he could no longer hide his strength at this moment. He suddenly clenched his fist. At this moment, the world within him trembled. The great Dao resonated in unison. His physical body let out a sound like a tiger's roar. All the Hongling power surged towards his fist. Even more was the power of that world. Celestial Venerable Fist. Lu Yi roared in his heart. This punch was the one he hadn't thrown when he came out of seclusion last time. The power of this punch, even without being unleashed, was enough to make so many quasi-emperors feel terrified. And now, it was unleashed. Facing this statue, which was suspected to be a great emperor. No, this statue was still not as strong as a great emperor. It was more like it was originally a great emperor, but its Dao fruit had been extracted and it had been refined into a puppet. It wasn't as if Lu Yi hadn't reached the Great Emperor realm in his previous life, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the Great Emperor level. But even so, this was the strongest attack Lu Yi had faced alone since his rebirth. Facing such an attack, a fist imprint streaked across the sky. Lu Yi, of course, also had to unleash his strongest attack. He had originally planned to hold back and give the Dark Clan a surprise. The entire Dark Clan felt incredibly terrified under this fist imprint. This punch was like the explosion of the sun. The sun here was not the ordinary sun in the starry sky, but rather the sun star, one of the only two Taiyan star and sun stars in heaven and earth. Who is this? The only remaining quasi-emperor of the Dark Clan, who was about to go forward, was so scared by this punch that cold sweat broke out all over his body. His eyes were filled with terror. What a terrifying punch. This punch. Boom. Facing the hand that covered the sky, Lu Yi's fist imprint penetrated through like a rainbow, fiercely punching through the large hand. Lu Yi's body was still burning with blood light. Using several escape secret techniques at once, he appeared outside the Dark Clan the instant he broke through the large hand. He had just left the Dark Clan. Lu Yi gasped violently, as if there was a ball of fire burning in his chest. Just as he escaped from the Dark Clan, two figures had already appeared in front of Lu Yi. One man and one woman. Enveloped in black mist, the aura around them was distorted by strange energy. As if they didn't belong to this world. Lu Yi looked at them. The man, a middle-aged man, had an ordinary appearance but gave off a feeling of not being angry but inherently imposing. The family head of the Dark Clan, Enri. The woman, in a black dress, had a pure and beautiful face. Black seemed to complement her temperament even more. Like a lotus rising from the mud without being stained, pure and not demonic. Lu Yi knew her even better, to the point of being more familiar than he could be. And Li, just a little bit. If Lu Yi had come out a little later, he might have been trapped inside the Dark Clan. At that time, Lu Yi might have lost a life inside. However, wasn't everything just right? Lu Yi had also calculated the time it would take for Enri to return from the Forbidden Ground, and it was basically not much different. Lu Yi's escape divine ability was such that only the strong individuals of the Dark Clan had a chance for one attack. If this attack didn't cripple him, then it would be completely fine for Lu Yi to escape even if he was severely injured. Because outside the Dark Clan, there was the Nine Heavens Great Sage watching over him. Just like now, even if he was face to face with Enri, who was in the Great Emperor realm, what could he do? Even if Enri had 100 or 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to attack. As long as he attacked, his fate would be to be annihilated, and it wouldn't harm Lu Yi in the slightest. This was the full sense of security given by the Nine Heavens Great Sage. Chapter 566 Cursing. Husband, what are you doing here? Enli's expression was ugly as she stared at Lu Yi and asked. Lu Yi told the truth. Originally, I sneaked into the Dark Clan planning to assassinate you, but you weren't here. It's truly a pity. HMPH, husband, are you treating me like Shangguan Wanling? Lu Yi smiled. Saying one more word to you is a waste of my breath. The next time we meet, it should be your death. With that, Lu Yi's figure instantly vanished. He was truly too lazy to waste more words with Enli. He took a serious look at her, then his figure disappeared. In that look, Lu Yi's killing intent was practically overflowing. Because they were near the Dark Clan, he couldn't kill Enli. Even if the Great Emperor couldn't attack him, they could instantly bring the two of them into the Dark Clan. Suddenly, Lu Yi, who had just disappeared, returned. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He looked at Enri and said, Idiot. Enri, do you think Enli, just because she betrayed me, won't betray the Dark Clan? From my understanding of Enli, she is absolutely not wholeheartedly devoted to your so-called god. She must be plotting behind your backs to harm your god. And you still believe her. Truly an idiot. Also, your god is also an idiot. Your entire Dark Clan are idiots. Enri's expression became extremely terrifying. For a moment, he hadn't reacted to the fact that Lu Yi was cursing him. But now, idiot, what a shocking two words. Even if it were the cowherd and the weaver girl, if one of them said the word, idiot, the other would know they were definitely cursing. Enri was a great emperor, the family head of the Dark Clan. He had always been high and mighty in the Dark Clan, and now he was being called an idiot. Enri's inner flames instantly ignited. You. What about me? I think you really are an idiot, not just an idiot but also mentally retarded. If I had your intelligence, I would just kill myself by crashing into something. You're a piece of trash. For the Dark Clan to let you be the family head, they must be blind. You do whatever Enli says. Or you Enli's dog. Enli is a born ingrate. She could betray me, so why couldn't she betray you? How high do you think her intelligence is? Since Enli returned to your dark clan, how many people in your dark clan have died? Has her plan succeeded even once? Things have already become like this, and you're still eagerly regarding Enli as your strategist. So, the hat of idiot truly fits perfectly on your head. I've lived 2 lives, and honestly, I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Even if you just tied a dog and put it in your dark clan to be the family head, it would be better than you. Flames burned in Enri's eyes. With the dark clan in your hands, I don't think it will be long before it is completely annihilated. At that time, you'll see. You'll see clearly. Every single person in the dark clan will call you an idiot. Idiot. Enri's fist clenched tightly. Calm down. Don't act. He's provoking you, Enli said urgently. Hey, idiot, I'm leaving. This time, Lu Yi left slowly and leisurely. Come on, attack me. You don't dare, right? He took a step and looked back 3 times, his eyes full of disdain. Lu Yi, aren't you childish? Such a low-level taunt truly disgraces your title of Celestial Venerable, Enli said angrily. You are also an idiot. Enli was instantly furious. How could Lu Yi have become like this? Why was he cursing? But what could she do even if she was angry? After cursing loudly, Lu Yi felt much more relaxed. Angry. Upset. It's right to be angry and upset. If you weren't angry, I wouldn't be cursing you. Lu Yi disappeared comfortably. If looks could kill, well, a great emperor's look could indeed kill. But a great emperor under the nose of the 9 heavens great sage of the 7th heaven was truly not even as good as a quasi-emperor. Damn it. He truly deserves to die. Enri had never been cursed like this since he was young. He was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all ached. But what could he do? He couldn't attack. He was extremely frustrated. No matter what, he was a great emperor, and to be cursed like this. But in the end, he was a great emperor, and he forcibly suppressed this anger. Enli glanced at Enri, her heart sinking, and a bad feeling arose. But she still had to continue speaking. Since Lu Yi has succeeded, now is not the time to be angry. Instead, we should continue plundering the resources of the Forbidden Ground. Otherwise, there will be no way to sacrifice and allow the god to descend. Let's return to the clan first, Enri said. Enli was silent. She knew that after returning to the clan, Enri would definitely attack her. Although he wouldn't kill her, he definitely wouldn't make it easy for her. I'm not going to bother with the matter of the god's descent anymore. Enli was never someone who would endure humiliation. Since the Dark Clan didn't want the god to descend anyway, what was the point of her meticulously planning? She could just not bother with it. Enri stared at Enli with terrifying eyes. The muscles on his face twitched constantly. He looked absolutely ferocious. This matter is not up to you. Yun, seize her and bring her into the Dark Clan. At Enri's command, an emperor instantly moved, directly seizing Enli. Enli was enraged. How dare you treat me like this? I will absolutely not concern myself with the god's matter again. Without me, the god will absolutely not be able to descend. At that time, you will all be sinners of the Dark Clan. Yun didn't care what she said. He only followed the family head's orders and directly took Enli back. After Enri returned to the Dark Clan, the first thing he did was grab Enli's head and unleash the power of soul searching. However, Enli had a great Emperor Dao heart. Even though Enri was also a great emperor, soul searching was still relatively difficult, especially under Enli's frantic resistance. Unless Enri went all out and shattered Enli's soul. Enri was truly furious. Even though Enli let out a mournful scream, he stubbornly continued to soul search. The two sides desperately entangled, and Enli's soul was on the verge of shattering at any moment. The screams were very loud. One could imagine the pain Enli was currently enduring. But who would feel pity? In the entire Dark Clan, ultimately, the moment Enli was chosen as the saintess meant that the entire Dark Clan had given up on her. Because becoming a saintess would involve incredibly terrifying pain. The previous saintess of the Dark Clan was Dark Moon. And what about Dark Moon now? The existence within the sculpture was actually Dark Moon. She had become a channel for the Dark Clan to borrow the god's power, and Dark Moon was rapidly decaying. Originally, this was Enli's fate. Any person in the Dark Clan who truly loved Enli would likely not want Enli to become the saintess. It could be said that the only person in this world who truly loved Enli was Lu Yi. As a result, at the most crucial moment of his ascension to saint, Lu Yi was betrayed by Enli. Not just betrayal, but also destroying his Dao, his heart, and his body. In the most cruel way of betrayal. Chapter 567 The Damned Dark Tribe. In the end, Enli was still not successfully soul-searched. Her soul had already been tormented beyond recognition, the kind that would be instantly squeezed into soul juice upon entering the human emperor banner. Enri squatted in front of Enli. The current Enli was sprawled limply on the ground. Tell me, what goal do you want to achieve by using the Dark Clan? Enri's voice was terrifyingly cold. Enli was extremely weak, it felt as if countless needles were wildly stabbing everywhere in her head. Tell me, Enri roared angrily. The frustration he suffered from Lu Yi needed an outlet after all. The current Enli was precisely a perfect punching bag. Amidst the angry roar, Enli recovered a trace of consciousness, barely opened her eyes, aimed at Enri, opened her mouth, and spat out saliva. Kill me if you dare, just kill me. Her voice was very weak, but it was clear that Enli was truly not someone afraid of death. Whether facing the darkness origin or Enri, she was not someone afraid of death. Enli's saliva turned to ash. A gentle smile appeared on Enri's face. His anger had already been released. It seemed that Enli indeed had no problems. Take her to rest well, heal her soul injuries, I'm going to collect treasures. Yes. Enri's figure disappeared. Enli closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling slightly. Enri's anger was vented, but her current anger had not been vented and could only fester in her heart. Just you wait. Wait for me. If I, Enli, don't get revenge for this. Enli closing her eyes was to conceal the crazy killing intent in her eyes. Although Lu Yi didn't know what happened afterward, he could roughly guess. Enli was definitely going to suffer. It was the same as before, as long as he knew Enli was going to suffer, Lu Yi wanted to laugh. Adding to that, having obtained the Dark Origin insect seal this time, Lu Yi already had some ideas in mind, perhaps he could maximize the benefits of this Dark Origin insect seal. In fact, based on Lu Yi's current cultivation speed, truly waiting until the darkness upheaval 10,000 years later, even if there were 4 celestial venerables within the darkness origin, Lu Yi would be completely fearless. However, Lu Yi had to prepare in advance. In the previous life, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable erupted at that point in time, so in this life, under the butterfly effect, who can guarantee that Blood Sea Celestial Venerable will still erupt at that point in time? Therefore, preparing in advance is completely fine. This Dark Origin insect seal is the coordinates for the descent of the Dark Clan God. Then, when Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's lifespan is nearing its end, upon obtaining this Dark Origin insect seal, will he madly want to devour the Dark Clan God? If Blood Sea Celestial Venerable goes crazy, will Demon Ancestor, Darkness Celestial Venerable, and Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable want to lend a hand? Or perhaps get a share? The Dark Clan God is very likely at the saint level. 4 great Celestial Venerables besieging a saint-level being, just thinking about it is exciting. Is there a possibility of both sides suffering heavy losses? When the 4 great Darkness Celestial Venerables fully erupt, the Darkness Origin suddenly no longer protects these people, and then 9 Heaven's Great Sage joins in the fun. Tisk. The people from the Forbidden Ground are still chasing and killing the human clan's quasi-emperors. The current Forbidden Ground is simply like having eaten shit. They came out to kill Lu Yi, but ended up fighting with the entire human clan's quasi-emperors, and the human clan cultivators have these disgusting great arrays that are very difficult to break from any direction. And then there's the Dark Clan's bastards actually taking advantage of their absence to steal their base. The most crucial point is, the battle has already reached this state. Where the hell is Lu Yi? Lu Yi's whereabouts are completely unknown. So what exactly are they fighting now? It's truly disgusting. When Lu Yi returned to the battlefield, the battle was still ongoing. In fact, not much time had passed, they had already reached the 7th heaven. Everyone's speed was ridiculously fast. Wanting to go somewhere was truly exceptionally fast. Lu Yi saw this scene and quickly made a decision. His figure disappeared, and he quickly found a desolate small world. The entire small world was already dilapidated. It was once a place called Fire Emperor Sect, but it had already been destroyed. But even if it was destroyed, fierce flames burned here all year round, and the flame temperature was extremely terrifying. If it were to spread out, it wouldn't be able to threaten the quasi-emperor level. Lu Yi used these flames to quickly set up a great array. This place itself had the ruins of the Fire Emperor Sect, and many precious treasures inside had already been taken away, But the basic array foundations were not lost. After all, quasi-emperors wouldn't care for such small array foundations. The array foundations weren't precious, some of the treasures on the array foundations were precious. Although the treasures were missing, it wasn't a big problem, they could be replaced. The system, together with Lu Yi, simultaneously deduced and quickly set up a new great array. Soon, the myriad flames undying array was set up, completely using the flames for defense. Lu Yi came to the battlefield and guided the human clan's quasi-emperors to quickly rush towards this place. When the human clan's quasi-emperors arrived, flames surged into the sky. Because this was a temporary great array, it couldn't withstand for too long. But it was enough. The morale of the Forbidden Ground's quasi-emperors was now getting weaker and weaker. Actually, thinking about it, the Dark Clan instigated them to come here and kill Lu Yi, and now they turned around and stole their base. This matter couldn't be thought about. The more they thought, the angrier they got. Now the human clan's quasi-emperors had drilled into the great array again. They had already tasted the effectiveness of the great array Lu Yi set up. It was truly difficult to break through. Although this great array was not as powerful now because it was temporarily set up. However, the great array's fatigue would only show after being attacked. What was currently displayed was still extremely strong. What to do? Continue fighting. Yu Wudao's face was so gloomy it looked like ink could drip from it. His current desire to kill the Dark Clan was simply more surging than his desire to kill Lu Yi. The human clan's quasi-emperors entering the great array all breathed a sigh of relief and continuously swallowed elixirs. The expressions of this group of people were mostly extremely excited. How long has it been? How long had it been since they experienced such a battle? Exciting, satisfying. They felt their great Dao had become somewhat stronger, and their whole bodies were clear. After this battle ends, their overall strength will definitely increase somewhat. After a simple adjustment, the human clan's quasi-emperors began to erupt with attacks again. Yu Wudao knew that this time's action to come out and kill Lu Yi had already failed. Staying here any longer had no meaning. Damn and Li, if she hadn't said those words, would the Heavenly Gate have gathered so many quasi-emperors? Dark Clan, they are truly damned. Yu Wudao took a deep breath. Retreat. As he said this, the Forbidden Ground's quasi-emperors began to retreat one after another. But this battle did not end. The human clan's quasi-emperors directly charged out of the great array and began to pursue. Lu Yi watched this scene and couldn't help but nod. With such spirit, the hope of becoming a great emperor increases by a few points. Next, perhaps he could start working on letting someone become an emperor to set an example for everyone. Chapter 568 The Little Beast is not in a hurry. The strong cultivators from the Forbidden Ground were chased all the way to the entrance of the Forbidden Ground in one go. Only then did the quasi-emperors of the human clan give up continuing the pursuit. Under normal circumstances, very few people are willing to enter the Forbidden Ground, because the unique environment of the Forbidden Ground is not very suitable for living beings born and raised in this heaven and earth. If one is not careful, they might be polluted, and pollution means cultivation stagnation and the great Dao being covered in dust. It's very troublesome. However, this battle can be considered a great victory. The casualties among the quasi-emperors of the Forbidden Ground have already reached almost 1/3. Of course, there were also fallen quasi-emperors from the human clan. As long as there is battle, let alone a battle of this scale, falling is truly a very common occurrence. The number of fallen quasi-emperors on the human clan's side reached an astonishing 12. It can be said that it was truly tragic. Lu Yi currently doesn't have any ability to bring people back to life. He can only wait until he becomes a saint in the future to properly settle the souls hidden within the Book of Life and Death. Lu Yi picked up the souls of more than a dozen quasi-emperors this time, and the harvest was decent. Since they were all quasi-emperor souls from the Forbidden Ground, Lu Yi simply had the human emperor banner squeeze them all into soul juice for the complete yin souls in the human emperor banner to devour. As a result, the quasi-emperors within the human emperor banner now all possess monstrous auras. Several souls even became big and fat from eating. The three main souls, however, did not become big or fat. Although they absorbed the most, it was as if they deliberately maintained their figures, fearing their bodies would change shape. They returned with a great victory. Every quasi-emperor was beaming with joy and had harvested a batch of resources. Let's go back and comprehend what we gained from this battle first, Lu Yi said. Okay. Everyone returned to the Heavenly Gate. The heavenly gate had been destroyed beyond recognition, but repairing it wasn't too troublesome. They would reopen a small world, first take out various buildings, and then slowly work on things like grand formations and blessed lands later. After everyone returned to the new heavenly gate, Lu Yi also didn't waste words and immediately released the enlightenment tree. Not only did he release the enlightenment tree, but great Daos also rushed towards the enlightenment tree simultaneously. The 256 great Daos were all incredibly powerful, but now there were 257 great Daos. One of them had an aura that subtly surpassed those great Daos that had reached the great emperor level. This great Dao was naturally Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao. Speaking of which, the cultivation of the Dao great Dao hadn't appeared for a long time, but this didn't hinder anything because Lu Yi had always been on the path of cultivating the Dao. Unity of knowing and doing. While comprehending the Dao, he also practiced the path of cultivating the Dao. The cultivation of the Dao can be said to be improving every moment. For something like the Great Dao, there is only comprehension and continuous personal attempts. Basically, there are no major shortcuts otherwise. Lu Yi has always been walking on this Great Dao, and that's correct. Its infrequent appearance was because among the many Great Daos, it hadn't reached a particularly dazzling level yet. However, this was like a coiling dragon in hibernation. Sooner or later, there would be a day when the coiling dragon ascends to the heavens. Moreover, looking at the growth rate of this great Dao, that day wouldn't be too far off. With the enlightenment tree forming a sky-covering canopy, billions of wisps of green light rain fell, enveloping the many quasi-emperors. Lu Yi's many great Daos temporarily merged into the enlightenment tree. It can be said that this time, they could fully immerse themselves in comprehending the Dao. Lu Yi had already maximized the standard of this Dao comprehension session. Lu Yi also began to ponder who should undergo Dao proving and become an emperor this time. The devouring Dao beast. The first thought was the devouring Dao beast, because the devouring Dao beast truly wanted to improve too much, its desire for progress was evident. However, having said that, it's not certain whether the devouring Dao beast wants to undergo Dao proving now. Why? Because Lu Yi had already seen through it, this devouring Dao beast didn't simply want to undergo Dao proving and become an emperor, its ambition was stronger. After considering back and forth, it seemed that Boundless Daoist and Luan Xin were the most suitable. He would ask the two of them who was willing when the time came. Lu Yi pondered how to give the two of them the greatest guarantee. This time, letting someone undergo Dao proving and become an emperor could only succeed, not fail, because this was his biggest calling card. It was his continuous source of wealth. A golden rice bowl. In the seventh heaven, no business would be as profitable as the business of letting a quasi-emperor become an emperor. He needed to select suitable divine abilities and refine suitable weapons and pills to assist one of the two, or both, in becoming emperors. 9 Nether Forbidden Ground. Yu Wudao returned to the Forbidden Ground and saw the current state of the Forbidden Ground. He almost wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes were about to split from anger. Looking at the ruins before him, it could be said that the current 9 Nether Forbidden Ground was almost completely emptied. Some buildings, including the floorboards, had been pried up and taken away. The Dark Clan. The Dark Clan. Yu Wudao immediately roared and called over the strong cultivators stationed in the Forbidden Ground. Are you just going by and watch the people of the Dark Clan do this? Yu Wudao grabbed the person's collar and roared angrily. The person left behind was full of bitterness. The one who came was a great emperor. He merely released his aura, and we all immediately knelt on the ground. How could we stop him? Yu Wudao. A great emperor. Damn it, has a great emperor gone mad with poverty? A great emperor pried up the floorboards. Damn the Dark Clan, truly damned. Yu Wudao's expression was twisted, and he gnashed his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that they truly couldn't integrate into this world, Yu Wudao would have wanted to directly defect to the human clan and kill this damned Dark Clan. This grudge, my 9 Nether Forbidden Ground has remembered. The other Forbidden Grounds were all in a similar state. Even the primordial Forbidden Ground had a large portion of its mineral deposits dug up by Enri. If it weren't for a great emperor in the primordial Forbidden Ground also being awakened, this damned Dark Clan great emperor could have directly taken all the primordial mineral deposits. How poor have they become? What kind of people are these? We helped you fight the human clan, and you turned around and betrayed us. Is this something a person would do? But remembering it wasn't of much use either. Because they didn't dare to enter the Dark Clan. They could only swallow this resentment forcibly. When they had the chance, they would definitely seek revenge. Time slowly flowed by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. This time was all right, the Heavenly Gate had been rebuilt, and even the Grand Formation had been rearranged. Some of the quasi-emperors hadn't woken up yet, but there was no problem. Luan Xin, the devouring Dao beast, boundless Taoist, and the palace master of Taiyin Palace had all woken up. Lu Yi looked at the 4 of them and said, "4 fellow Taoists, I am preparing to let 1 or 2 of you undergo crossing tribulation and become emperors first. Currently, it seems you 4 are the most suitable. Who is willing to be the vanguard this time?" The 4 hesitated. Celestial Venerable, this little beast is not in a hurry. This little beast still wants to follow Celestial Venerable for a while longer. By Celestial Venerable's side, I feel like I am improving rapidly every moment. This little beast is willing to give this opportunity to others. It's enough for me to serve by Celestial Venerable's side. The devouring Dao beast was the first to express its stance. Undergoing Dao proving and becoming an emperor was indeed very tempting. But for the devouring Dao beast, following Celestial Venerable was even more tempting to a beast. Lu Yi nodded. The devouring Dao beast had indeed surrendered very straightforwardly and spoke pleasantly. In the future, it could stay by his side and do errands or something, which would be quite good. Chapter 569, Infinite Tribulation. Lu Yi's heart wasn't made of iron. He saw the devouring Dao beast's efforts, it was intelligent, so letting it follow him wouldn't hurt. The other 3 were deep in thought. After pondering for a moment, Boundless Taoist had made his decision. "Fellow Taoist, you called upon the 4 of us. Does this mean that the 4 of us are all qualified to ascend to the Great Emperor realm?" Boundless Taoist asked. Lu Yi nodded. "That's right. Good, in that case, this poor Taoist is willing to become the first Great Emperor in 10,000 years. Having cultivated as a rogue cultivator to this point, Boundless Taoist's wisdom and decisiveness were beyond question. In cultivation, one should be cautious when necessary and fight when the time calls for it. Moreover, Boundless Taoist had gained confidence by now. What was there to fear in proving the Tao and becoming an emperor? Lu Yi nodded, his gaze filled with approval. "Sect leader, I still want to continue fighting alongside the sect leader, so I won't prove the Tao for now," Luan Xin said. This was a decision she had carefully considered, as she believed she hadn't reached her absolute limit yet. In terms of the Great Tao alone, she could still improve further. The palace master of Taiyin Palace was also a woman of breathtaking beauty, but that wasn't important. Having reached this realm, no one discussed matters of love anymore. Ordinary matters of love existed when one was weak, but once they reached the Great Tao realm, only the Great Tao remained in their hearts, leaving no room for thoughts of love. The palace master of Taiyin Palace opened her mouth and asked, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask how much certainty I have if I prove the Tao?" Lu Yi pondered for a moment. If the palace master of Taiyin Palace hadn't asked this question, it would have been 60%. After asking, it became 40%. 40%. A hint of surprise appeared in the palace master of Taiyin Palace's eyes, not because the success rate was low, but because this success rate was already considered relatively high. If she could break through herself and strengthen her belief during the crossing tribulation, she could truly use all her accumulated resources to soar upwards. Forget it, I'll wait a bit longer. She had only been with Lu Yi for this long and already reached 30%. She could certainly hold on a bit longer. Lu Yi nodded. Although the palace master of Taiyin Palace was a woman, and she had heard Enli say how good Lu Yi was to his women, she showed no intention of becoming friends with Lu Yi. She simply yearned for the Great Tao. Such people were normal. So, only Boundless Taoist would undergo the crossing tribulation. "Fellow Taoist Boundless, please come with me." Lu Yi led Boundless Taoist away. Lu Yi had already planned what he would do for Boundless Taoist. The heavenly pills had already been refined. They included the Taiching Clear Heart pill to protect the Tao heart, the Myriad Apertures Splitting Heaven pill for explosive power, the Primordial Vitality pill for healing injuries, and so on. Lu Yi could now be said to possess countless treasures because all the spoils of war belonged to him, ensuring he had enough treasures to do whatever he wanted. What Lu Yi needed to do now was also help Boundless Taoist refine and improve his natal magical treasure. Additionally, there was the Myriad Tribulations unification body that Lu Yi had comprehended during his crossing tribulation. This Myriad Tribulations unification body was a derived divine ability of the Nine Tribulation Undying body. The Nine Tribulation Undying body was for strengthening the physique, while the myriad tribulation's unification body was for preserving life during the crossing tribulation. This method allowed the tribulation taker to transform everything into a spherical form, which became the most solid state. Even after it ended, the tribulation taker would fall into a state of terrible exhaustion, but Lu Yi had tested it, and it was genuinely very helpful for the crossing tribulation. Not only that, but he also improved Boundless Taoist's divine abilities. It wasn't a complete overall upgrade, but it simply made Boundless Taoist stronger, even stronger. As for other things, Lu Yi had nothing else to instruct. As for telling him not to be discouraged or fearful, it was unnecessary. Boundless Taoist had walked this far from being a rogue cultivator and no longer needed others to guide his path, for the path was already beneath his own feet. All the quasi-emperors knew that Boundless Taoist was about to undergo the crossing tribulation to prove the Tao and become an emperor, and each of them was filled with anticipation. Excellent, excellent. Success or failure, leaving a name for eternity or turning to dust, it all rests on this day. Lu Yi's individual guidance directly took a year's time. Finally, with a heaven-shaking laugh, Boundless Taoist's aura infinitely soared, his voice filled with boundless heroism. At this moment, all his states had reached their peak. There was no auspicious day, it was today. Lu Yi spoke. Fellow Taoists, let us go to the chaos to observe. The void was torn open, and chaotic energy permeated the air. In the depths of this chaos, the great Emperor Tribulation could fully unleash its power. Figures rapidly moved towards the chaos. Boundless Taoist was wearing a washed-out Taoist robe, holding a sword in one hand and a bell in the other. Both treasures emitted incredibly powerful auras. Boundless Taoist looked up and laughed heartily. Heaven and earth, please bestow the tribulation. At this moment, boundless pressure descended. The chaotic energy, which was initially drifting, became incredibly turbulent. At this moment, the entire nine heavens felt the changes in heaven and earth. An extremely oppressive aura appeared in everyone's hearts, as if heaven and earth were cracking at this moment. Endless tribulation energy transformed into towering tribulation clouds. Black clouds permeated, and the tribulation energy shook the heavens. Black lightning, without any concealment, arrived along with the tribulation clouds. To prove the Tao and become an emperor, the great Emperor Tribulation one faces varies. It seems that the situation of each person's crossing tribulation is different. However, overall, it is a tribulation concerning cultivation, state of mind, and the great Tao. Black lightning is the highest level of lightning. When the Heavenly Dao struck the darkness origin back then, it was this kind of lightning. Boundless pressure erupted as if without restraint. It was as if the sky had collapsed. The sheer pressure alone made the relatively close quasi-emperors feel a sense of suffocation, and a feeling of fear involuntarily arose from the depths of their hearts. Observing the crossing tribulation was already like this, so how did Boundless Taoist, who was undergoing the tribulation, feel at this moment? Perhaps only Boundless Taoist knew. The tribulation clouds were continuously condensing. The great Tao emerged, bringing an irresistible pressure, because the great Tao that was currently appearing was the most complete great Tao in heaven and earth. In the face of this great Tao, any weaker existence would feel a sense of looking up at a towering mountain. The power of the tribulation clouds hadn't erupted yet, but they gave off an extreme sense of oppression. Boundless Taoist always maintained a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the path he had walked since his birth constantly appeared in his mind. Black energy was already continuously surging out, and his aura began to drop again and again. Lu Yi knew what the other party was currently experiencing, so he began to explain on the spot. What Boundless Taoist is currently experiencing is called the heart demon asking the Tao. It questions your entire life, questions your path, questions your Tao, questions your heart. A cultivator's life is truly too long. There are always times when one feels ashamed of their heart, and times when their heart is not firm. However, ask yourself, is the path you have walked and the great Tao you have cultivated without regret? Chapter 570, I was born by my sister. The aura of Boundless Taoist was truly continuously weakening. Shen Zitong was in the Heavenly Palace, sitting with Little Heavenly Dao, watching Little Heavenly Dao direct the Great Tribulation. However, she wasn't entirely well behaved while directing the Great Tribulation. Beat, sister, how did Lu Yi get through this heart inquiry back then? Little Heavenly Dao asked curiously. It turned out that when she hadn't developed consciousness, she didn't feel that this heart demon heart inquiry was particularly powerful. But now that she had developed consciousness, if the heart demon inquired of her, she would likely be questioned to tears. She was not only a little curious about how Lu Yi had gotten through it at the time. Shen Zitong's eyes became a little helpless. Ding, back then, when that dog Lu Yi was crossing tribulation, I fiercely inquired of him, wanting to rescue that dog Lu Yi, and his act of helping others cross tribulation and become emperor completely disrupted the rules of heaven and earth. As a result, I inquired of his heart a full 9 times, asking about his life, asking if he had any regrets facing these 8 wives. And the result? 9 heart inquiries, not a single one succeeded. Instead, it caused his guardian Great Dao to become unprecedentedly strong, so much so that later, even with the obvious abnormalities of the 8 ex-wives, he was completely unwilling to think more about it. At that time, the system was about to completely replace the Heavenly Dao. That time, the rules of heaven and earth were almost completely shattered. That time, the system was almost completely gone. However, it still couldn't shake Lu Yi's heart of guardianship. He was as stubborn as a stubborn rock that could never be enlightened. Beep, 9 times. Little Heavenly Dao's eyes widened. One inquiry was enough to make her cry. If it was 9 times, what would it make her? She would probably be questioned into idiocy. Ding, 9 times. That was the last time the system helped Lu Yi when it still had its own consciousness. It used its full strength. It didn't hesitate to completely become the Heavenly Dao and be shackled by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it still didn't succeed. It wasn't until Lu Yi finally crossed tribulation and became a saint, seeing Lu Yi at the moment of death still wanting to drag the darkness origin down with him to eliminate the system's hidden dangers. The system finally broke free from the shackles of heaven and earth, used everything it had, reversed time and space, and saved Lu Yi. What was the price? Only the system itself knew. Fortunately, everything was in the past. Lu Yi finally awakened amidst extreme betrayal, and in the process of pursuing his Dao, successfully passed the 3 lifetimes tribulation and saved himself. Everything was ultimately getting better. Beep, Lu Yi is truly a great stubborn fellow, little Heavenly Dao gave her evaluation. Shen Zitong couldn't help but smile softly. Who said otherwise? Back when she was stealing the Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi also used everything he had to help her. Beep, so the question is, sister, you were the Heavenly Dao in the previous life, so what am I? Little Heavenly Dao asked with a look of curiosity. It was only now that she was considering this question, which was why there could be 2 Heavenly Daos in one heaven and earth. Shen Zitong looked at little Heavenly Dao and was just about to speak. Little Heavenly Dao suddenly opened her mouth wide. Beep, could it be that I was born by sister? Shen Zitong. She couldn't hold back, she really couldn't hold back. She grabbed little Heavenly Dao, and Shen Zitong raised her hand and started hitting her with a series of smacks. Beep, sister, I was wrong. Ding, you were wrong. Are you going to dare next time? Beep, how did you know? Shen Zitong's hand speed suddenly increased. The heavenly tribulation had already begun to operate automatically. All the great Daos pressed down on Boundless Daoist. Boundless Daoist knew the steps and didn't resist, allowing the great Daos to merge into his body and crush his great Dao. His face was incredibly pale. Finally, the first black lightning bolt descended from the sky. Perhaps using a bolt wasn't quite appropriate, because the black heavenly tribulation completely turned into a vast ocean covering Boundless Daoist. Everything was shattered under the black tribulation lightning. Boundless Daoist's eyes widened in anger. His Dao, his heart, were all walked out step by him. Even if he had guilt in his heart, he had no shame towards his Dao, so what was there to fear? Limitless overwhelming. Boundless Daoist unleashed a world-shaking great art, rushing towards the lightning tribulation. Black and white collided fiercely, and in the chaos, only these 2 colors seemed to remain. Countless gazes watched this scene. Even more gazes came from the 9 heavens. Emperor, this is a person that any existence pays attention to. As long as they didn't forcefully advance to the great Emperor realm by having someone else bear their heavenly tribulation, even in front of a celestial venerable, in front of a saint, they would be treated with courtesy. Because upon reaching the great Emperor realm, all Daos submit. It means that your Dao has been walked through, walked to the end. No one would look down on someone who has reached the end. The countless thorns and bumps on the road, any cultivator is clear about them. Boundless Daoist directly confronting the heavenly tribulation made the onlookers' hearts surge with emotion. Many quasi-emperors' eyes shone brightly. Too strong. Under the situation of myriad Daos pressing down, to still be able to erupt with such a world-shaking attack was truly admirable. The second heavenly tribulation descended, and this time the heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying, actually directly evolving into the method of a great emperor. When the Fantian seal formed by lightning appeared above boundless Taoist, it simply made all the quasi-emperors couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Good heavens! This is truly good heavens! However, boundless Taoist was still fearless. His bell rose against the wind, and with a ring, infinite ripples crashed towards the Fantian seal. The Fantian seal was struck with countless cracks, but it still smashed down on boundless Taoist. Boundless Taoist spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his aura also weakened by 2/10, but it also strangely increased. It could be imagined that within boundless Taoist's body at this moment, intense collisions were definitely occurring. From inside to out, various tribulations were endless. From time to time, one could even see flames passing through boundless Taoist's body. This was an extremely dangerous crossing tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation evolved the methods of great emperors one after another, boundless Taoist's body was shattered and his aura was weak. But he could still persist. He had persisted through so many difficulties before, what's the harm in persisting a little more now? Come! Boundless Taoist roared like a madman. The heavenly tribulation also seemed to be enraged. Of course, this was just a human illusion. When Lu Yi helped others cross the tribulation of proving Tao back then, that was when the heavenly tribulation was truly enraged. The tribulation energy of the entire heaven and earth seemed to be drawn over to kill Lu Yi, but it still didn't succeed. A sword light suddenly appeared in the tribulation clouds. After this sword light appeared, boundless Taoist's expression was simply extremely solemn. The medicinal pill that had been in his body instantly melted. The belief of invincible in this sword light was so strong. It was the invincible sword celestial, ranked 11th on the eternal paragon ranking, second only to the nine heavens great sage. This was an existence that Lu Yi had specially emphasized. This was a peerless expert who walked the invincible sword Dao and became a celestial. Although it was only his sword intent from his emperor period at this moment, the danger level instantly reached its peak. The appearance of the invincible sword intent indicated that boundless Taoist's heavenly tribulation danger level had reached a peak. Could he get through it? Lu Yi's expression was also full of solemnity. Boundless Taoist, he's really capable. If he truly succeeds in proving Tao, perhaps a limitless celestial venerable will truly appear. Chapter 571, Infinite Emperor. It's either limitless great emperor or limitless celestial venerable. The tribulation of a great emperor has always been related to the cultivator's own accumulation, usually having a lower limit but no upper limit. However, Lu Yi knew that this thing actually had an upper limit. In his previous life, he was constantly breaking the upper limit, almost causing heaven and earth to collapse. The fact that boundless Taoist can now unleash this invincible sword intent is enough to show that boundless Taoist's accumulation has reached a relatively strong level. Such a person, even if they become a great emperor, can quickly become a strong one among great emperors. In the future, ascending to celestial venerable and becoming a true limitless celestial venerable will not be a big problem at all. Everyone was watching this crossing tribulation. Boundless Taoist's eyes shone extremely brightly, although his entire body was charred black and his injuries were extremely severe, still. But his aura had begun to constantly strengthen, crazily strengthening. Facing the invincible sword transformed from lightning, boundless Taoist had already completed suppressing the myriad Tao within his body. His Tao had already surpassed the myriad Tao of the heavens. This was the Tao of a great emperor. He did not use the myriad tribulations return to one body that Lu Yi had taught him. Because, there was no need. At this moment, how could there be any talk of retreating? There was only one leap, only one battle. No regrets even unto death. Limitless. Boundless Taoist let out an earth-shattering roar. His Tao reached its peak at this moment, the nine heavens shook, and endless heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards boundless Taoist like a long river flowing into the sea, disregarding everything. The heaven and earth spiritual energy turned into a tide. Endless, boundless. His Tao was named limitless. Charge. The sword light transformed from the tribulation lightning whistled down. Boundless Taoist unleashed the light of limitless, charging towards that world-destroying sword light. It's done. Lu Yi couldn't help but gently let out a breath. Such a grand momentum clearly meant one thing: the limitless Tao fruit had already formed. As Lu Yi's voice fell, the two attacks had their final collision. The sword light, with an invincible posture, wanted to cleave open boundless Taoist's limitless. The light of limitless was indeed cleaved open, and the sword light descended all the way, colliding with boundless Taoist's sword, breaking the long sword, and then striking boundless Taoist's shoulder. It wasn't until this moment that the sword light finally stopped. It wasn't because the sword light showed mercy, but because boundless Taoist truly withstood this invincible sword light with his body, because his body was also limitless and infinite. The invincible sword light shattered. The tribulation clouds dispersed at this moment. The sky full of radiant light submerged the 9 heavens, and even the outer domain saw the radiant light. Bells rang, and immortal music sounded. Heaven and earth, at this moment, congratulated the appearance of a great emperor. Another person had proven their Tao and become an emperor. The world had one more limitless great emperor. The quasi-emperors not far away erupted in earth-shattering cheers at this moment. It's done. It's really done. Fellow Taoist limitless actually really proved his Tao and became an emperor. It's been a long, long time since a new great emperor appeared in the 9 heavens. Awesome. It's really too awesome. The many quasi-emperors were so excited that for a moment they didn't know what to do. They paced back and forth, their hearts surging with excitement. He actually really succeeded. No matter how well Lu Yi had spoken before, nothing was as convincing as this moment, with boundless Taoist vividly demonstrating proving his Tao and becoming an emperor before their eyes. It's really done. It's really done. Following Lu Yi can really lead to success. Boundless Taoist no. It should be said limitless great emperor. Billions of rays of radiant light poured into limitless great emperor's body, imperial might permeated, shaking the world. His figure came before Lu Yi, and he bowed to Lu Yi. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi nodded with a smile, you should also thank yourself. Boundless Taoist walked 95% of this path himself, Lu Yi's help was only that 5%. Limitless great emperor laughed heartily. Yes, I should also thank myself. Fellow Taoist, all fellow Taoists, I will ascend first, let us gather again in the 8th heaven. The many quasi-emperors shouted in unison, congratulations on your ascension, fellow Taoist. Boundless Taoist laughed heartily towards the sky. Endless cultivation, today achieving the right result. Joyful, extremely joyful. Ascension, guided by the radiant light, boundless Taoist ascended with his hands behind his back. The 8th heaven welcomed its 19th great emperor. The other great emperors had long been waiting in the 8th heaven. Limitless great emperor's figure completely disappeared. The smile on Lu Yi's face never disappeared. At this moment, he felt countless burning gazes fixed tightly on Lu Yi's body. Those who had come initially at Lu Yi's request for aid, and those who had later come forward to pledge allegiance. As well as those who were still watching until now. Even too many Emperor Realm cultivators had burning gazes fixed on Lu Yi. They knew that sooner or later they would also become quasi-emperors. Now Lu Yi was only at the Great Tao Realm, what the heck? How long had Lu Yi ascended before reaching the Great Tao Realm? Forget it, for such a Yao, Great Tao Realm is Great Tao Realm. They only hoped that Lu Yi's cultivation speed would be a little slower, and then a little slower, so that they could wait until they reached the Quasi-Emperor Realm, then cultivate the Quasi-Emperor Realm to the peak, and after Lu Yi's guidance, they could begin proving their Tao and becoming an emperor. Yes, just like that. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yi's mouth. Burning. Burning is right, I was just afraid your gazes weren't burning enough. Return to Heavenly Gate. Lu Yi spoke. Numerous figures flew towards Heavenly Gate. There were already new quasi-emperors who immediately began collecting 4 spirits' spiritual treasures, preparing to collect enough and immediately hand them over to Lu Yi. In fact, upon reaching the quasi-emperor realm, they basically no longer needed cultivation resources much, because most quasi-emperors had actually already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivation no longer had particularly great effects. Therefore, now that Boundless Taoist had successfully proven his Tao, this group of quasi-emperors even more so, without a second thought, completely handed over all their resources to Lu Yi, letting Lu Yi decide what to do. If anything was needed, just say so. These quasi-emperors would absolutely not refuse, even if it meant going up the mountain of knives or down into a sea of fire, and would definitely find ways to bring back everything Lu Yi needed. Naturally, Lu Yi had no objections to this. He still needed 4 spirits' spiritual treasures. There were many 4 spirits' spiritual treasures before, but he needed more. For a time, all the forces in the entire seventh heaven began searching for four spirits' spiritual treasures to offer up, and some people had even begun trading with the outer domain, as well as instructing those in the sixth heaven to send up all four spirits' spiritual treasures they had. The four spirits' spiritual treasures in the entire seventh heaven were directly reduced by a portion. In fact, resources and treasures with the attributes of earth, wind, water, and fire are indeed very common in the cultivation world, as they are the four most basic energies that construct the world. Even so, under the extensive searching of various worlds, four spirits-type treasures began to rapidly decrease. Lu Yi's side had more and more, truly belonging to the massive kind. Lu Yi almost couldn't resist, wanting to directly enter the cultivation room and immediately go into seclusion for cultivation. But after thinking about it, he still decided to wait a moment. Chapter 572 Yin Qingcheng's Choice. After all, he couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. So, Lu Yi began to tutor these quasi-emperors one by one. In fact, many quasi-emperors, even after cultivating to this realm, had many flaws in their previous cultivation, making it impossible for them to advance to great emperor, no matter how much they improved. This is a very realistic situation. But they were unwilling. They had already cultivated to the realm of quasi-emperor, just one step away from great emperor. Even if this step was completely like a chasm, how could they be willing to give up? They also frankly stated that they just wanted to improve as much as possible, and as for whether they could truly become emperor in the future, they only sought to go all out, without any regrets whether they succeeded or not. With words spoken like that, what else could Lu Yi say? Even if he wanted to say something, the world above his nascent soul's head was telling him to shut up. Alas, Lu Yi fiddled with the resources, sighed faintly, and said that ultimately, he was too kind. Lu Yi spent several decades creating plans for this group of quasi-emperors before finally getting everyone arranged. During these decades, the entire seventh heaven was extremely peaceful. No one fought at all. The high-level officials from all sides were all pushing themselves hard in cultivation, afraid that Lu Yi would ascend too quickly and they wouldn't have time to receive guidance. Dark Clan. The giant altar had been completed. The entire altar presented a strange and terrifying form, with countless runes on it looking like grotesque and twisted insects. It's finally done. Enri couldn't help but let out a long breath. This altar was called the God Summoning Altar, specifically used to receive the gods of the insect race. In fact, the Dark Clan was not like the Forbidden Ground, which belonged to outsiders but were indigenous people of this world. Originally, there were quite a few such indigenous people, but they were cleared out. This kind of belief was called pseudo-god. However, because the god the Dark Clan believed in was a very powerful existence, coupled with their strong ability to hide, they survived until now. Over such a long period, the Dark Clan's belief in this kind of god had long been deeply ingrained. From birth, the people of the Dark Clan were taught to take it as their responsibility to let the god descend. They were the god's most loyal servants. Their lives, or the continuation of their families, were all in pursuit of the great goal of the god's descent. Ultimately, it was also brainwashing, just like Lu Yi in his previous life, who was brainwashed into a state of lacking love and being sacrificial. And now, after such a long time, the Dark Clan finally saw the hope of success. How could Enri not be excited? The main reason was that the Dark Origin insect seal was really picky. Those the Dark Clan could defeat, it didn't fancy. Those it fancied, the Dark Clan couldn't defeat. This was ridiculous. If the Dark Clan couldn't defeat them, how could they place the Dark Origin insect seal on them? The Dark Clan would never have imagined that their saintess could find them a celestial venerable son-in-law, and this son-in-law was terrifyingly strong. The key was that he was truly doting. Even after the Dark Origin insect seal was placed, the other party didn't notice at all. Enli looked at the giant altar in front of her, her eyes also filled with longing. It was coming soon, very soon. It wouldn't be long before the god would descend. And during this time, what was Yin Qingcheng doing? Ever since she approached Lu Yi last time and was left speechless by Shen Zitong, she already knew that merely through words, she could no longer make Lu Yi forgive her. Yin Qingcheng fell into confusion. She didn't know what she should do. She was no longer Lu Yi's opponent. Furthermore, she didn't want to enter the Human Emperor banner. The reason she didn't want to enter the Human Emperor banner was because she knew that once she entered the Human Emperor banner, she would no longer have any hope. While her intelligence was normal, she still couldn't regain Lu Yi's love, let alone when her intelligence deteriorated. However, she didn't know what to do to regain Lu Yi's love. She truly loved Lu Yi very, very much. But what could she do? Yin Qingcheng kept thinking, was there really a way to make Lu Yi fall in love with her again? Reality was cruel, there wasn't. Lu Yi wouldn't even see her. Now, she seemed to only have two paths to take. First, continue cultivating. As long as she could advance to Great Emperor and endure until the Nine Heavens Great Sage's laws declined, she could stay by Lu Yi's side and use the rest of her life to prove that she loved him. Until her lifespan was exhausted. Doing so would surely move Lu Yi. Even if the current Lu Yi didn't lack love, and even if she had betrayed him before, by using a lifetime to make up for the mistake, that mistake could be eliminated. Yin Qingcheng had actually already started acting on this path. She knew that Lu Yi needed the four spirits' treasures. As early as when Lu Yi first started having the quasi-emperors collect this type of treasure, she also started collecting them and has been collecting them until now. The treasures obtained in the sixth heaven before had now been completely spent by her. In exchange for a large amount of four spirits' treasures. Besides this path, there was also a second path, which was to become enemies with Lu Yi again. The Darkness Origin didn't know what was going on, it hadn't looked for her for a long time. If she were to become enemies with Lu Yi again, it was actually very simple. She only needed to make herself die, then enter the six paths of reincarnation, find the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, and inform the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord of everything. At that time, the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would be her helper. As for how to make the Nine Heavens Great Sage's laws decline, that was even simpler. Have the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord go into the Darkness Origin and beat up the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. This way, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, who was already at the end of his rope, would naturally undergo an extreme sublimation in advance. At that time, the laws of the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and the Nine Heavens Great Sage would collide fiercely, and the area above the sixth heaven would directly fall into a state of Nine Heavens Law vacuum. Facing Lu Yi at this realm, wouldn't the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord be able to manipulate him however he wanted? This was definitely a very good scheme. But Yin Qingcheng thought for a long time and didn't do it. Because, she truly loved Lu Yi now. When Yin Qingcheng rejected this option, her utmost emotion great path grew rapidly. Even when she hadn't rejected it, every time she thought of the past with Lu Yi in her previous life, her utmost emotion great path kept growing. Yin Qingcheng was very sad. Because her current Great Dao was truly the utmost emotion Great Path. She hadn't lied to Lu Yi, nor had she lied to herself. But Lu Yi didn't believe her. This made her incredibly uncomfortable. It turned out that the feeling of not being believed by someone could be so painful. Yin Qingcheng sighed. She flew out of her cave dwelling and headed towards the Heavenly Gate. She arrived outside the Heavenly Gate. Greetings, fellow Taoist. My name is Yin Qingcheng, Lu Yi's Dao companion. May I enter and see Lu Yi? Yin Qingcheng asked. The expression of the person guarding the Heavenly Gate was apologetic. Fellow Taoist, I apologize, but you cannot enter. I am delivering treasures to Lu Yi, I will absolutely not disturb him excessively. Fellow Taoist, I apologize. Chapter 573 Tri-Core Drive. Yin Qingcheng couldn't enter the Heavenly Gate. She was helpless, so she simply placed her storage ring on the ground. All the four spirits' treasures are inside. I hope fellow Taoist can help me pass them on. Just say they are from Yin Qingcheng. Thank you, fellow Taoist. With that said, Yin Qingcheng no longer hesitated, turning around and leaving. She didn't want to be enemies with Lu Yi anymore. She didn't want to possess Lu Yi all to herself now. As long as she could help Lu Yi, Yin Qingcheng was already satisfied. For the years to come, she would silently atone for her sins alone. Sooner or later, she could completely redeem herself from her transgressions. The guard looked at the storage ring in front of him, a look of difficulty on his face. What should he do? He thought for a while and decided to discuss it with the vice sect leader first, as the sect leader was already in seclusion. The vice sect leader was also hesitant upon hearing the news. However, the love and hate of the Grand Master were not something he could control, so he might as well hand this item over first and listen to the Grand Master's thoughts. At this time, Lu Yi was just about to go into seclusion. Hearing that vice sect leader Li Qingfeng sought an audience, he allowed him to enter. Greetings, sect leader. Lu Yi's expression was calm as he looked at Li Qingfeng. What happened? Now, at the Heavenly Gate, the sect leader was in seclusion, and he, the Grand Master, was even more capable of doing the work of two. Sect leader, just now, a woman named Yin Qingcheng wanted to see you, but the guards did not let her in. She left this storage ring, claiming that these are the 4 spirits' treasures she found for the sect leader. She left after leaving them. What do you think we should do with this storage ring? Li Qingfeng asked. Lu Yi was a bit confused. However, the 4 spirits' treasures were exactly what he needed. Lu Yi took the storage ring, and it was indeed full of 4 spirits' treasures, the quantity of which was even more than what a quasi-emperor strong individual would take out. Lu Yi couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what in the world was Yin Qingcheng up to? Thinking of doing such a thing to make him forgive her. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Treasure, delivered to his doorstep and something he needed, should he take it? If he did, it seemed equivalent to Yin Qingcheng repaying him for his kindness to her in the previous life. If he didn't, it seemed like he was an idiot. Lu Yi thought for a while. Fine, he'll take it. It's no big deal. If Yin Qingcheng kept sending him treasures non-stop, he would just treat her as a god of wealth. Okay, I understand, Lu Yi nodded. Then what if she comes again next time? The treasures can be left, but she is not to be seen. In fact, Lu Yi also wanted to see how long Yin Qingcheng could keep this up in this manner. Shen Zitong appeared before Lu Yi after Li Qingfeng left. Her brows were also furrowed. Ding, what does she want to do? I don't know either. Do you think I should accept these treasures? Lu Yi asked the system for its opinion. Ding, of course you should. She owes you a lot from the previous life. If she can truly repay everything she owes you from the previous life, then I will believe that the great Dao she is cultivating anew is the utmost emotion great path. Lu Yi felt the same way. Forgive or not forgive, Lu Yi was sure he wouldn't forgive. But when it came to treasures, Lu Yi accepted all comers. Why? Because he was shameless. Ding, why hasn't Darkness Origin come over recently? Shen Zitong asked. I didn't let her come over. I remember there are a few great emperors in this area recently showing signs of revival. I told her to keep a close eye on them and report any problems in time, Lu Yi said. Shen Zitong nodded. Ding, you should give her something to do. Otherwise, she always thinks about seducing you. Lu Yi. Ah, is that so? Yes, Lu Yi. Alright, let's get down to business. Lu Yi knew that Darkness Origin was particularly lacking in security now, but he didn't know what she was up to. He currently had no interest in women, and raising a devouring Dao beast was more comfortable than getting involved with women. The formation lit up again. The 4 spirits' treasures were continuously thrown into it, and the most initial power was constantly being fused and introduced into the world. A completely new evolution had begun. An emperor realm killing a great emperor, with a quasi-emperor realm in between, was too difficult. But Lu Yi was not without hope. System, begin Dao comprehension. Ding, Dao comprehension is in progress. Little Heavenly Dao, begin Dao comprehension. Beep, Dao comprehension is in progress. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then still contacted Darkness Origin. 9 lives, you're looking for me. An Yuaner's figure instantly appeared before Lu Yi, her bright eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Those eyes were clearly saying, you finally looked for me, I missed you so much. Lu Yi indicated he didn't understand. What's the situation with those old guys inside you now? 4 great emperor realms have begun to show signs of revival, and the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has also shown unusual activity and might awaken soon. There's nothing else. Did the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable awaken during this period in the previous life? Lu Yi asked. He did. At that time, he observed the current situation of the 9 heavens, found that the laws of the 9 heavens great sage were still strong, and then went back into deep sleep. It should be the same this time, Darkness Origin said. Lu Yi understood. I came this time to ask you to do me a favor. You already know that Heavenly Dao is my person. She can usually help me comprehend the Dao. Now I want you to help me comprehend the Dao as well. Can you do it? Lu Yi asked. 3-core drive, the effect might be better. Moreover, Lu Yi was really curious about what it would be like to view the heaven and earth great Dao from the perspective of Darkness Origin. Of course I can. Being able to help 9 lives makes me the happiest. And Yuaner was very happy, her face flushed, seemingly because her words were too direct, and her eyes flowed with tenderness. Now 9 lives was actually asking her to help him comprehend the Dao. What did this mean? It meant that their relationship had now taken a step further. And Yuener felt delighted in her heart. Lu Yi. Alright, the system was right, and Yuener did have intentions of seducing him. Every frown and smile was simply captivating. But Lu Yi's heart was terrifyingly hard. Only when facing Shen Zitong would his heart pound like crazy. When facing an Yuener, he really didn't feel much. Lu Yi reached out and pointed at an Yuener's glabella. An Yuener tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and completely revealed her peerless face before Lu Yi. Lu Yi's finger touched an Yuener's glabella. The cultivation of the Dao had been injected into an Yuener's body. Because the system and Heavenly Dao were relatively formidable existences, they could perform deductions without Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao. Darkness origin was a bit weaker, so a part of Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao was directly handed over to an Yuener to control. 3-core drive. Lu Yi refused to believe that his cultivation of the Dao couldn't reach the Great Emperor realm. He not only wanted to make the cultivation of the Dao enter the Great Emperor realm, but also reach a level where it could automatically derive Great Emperor divine abilities. Then, fuse the Celestial Venerable Fist. Lu Yi didn't believe he couldn't kill Enri, that Great Emperor. Begin full evolution. Chapter 574 Blood Sea Heavenly Lord. As Lu Yi underwent his glorious and great evolution, time flowed ceaselessly. The darkness origin now only did two things. One was studying, and the other was helping Lu Yi work. This was the legendary doing while learning, learning until old, lifelong learning. The entire 9 heavens seemed to have become quiet. The Dark Clan quietly waited for Lu Yi's strength to increase, and all the sect higher-ups were diligently cultivating, hoping to receive Lu Yi's guidance. Finally, one day arrived. Within the darkness origin, as sounds like ocean waves echoed, an overwhelming bloody smell filled the entire darkness origin. Many quasi-emperors sleeping within the darkness origin, under the influence of this bloody smell, felt the blood within their bodies become extremely unstable. In just a moment, blood directly seeped out from their bodies and flew towards the depths of the darkness origin. It wasn't just quasi-emperors, great emperors were the same. Their blood was uncontrollable at this moment. The darkness origin instantly retracted Lu Yi's great Dao, transforming into a black mist, appearing in the depths. If it were normal times, if the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable did something like this, she would definitely shout out. After all, these were her subordinates, many of whom were injured and sleeping. If you did this now, wouldn't it just make things worse for these people? But now, suck more, suck more. Sucking just this little bit of blood, people from the outer domain would think we can't afford to suck. Suck everyone dry, suck hard. The darkness origin appeared not far from the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. At this time, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was vaguely just a humanoid figure with no facial features. His entire body was composed of blood, and blood appearing from all directions merged into his body. He merely sat cross-legged there, and it was as if one could see the most vast blood sea. Filled with bloodiness, filled with malevolence, as if it was the most filthy thing in the world. The darkness origin did not speak, waiting for the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable to speak first. Whether it was great emperors or quasi-emperors, after their vital blood was sucked by the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's facial features emerged. He looked truly ancient, his face covered in wrinkles that were traces of time. However, even being so ancient, one could still see his fierce appearance. Many people become more benevolent in appearance the older they get. But the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was different. Even being so ancient, he was still extremely ferocious, and the older he got, the more ferocious he became. Long time no see, the Blood Sea's voice said indifferently. Long time no see, you still look so scary, the darkness origin said bluntly. How is the situation in the 9 heavens now? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable didn't have the energy to talk nonsense with the darkness origin and ask directly. It's still the same. Some time ago, the 9 heavens great sage left behind a law that crushed a great emperor to death. Nothing else happened. Oh, also, the innate demon infant, for some unknown reason, went to the outer domain alone to devour and ended up being killed by the combined efforts of the great emperors outside. Other than that, there's nothing else. Facing the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, things below the great emperor level didn't need to be mentioned at all, he wouldn't care. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable nodded slightly. Are there still no signs of the 9 heavens law weakening? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. No, not at all. You didn't even see it. The way the Nine Heavens great sage crushed that great emperor to death was like crushing an ant. It was frustrating to watch. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable sighed faintly. Nine Heavens great sage. His figure immediately disappeared. Wait for me. The Darkness Origin instantly followed. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had already stepped out of the Darkness Origin and appeared above the Nine Heavens. Between the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven, for special reasons, great emperors could go up for a short time but couldn't stay long. It was like when a celestial venerable preached the Tao, great emperors would rush up to listen. However, generally speaking, the Nine Heavens was almost a relatively static space where time seemed to lose much of its meaning, because besides celestial venerables and some of their servants or family members, there really were no other people. As soon as the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable left the Darkness Origin, his face began to continuously age again. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable even coughed twice. His energy was truly getting less and less. Running on empty, this was often used to describe the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's current state. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's gaze looked forward, as if he could see the entire Nine Heavens. How about it? Do you want to charge at the Nine Heavens law? The Darkness Origin said with anticipation in its voice. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was silent. Let's wait a bit longer, wait until my final moment. The Darkness Origin sighed regretfully. Recently, has there been any heavens chosen appearing in the Nine Heavens comparable to those of the past? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. How should I put it? There is a heavens chosen whose strength is decent, but they probably can't catch your eye yet. They just ascended to the 7th heaven, it's still early. The Darkness Origin did not hide anything. It was indeed like this. Not everyone could lie in front of a celestial venerable. Of course, the Darkness Origin could lie, but who knew what methods the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had, so it just told the truth. Lu Yi. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable muttered this name. Darkness Origin. Damn, how did the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable do it? Amazing. This is the guy who made me suffer several times. What? You want to deal with him? The Darkness Origin said with excitement in its voice. You can pay attention to him. Although the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable called out Lu Yi's name, it was obvious that he really had no way to deal with Lu Yi. But Lu Yi had already become his predetermined target. Suddenly, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable frowned and his eyes widened slightly. It was as if he had discovered something incredible. Rebirth. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable uttered these two words. Darkness Origin. How on earth did this old guy do it? He even heard about rebirth. It is rebirth, the Darkness Origin said. Why didn't you tell me about something like this? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's voice was a little cold. You didn't ask me, the Darkness Origin said righteously. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable gave the Darkness Origin a cold look. However, he also had no way to deal with the Darkness Origin. So this Lu Yi, in his previous life, was a top heavenly venerable, the kind who failed to pass the Saint Tribulation, the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. That's right. But when I returned from rebirth, I didn't have any memories. I only knew about rebirth by cooperating with one of the reborn women. Then before rebirth, what was my fate? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. I don't know. I don't know the details too well. If you want to know, I can help you ask. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable took a deep breath, digesting the large amount of information. He had never expected that this awakening would yield such news. How exactly did rebirth happen? How could there be rebirth? Chapter 575 I'm not sleeping anymore. To know about rebirth, for a celestial venerable, no. Not just celestial venerables. For everyone, it is extremely tempting. Who doesn't want to know the future? Who doesn't want to make up for regrets? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable felt that if he were to be reborn and do it again. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable thought for a moment, and finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. Becoming a saint is truly too difficult. Even if he were reborn and did it again, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable wouldn't dare say he would definitely become a saint. Sometimes looking back on one's life, many successful people will actually feel a sense of thankfulness, because on the path of cultivation, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will arrive first, and luck accounts for a considerable part of it. Especially before the Nine Heavens were formed, who could say they wouldn't be flattened into a piece of paper on the spot by a giant hand descending from the sky? Of course, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's fear of such things might also be one of the reasons he couldn't become a saint. 9 lives, 9 lives, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable actually knows about rebirth, and he even knows you. Now he's asking me about his future in the previous life, what should I say? Darkness Origin quickly asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi wasn't too surprised. In his previous life, he was a Celestial Venerable, so he wasn't surprised that a Celestial Venerable had such methods. Tell him the truth. Actually, he should have already seen the time river and roughly guessed his own fate, Lu Yi said. Oh, 9 lives is so smart. Then you wait for me. I'll ask you anytime. Okay. Having received Lu Yi's answer, Darkness Origin directly relayed it to Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable smiled without smiling. So, in the previous life, I ended up working hard for others' benefit. Using his life allowed the darkness upheaval to fully begin, and the other old guys within the Darkness Origin were comfortable. You could say that. Then, since they received my favor in the previous life, shouldn't they repay it in this life? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. Darkness Origin was stunned. This line of thinking. It makes sense. But of course, she had to try and dissuade him. The existences within me are all on the same side as us. If you attack them, it wouldn't be appropriate. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable couldn't help but burst into laughter. The same side. Ha ha ha. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has lived for so many years, and everyone on the same side has already entered his Blood Sea, becoming a part of the Blood Sea. Now Darkness Origin says these people are on the same side as him, isn't that just right? Therefore, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's figure instantly disappeared. As soon as he returned to the Darkness Origin, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable instantly found a target. This was a relatively young Great Emperor, full of vigor, but his Great Dao was injured, and he had been recuperating within the Darkness Origin. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable didn't say a word and directly attacked. That Great Emperor was named Celestial Blood Great Emperor. At this moment, he suddenly woke up, both startled and angry, resisting Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's attack. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, what are you doing? Celestial Blood Great Emperor asked urgently. Nothing much, just borrowing your life force. The difference between a Great Emperor and a Celestial Venerable is actually not as great as imagined. Both are masters of myriad Daos. However, a Celestial Venerable is not only a master of myriad Daos but can also actively generate Great Dao. What does this mean? It means that a Celestial Venerable already possesses the foundation for creating worlds. The two exchanged blows, and Celestial Blood Great Emperor was immediately suppressed. The sky blood condensed all over his body couldn't stop boiling. He was enraged by this. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Darkness Origin couldn't help but start mediating. In just a moment, Celestial Blood Great Emperor was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The powerful energy fluctuations quickly made the Great Emperors and Quasi-Emperors who were about to awaken open their eyes. Upon opening their eyes, they saw Blood Sea fighting Sky Blood. This caused the expressions of several Great Emperors to change slightly. How could this be allowed? Although the existences within the Darkness Origin are all vicious and evil individuals, you can't act recklessly, because everyone is united against outsiders. As a result, now if a Celestial Venerable were to attack them, this Darkness Origin would no longer be a sanctuary, but a demon's den. So several Great Emperors exchanged glances. They must step in to help. Celestial Blood Great Emperor could no longer hold back and was about to undergo extreme sublimation, using his origin to fight Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. The sky blood within his body was decreasing at an alarming rate. Celestial Venerable, please stop. We are all one, and we shouldn't treat each other like this, a Great Emperor advised. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable turned a deaf ear, solely absorbing sky blood, with satisfaction on his face. Everyone tried to persuade him. Darkness Origin was also trying to persuade him. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Celestial Blood Great Emperor finally couldn't bear it, let out a long roar, his origin exploded, limitless imperial might spread, and a blood banner appeared in his hand, erupting with earth-shattering power. But he was facing a Celestial Venerable. Although he erupted with full force, he was still severely suppressed. However, his fighting style could make Blood Sea Celestial Venerable suffer losses. The absorbed sky blood would only turn into energy and flow out. However, he still underestimated Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable suddenly transformed into a Blood Sea, engulfing Celestial Blood Great Emperor and the Sky Blood Banner together. Celestial Blood Great Emperor let out a mournful cry. His figure bobbed up and down in the blood sea, and he began to shrivel up at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. The other great emperors could no longer stand by and watch. If they didn't act now, it was possible that they would end up like this in the future. Celestial Venerable, please stop. A white bone-long spear instantly pierced towards the blood sea. Limitless wails seemed to emanate from the white bone-long spear, extremely mournful. Another skull spat out rolling black smoke, spreading everywhere. There were also great emperor techniques erupting with limitless divine light. All of them struck towards the blood sea. At this moment, the blood sea suddenly spat out celestial blood great emperor, violently contracted, and transformed back into a human form. Enough. Blood sea celestial venerable let out a low shout. The attacks abruptly stopped. These attacks ultimately did not land on blood sea celestial venerable's body. After all, for a great emperor to attack a celestial venerable was truly extremely inappropriate. As long as there was a shred of room for reconciliation, they were unwilling to attack blood sea celestial venerable. Everyone knew that blood sea celestial venerable didn't have much time left. If, before dying, he dragged a few people down with him, that would truly be terrifying. Having absorbed a large amount of sky blood, blood sea celestial venerable's state was much more comfortable. He coldly looked at these several great emperors. Darkness Origin sighed. Look, it was fine originally, but now, another great emperor is crippled. This makes me happy. Next, I won't be sleeping anymore, blood sea celestial venerable said calmly. Darkness Origin. What? No, if you're not sleeping, then how can I frequently go play with 9 lives? Aren't you being ridiculous? So, you're not sleeping anymore, what are you planning to do? Darkness Origin asked. Blood sea celestial venerable did not answer this question. But his eyes carried a chilling light. Chapter 576 Emperor. Lu Yi received the news, his expression unchanged. So what if it doesn't go dormant? What's the big deal? 9 heaven's great sages' laws, whether you go dormant or not, you're the one who breaks them. It's that simple. Because who told you that you're about to run out of oil? Endless nascent power continuously surged into Lu Yi's body. Every moment, Lu Yi was evolving. Hongling power violently churned, also evolving. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to this Hongling power reaching the great emperor level. His cultivation was constantly being suppressed. Every time he advanced a minor realm, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel heartache. What a waste. Advancing a minor realm meant one less stage of improvement. If someone knew Lu Yi's current cultivation state, they would probably truly cry and faint, because it was too extreme, whose cultivation is compressed like this. In fact, if Lu Yi cultivated normally, his current strength should be only one step away from quasi-emperor. But now, Great Dao Realm 9th layer. However, according to the old tradition, it shouldn't be time to break through yet. Rolling and rolling always has benefits. People who came from Earth are already used to rolling. Rolling in studies, rolling in work, rolling in how they interact with others, all sorts of rolling. Soon, Great Dao Realm 10th Heaven. Cultivation of the Dao has been constantly improving. In fact, he had already mastered the complete cultivation of the Dao long ago. The Great Dao Realm is about cultivating the Great Dao to perfection, so this realm is a realm of rapid growth for the Great Dao. The Emperor Realm is about completely mastering it, and the Quasi-Emperor begins to try to suppress the Heaven and Earth Great Dao with their own Great Dao. Until they attain Dao and become Emperor, their own Great Dao suppresses all Great Dao, becoming the Lord of all Dao. A part of Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao was given to Darkness Origin to comprehend, and the remaining Great Dao was constantly growing. Great Dao Realm 11th Heaven. The nascent soul, at this time, began to get fat again. There was no way, even if it was compressed fiercely, there was still so much Hongling power. So the nascent soul was truly getting fat. Don't tell me, getting fat myself is actually a bit cute. Lu Yi looked at his nascent soul and had this thought. But as the nascent soul got fatter and fatter, it also kept getting bigger. The nascent soul had already started to protest. In fact, it was Lu Yi protesting. Lu Yi protested from the perspective of the nascent soul. But sorry, Lu Yi didn't accept. So, the nascent soul continued to get fatter. Until the nascent soul became a behemoth, this was no longer cute, but terrifying. It seemed to have reached its limit. It is now the Great Dao Realm 14th layer. Should I break through? Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, he felt that the nascent soul could still hold on for a bit. Compress with all your might. The nascent soul also started to move, exercising a bit. It's going to explode, it's really going to explode. All right then. Lu Yi reluctantly chose to advance. The moment he advanced, the nascent soul was like a balloon that had been let out of air, quickly deflating. Lu Yi was stunned. Because this rapid deflation was not just because he broke through to the Emperor realm, but also because the Hongling power had advanced. It really advanced. Just like that, naturally and uneventfully, it advanced to the level of great Emperor power. The nascent soul infinitely shrunk, until finally, it was as tiny as dust. Lu Yi almost couldn't find where his nascent soul was. Good heavens! This is a double advancement. How about going out and testing my current strength? Lu Yi temporarily exited seclusion to adjust his quasi-emperor state and formulate the second phase of his plan. Now, Lu Yi felt that if he were to fight these quasi-emperors, none of them should be his match. Not should be, but absolutely. Including the devouring Dao beast. However, this strength cannot be known by others for the time being, but with the devouring Dao beast's desire to follow him, letting the devouring Dao beast know shouldn't be a problem. Under Lu Yi's guidance, all the quasi-emperors were indeed improving. After Lu Yi formulated the second phase of the plan, he left with the devouring Dao beast. Celestial Venerable, what are we going to do? The devouring Dao beast asked curiously. First, let's go to a hidden place. I need you to test the results of my cultivation, Lu Yi said frankly. Is that so, Celestial Venerable? How tiring it is for you to fly. How about you sit on my back, and I'll carry you, the devouring Dao beast said with a smile on its face. Lu Yi couldn't help but stiffen. Good heavens, it's worthy of you. To be honest, even in his previous life, Lu Yi had never had a mount. I wonder if Vermilion Bird counts. Probably not. That kind of riding is different from this kind of riding. It's still the kind of riding that disrespects one's master and destroys one's ancestors. It's not the same meaning. Looking at the devouring Dao beast's hopeful face, Lu Yi thought for a moment. Forget it, it's going to happen sooner or later. All right then, you can follow me from now on and be my mount, Lu Yi said directly. Upon hearing this, the devouring Dao beast instantly felt as if it had been struck by immense happiness, and its whole being was dizzy. Celestial Venerable agreed. Celestial Venerable actually agreed. All the hard work it had put in for so long, Celestial Venerable had truly seen it all. On the devouring Dao beast's back, a cushion completely made of fur instantly appeared, extremely soft. This cushion had been improved by the devouring Dao beast countless times, and now it finally had a use. Lu Yi flew up and sat on the devouring Dao beast's back. The devouring Dao beast instantly galloped, extremely happy. Looking at that posture, it could definitely be described as frolicking. But Lu Yi's body was completely still. It wasn't that Lu Yi was controlling his body, but that the devouring Dao beast's back was truly motionless when it was galloping. Looking at this posture, it seemed that the devouring Dao beast had already practiced it long ago. It was truly too hard-working. Lu Yi pointed in a direction for the devouring Dao beast. The devouring Dao beast ran over like it was frolicking, its speed was fast, there was no wind, and it was also stable. It wasn't until the man and beast appeared at the edge of the primordial morning mist that the devouring Dao beast finally stopped. In front, white mist steamed everywhere. The edge was invisible. Looking at this white mist, it was harmless to humans and animals, just like balls of cotton, but in reality, this is one of the most dangerous places in the entire seventh heaven. Primordial morning mist. Lu Yi had thought about incorporating this into his nascent soul before, as one of his means of dealing with enemies in the future. In his previous life, Lu Yi had actually thought the same way. It was just that in his previous life, he couldn't bear that kind of pain. The primordial morning mist was truly a pain that normal people could not bear, even a celestial venerable would probably be unwilling to bear it. But Lu Yi could. Because Lu Yi had endured even more tragic things before. There was no celestial venerable who had ever experienced such heartbreaking pain. Master, this is Lu Yi. Changing the address was too fast. But Lu Yi didn't correct it. You wait outside. After speaking, Lu Yi calmly walked into the primordial morning mist. Dark Clan. And Li had been feeling extremely uneasy recently. Incredibly irritated, empty, and her back felt cold. The ominous feeling was extremely strong. No, I can't wait like this anymore, I must stir up some trouble. Chapter 577, The Emperor Fights the Emperor. Family head, Enli requests an audience. Enli arrived outside Enri's room. When she wasn't insane, everything was quite normal. Moreover, having experienced the time when the darkness origin directly abandoned her in the 6 paths of reincarnation, she roughly understood something. People who don't love you won't even bat an eye if you die, let alone compromise with you. The darkness origin was like this, and Enri was the same. Only Lu Yi would unconditionally tolerate her and compromise with her. Sure enough, Lu Yi loved her very much. So she no longer had the right to lose her temper. Originally, she didn't want to bother with this matter anymore, but she found that even if she didn't bother, Enri didn't care either. He already felt that everything was ready now, only lacking the final push. The altar had already been built, just waiting for Lu Yi to reach the quasi-emperor realm. As soon as the dark origin insect seal acted up, it would definitely be detected by the statue, and then the altar would be naturally activated, contacting the god, and the great task would be completed. As long as this step was achieved, it would be considered a success. Therefore, hearing Enli come to find him, Enri's mood was also quite good. He had been very angry before, but after tormenting Enli for a while, his anger subsided, but regarding Enli, he always held a faint vigilance in his heart. Not just because of Lu Yi's scolding. There was also Enli's behavior. What Enli said when she previously reflected the 9 heavens was that Lu Yi in his previous life was unbelievably good to these women, extremely doting. What was the result? Enli still betrayed him. Enri was still very clear about how the Dark Clan treated Enli. If even the closest person could be betrayed, betraying the Dark Clan in the future would be too easy for Enli, something she could do casually. Although, Enli did all this for the Dark Clan. But if they really waited for the god to descend, wouldn't it be fine to ask the god to reward Enli then? Therefore, all that was needed next was to wait patiently. There was no need to do anything more. There was no one in the 7th heaven who could help Lu Yi overcome this tribulation, and Lu Yi himself had no way out at all. Oh, there was one, and that was for Lu Yi to enter the Dark Clan to break the altar, but he was a great emperor. With him, a great emperor, staying here, even if all the quasi-emperors of the entire 7th heaven entered the Dark Clan, they would only be seeking death. This was the confidence of a great emperor. So, what could Lu Yi do? He had no way at all. Even if Lu Yi could fight above his realm, even if he could fight a great emperor as a quasi-emperor, the premise was still for Lu Yi to be promoted to quasi-emperor, and the moment he was promoted to quasi-emperor, Lu Yi would no longer be Lu Yi, let alone come over to break the altar. A smile involuntarily appeared on Enri's face. Let her in, Enri said calmly. Enli pushed the door open and entered. Greetings, family head. The smile on Enri's face was gentle. Sit. Thank you, family head. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Enri asked. To be honest, sect leader, I've been feeling uneasy lately. Lu Yi currently has no activity, and I'm worried about some changes, Enli said. Ah, about this, tell me what you're worried about. I don't know what I'm worried about either, but Lu Yi is definitely not someone who will sit and wait for death. He must be plotting something now, looking for a way to break the situation. We can't just let him search like this. If he finds a way, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Enli said. Enri nodded. Your worry is not unreasonable, but you should be as clear as I am about what the dark origin insect seal is, right? Let alone the 7th heaven, even the 8th heaven and the 9th heaven have no solution. Unless a saint takes action, but there are no saints in this heaven and earth now. Although that's true, Lu Yi cannot be viewed with common sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. In my opinion, there's no such thing as, just in case. Otherwise, tell me one possibility for, just in case. Enri said with a smile. Enli frowned. In fact, she also didn't know what method Lu Yi could use to solve this matter. Can't think of anything, can you? Enli, I know you were the driving force behind this matter, so it's normal to be anxious about gains and losses. Calm down, I can't think of any way Lu Yi could break the situation even if I rack my brain, so don't rush, don't panic, be at peace. What if Lu Yi possesses the strength to contend with a great emperor while still in the emperor realm? As soon as this sentence was spoken, Enri was stunned for a moment, and then he burst into wild laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. Ha 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 ha. Enli, I admit that Lu Yi becoming a celestial venerable in his previous life was indeed very strong, but an emperor fighting a great emperor. Such a ridiculous thing really shouldn't be said. Think about it yourself. Throughout history, let alone great emperors or celestial venerable, Even saints, the strongest saint recently, Nine Heaven's great sage, could he fight a great emperor while in the emperor realm? What is a great emperor? Oh, that's right, you also became a great emperor in your previous life, but your kind of great emperor is different from mine, so it's understandable that you can't quite grasp how strong a great emperor is, but from now on, don't say such foolish things again, lest you make a fool of yourself outside. Enri said, laughing heartily towards the sky. Yes, throughout history, no one has been able to accomplish the feat of an emperor fighting a great emperor. There has never been such a thing because they are simply not on the same level. Even if a quasi-emperor could survive in the hands of a great emperor, it would be passed down as a legendary tale, and great emperors who failed to kill a quasi-emperor would even be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The matter of a quasi-emperor defeating a great emperor has indeed occurred. Those who could accomplish this either exhausted their life force or soared into the sky, becoming celestial venerables without exception. Enli was extremely angry. What did he mean by, "My great emperor is different from your great emperor"? What did that mean? In her previous life, she was also a being who condensed a Dao fruit, and her attack power in her previous life was completely not weaker than any great emperor. Although it was due to the celestial venerable artifact refined by Lu Yi, she was still a genuine great emperor. Even though the crossing tribulation was replaced by Lu Yi, they themselves also tried, and it was just slightly lacking, not a huge difference. Lu Yi cannot be measured by common sense. Enli's voice became heavier. Even if I don't measure him by common sense, it's impossible for him to be an enemy of a great emperor while in the emperor realm. There's no such thing. Then he shouldn't be allowed to improve so vigorously. Enri suddenly laughed, a very relaxed laugh. Don't be anxious, since you said he shouldn't be allowed to improve so vigorously. What method do you have to stop Lu Yi? He felt that there was no need to argue with Enli. Considering Enli's status and his own status, arguing with her would simply be beneath him. Can we make the god descend earlier? Actively trigger the Dark Origin insect seal within Lu Yi's body. Let the Dark Origin insect seal erupt prematurely before Lu Yi reaches the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 578 The Origin of Darkness Betrayed. No. Enri said very resolutely. Without the Dark Origin insect seal acting up, the god will not pay attention to our calls at all, let alone asking the god to come down earlier and actively trigger the Dark Origin insect seal. Really not possible. Enli was a little disbelieving. Enri's expression turned ugly for a moment. I'm not you, do I need to lie to you? Really not possible. How about this, you go and think about how to deal with Lu Yi first. If you come up with something, come back and tell me, and then we can discuss whether this matter is feasible or not. Enli frowned, but she really couldn't think of a good idea for a while. There are simply too many quasi-emperors surrounding Lu Yi now. Even if all the quasi-emperors from the darkness origin were brought out, they would mostly be unable to do anything about Lu Yi. Moreover, with the example of Limitless Great Emperor, the quasi-emperors of the darkness origin, upon hearing about Limitless Great Emperor, might not only refrain from besieging and killing Lu Yi, but there's a high possibility they might directly defect to Lu Yi. After all, the purpose of following other dark great emperors or darkness celestial venerables is precisely to become a great emperor, isn't it? Now that Lu Yi has the possibility of helping people become great emperors, becoming Lu Yi's subordinate is the same, and perhaps the future will be even more glorious. Okay, then I'll go back and think about it, but we must not relax our vigilance. Enri nodded repeatedly. Enli left with a heavy heart. Watching Enli disappear, a hint of mockery appeared in Enri's eyes. We must not relax our vigilance. Anyone who didn't know would think you were the family head of the Dark Clan. A guy who doesn't even have cultivation, in the world of cultivation, doesn't even work hard at cultivating, spends all day thinking about schemes and tricks, completely forgetting that in the cultivation world, cultivation is the most important thing. Pass on my order. If Enli comes to find me again from now on, say that I am in seclusion, and also, the Dark Clan is under strict martial law. All members of the Dark Clan are not allowed to leave the Dark Clan to avoid exposing our location, and to guard against others mixing in to destroy the altar. Yes, Enli still didn't know that Enri was just being polite and enthusiastic, but completely wouldn't do anything. She was seriously pondering this question. What other methods were there to cause trouble for Lu Yi, so that Lu Yi wouldn't have so much time and energy to deal with the matter of the Dark Origin insect seal? She racked her brains. Should I ask the Darkness Origin? No, the Darkness Origin is also foolish. Suddenly, Enli's eyes widened. That's not right. At this point, Enli was suddenly startled awake. She had always felt that something was not quite right, and now thinking of the darkness origin finally made her realize. Why wasn't it right? Why did Lu Yi inexplicably take away the dark origin insect seal of the Dark Clan before? The dark origin insect seal was clearly of no use to Lu Yi. His specific action of coming to take away the dark origin insect seal, did it mean that Lu Yi already knew that the 8th poison was the dark origin insect seal? Very few people knew that the last poison was the dark origin insect seal. Besides those of the Dark Clan, only the darkness origin knew. Then how did Lu Yi know? An unspeakable panic rose in Enli's heart. Could it be the darkness origin surrendered? This guess sent a shiver down Enli's spine. No, impossible. The surrender of the darkness origin was even more unbelievable than her being forgiven by Lu Yi. Because that was the darkness origin, it was the opposite of the Heavenly Dao, only one of them could ultimately remain, there was no possibility of them coexisting for a long time. Now the Heavenly Dao is 100% in the same camp as Lu Yi, the Heavenly Dao has long since become selfish. Then for the darkness origin to defect to Lu Yi, let alone whether it is willing or not, Lu Yi couldn't possibly agree. Then why did Lu Yi know about the dark origin insect seal? Actually, what they had been planning all along was how Lu Yi would react if he knew the dark origin insect seal was the last poison. They hadn't even thought before about why Lu Yi would know that the dark origin insect seal would be the 8th poison. Enli's heart sank infinitely. It's bad. It's bad. If the darkness origin defected to Lu Yi, it could completely help Lu Yi, and even because of the darkness origin's special nature, Lu Yi could directly enter the darkness origin and then go to the outer domain to ask a celestial venerable to help him solve the problem of the dark origin insect seal. But after thinking about it, Enli felt a little relieved. Even a celestial venerable couldn't find the location of the dark origin insect seal. Otherwise, if those 8 poisons were on Lu Yi's body, the previous life's Lu Yi would have detected them long ago. Only when the dark origin insect seal erupts can others detect it, but by then, it would already be too late. Honestly, Enli now was truly feeling a chill in her heart, the kind where cold sweat was streaming down her body. It was truly unimaginable that this seemingly upright guy, the darkness origin, would betray everyone and resolutely defect to Lu Yi. By doing this, wasn't it selling out all the powerhouses within him? Lu Yi really disliked that group of powerhouses. If that group of powerhouses knew about this, wouldn't they severely attack the darkness origin? No, this matter must be revealed, otherwise this kind of thing would greatly aid Lu Yi's growth. Enli also felt a deep sense of fear at this moment, knowing that the darkness origin knew her location at all times. They were in the same group, so couldn't Lu Yi intercept and kill her anytime he wanted? Thinking of this, Enli said nothing more, turned around, and went back to find Enri. If she went out and said that the darkness origin had defected to Lu Yi, no one would believe it at all, but if Enri said it, it would be enough to cause a storm. She quickly arrived outside Enri's cultivation chamber. But an Emperor Realm Dark Clan member appeared and blocked her. I'm looking for the family head, it's something very important, Enli said anxiously. Apologies, the family head has already entered seclusion. He was just seeing me a moment ago, he shouldn't have entered the state yet. Please report quickly, this matter of mine is truly very, very important. Apologies, the family head has already entered seclusion. Enli gritted her teeth. If this matter leads to the destruction of the Dark Clan, can you bear this responsibility? Apologies, the family head has already entered seclusion. Enli was almost angered to death. Are you crazy? Was Enri really in seclusion, or was he just unwilling to see her? She didn't care, Enri had to know about this matter. Enri, the darkness origin has defected to Lu Yi, this matter is very serious. The guard's brows furrowed, and Enli instantly lost the ability to speak. If you are this impolite again, you will be subjected to punishment, leave immediately within 3 breaths. Woo woo woo. Enli was also fierce, she immediately charged towards Enri's cultivation chamber on the spot. But in the next instant, her body fell to the ground. Take her away, hand her over to the disciplinary unit for handling. As long as she doesn't die, it's fine. Yes. Chapter 579, Darkly Collapse. Enli endured a period of torment. Her soul was severely injured by the soul-refining divine lightning. After all, the Dark Clan is a family, and within the family head's position is supreme. For someone like Enli to directly charge into the family head's secluded cultivation area could be considered a great crime. However, of course, because of Enli's special status, she wouldn't be executed. Dragging her body covered in bloodstains, her eyes somewhat unfocused, Enli left the place of punishment, completely crawling away. It truly hurt. But in her previous life, she was a great emperor, and her soul, having carried a Dao fruit, was still extremely strong, and she recovered quickly. Even so, Enli still needed more than 10 days of recuperation to regain clarity. Her gaze was terrifying. It must be said, this was an indomitable person. Even if she experienced more pain, she would not admit defeat. Enri, his foolishness was simply making Enli gnash her teeth, hating him so much she wanted to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. Why did the Dark Clan have such a family head? Why wouldn't he listen to her? She had told him clearly to come directly to her if there was a problem, but now he was simply nowhere to be seen. What secluded cultivation? He was fooling an idiot. So close to the cultivation room, even an ordinary person would have heard her shout, but Enri had not shown any reaction even now. Enri did indeed hear it. But what did the darkness origin defecting to Lu Yi have to do with him? He didn't even know the darkness origin. In his opinion, Enli was simply insane. A lunatic. Wouldn't it be fine to just wait patiently for Lu Yi to advance to quasi-emperor? Why cause so much trouble? Enli, however, was unwilling to sit and wait for death. Since Enri wouldn't handle it, she would go out and inform everyone in the world that the darkness origin had defected to Lu Yi. This way, the existence of the darkness origin would definitely be known, at least the Gaetian Great Emperor could know. Enli's injuries were mostly healed, and she immediately wanted to leave the Dark Clan. But upon reaching the Dark Clan's gate, she was stopped again. Stop. Enli took a deep breath. I need to go out and purchase some items for cultivation, is that not allowed? For cultivation supplies, exchange them at the resource hall. The family head has ordered a complete lockdown of the Dark Clan, you cannot go out. Enli, I just need to go out to handle something. That's not allowed either. No matter what you need to do, you cannot violate the family head's order. Are you guys insane? Enli's emotions instantly collapsed. Are you guys crazy? Do you really think everything is fine and dandy just because Lu Yi was hit by the Dark Origin insect seal? He is Lu Yi, he is the 9 Lives Celestial Venerable. Now that he knows he's been hit by the Dark Origin insect seal, he will definitely find a way to remove it. When he truly removes the Dark Origin insect seal and advances to the quasi-emperor realm, the Dark Clan will be finished, there won't be a sliver of hope for survival. Enli screamed like a madwoman, her mindset completely shattered. Why? Why did she have to end up with such a family? Why were the people in this family so foolish? Why? What is the reason for all of this? The few strong individuals guarding the gate looked at each other. What was happening? What was all this? Why couldn't they understand? This Enli, right. She was quite beautiful, but why was she a lunatic? Forget it. The family head's order must be obeyed by everyone. If you truly have an urgent matter to go out for, you can go and apply to the family head. Enli, if I could find that idiot Enri, would I need you to tell me? Indeed, Lu Yi was right to curse him, Enri was a pure idiot. Enli's chest heaved violently, she was practically going to die of anger. Good, good, good. Then what if I insist on going out? Enli fiercely wiped away her tears. The few guards exchanged glances. Then we can only send you to the place of punishment. Enli, punishment again, punishment again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Enli started laughing maniacally. The guards. Indeed, this was a lunatic. The next second, Enli directly charged towards the gate, but her strength was simply too weak. Before she had even rushed out 10 meters, she was captured on the spot. Disobeying the family head's order, forcibly charging the gate, sent her to punishment. Lu Yi did not know what was happening on Enli's side. The Dark Clan was indeed extremely well hidden, even the Heavenly Dao had no way to investigate the situation inside. It wasn't that it couldn't investigate, it could if it forced its way, but that would violate the rules and be very bad for this heaven and earth. If Shen Zitong saw Enli's current miserable state, she would probably be overjoyed. If Lu Yi knew, his lips would probably uncontrollably curl up as well. Lu Yi was busy right now. Busy absorbing the primordial morning mist. Strands of white mist surged into Lu Yi's body, his expression tense, his veins bulging all over, his body constantly trembling. Pain. It was too painful. However, Lu Yi had experienced it before. He recalled the final scene of his previous life, the betrayal by 8 women. The intense heartache simply surpassed all other pain. Lu Yi had let go. But after letting go, recalling that scene still brought uncontrollable pain. In his previous life, he had poured out all his emotions, all his love. Not only his body, but even his soul, his emotions, his great Tao, everything he had given to those people, only to be betrayed at the most crucial moment. It was too painful. Thinking this way, the pain from the primordial morning mist actually lessened considerably. Let it hurt intensely. After the pain, he would be able to let go better and more thoroughly. Lu Yi opened his eye sockets blood red, tears welling up, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. Lu Yi could somewhat understand why the relentless sage's single tear had such a terrifying effect. Because this single tear was not just the compression of extreme emotion, but also the terrifying rime of the great Tao. It looked like just a tear, but in reality, it could be half a person's life or even an entire lifetime. Emotions. The emotions of people, the emotions of all things. The primordial morning mist continuously surged into Lu Yi's body, being melted and absorbed by his nascent soul, becoming a part of Lu Yi's nascent soul. The primordial morning mist had been here for such a long time, yet no one had ever taken it away. One could only say that Lu Yi was truly a ruthless person. He absorbed the primordial morning mist day and night without stopping. The devouring Tao beast had been waiting outside all along. It looked at the primordial morning mist with some curiosity. It had, of course, heard of the fame of the primordial morning mist, but how painful was it exactly? The devouring Tao beast couldn't resist and extended its hoof towards the primordial morning mist. It wasn't particularly painful. The devouring Tao beast gathered its courage and stepped forward. Ow! A huge wail came from the devouring Tao beast's mouth. Its fur stood on end, and it even revealed its true form. Its enormous body was even larger than a star, crushing the void, and it rolled wildly in the chaos. Celestial Venerable. Awesome. Chapter 580 Practice. It could only be said that it was worthy of being a devouring Tao beast. Even in such pain, it was still praising Lu Yi in its heart. It couldn't really be considered praise, it was just that Lu Yi was genuinely awesome. The devouring Tao beast screamed for a long time before it finally recovered. It returned to the side of the primordial morning mist and couldn't help but gasp when it saw it. Because it could clearly see that the concentration of the primordial morning mist was thinning. Lu Yi had not only walked into the primordial morning mist but was also genuinely absorbing its power. It was terrifying. It was unimaginable what kind of effect it would have if the Celestial Venerable were to fight others in the future, with every attack containing the power of the primordial morning mist. Would anyone still be willing to fight the Celestial Venerable? Time passed by second. The primordial morning mist was continuously decreasing. Many white patterns appeared on Lu Yi's nascent soul. The patterns were magnificent, possessing a breathtaking beauty. Lu Yi suffered continuously in pain, but his cultivation of the Tao grew. On the path of cultivation of the Tao, what does a little pain matter? Until the vast area of primordial morning mist disappeared, the last wisp of primordial morning mist was absorbed into Lu Yi's mouth and nose. A clear and profound expression of relief appeared on Lu Yi's face. It was too difficult, truly too difficult. However, fortunately, everything was over. Lu Yi calmed his turbulent emotions, and the sweat all over his body evaporated instantly. With a wave of his hand, the treasures previously left behind in the primordial morning mist fell into Lu Yi's hands. The primordial morning mist had swallowed many cultivators over the years. There were even quasi-emperors who died within it, having been painfully killed alive. Some people, with no way to escape being hunted, chose to enter the primordial morning mist, but once they entered, they never came out again. The number wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. At least, there were tens of thousands of storage rings now in Lu Yi's hands. Having completed this step, he appeared before the devouring Tao beast. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of primordial morning mist enveloped the figures of the man and the beast. After refining this primordial morning mist and releasing it again, they finally wouldn't have to endure the pain a second time. Master's courage is boundless, this little beast is truly deeply impressed, the devouring Tao beast sincerely praised. Lu Yi was already accustomed to the devouring Tao beast's flattery. This matter is complete. Next, let's see the results of my current cultivation. You'll be my sparring partner, Lu Yi said. The devouring Tao beast nodded vigorously and distanced itself from Lu Yi. Lu Yi's aura fully erupted. A powerful momentum roared in all directions, causing the devouring Dao beast's fur to dance wildly. The devouring Dao beast's eyes widened. What a powerful aura. As expected of its master, this aura alone was not to be underestimated. It let out a low growl, and the aura of a peak quasi-emperor also erupted. The man and the beast hadn't even exchanged blows, yet the mere collision of their auras distorted the void, with chaotic mist appearing faintly. The devouring Dao beast hadn't yet unleashed its aura and hadn't realized how strong Lu Yi was now, but after unleashing its aura, it felt it most directly. The devouring Dao beast's aura was no match for Lu Yi's aura. From the moment it began to erupt and expand, it was completely suppressed by Lu Yi's aura in all directions within less than a breath, directly confined to the area around the devouring Dao beast. Lu Yi casually threw a punch, Taoist rhyme flowing. The devouring Dao beast was already extremely serious, giving its all. Roar! The massive beast claw was like a mountain, striking towards the fist print with all its might. Boom! A massive collision occurred between the two. Lu Yi's fist print shattered, and the devouring Dao beast's body swayed. Although the fist print exploded, the force rushed into the devouring Dao beast's body. The devouring Dao beast had to use a large amount of energy to shatter it. This is. The devouring Dao beast's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder the Celestial Venerable had to find such a hidden place to fight it. The Celestial Venerable's true essence. He had actually cultivated his true essence to the level of a great emperor while in the emperor realm. The devouring Dao beast was certain that this was definitely not the power of true essence at the quasi-emperor level, this was the power of true essence at the great emperor level. This is the power of a great emperor. Outrageous. At this moment, the devouring Dao beast felt a deep sense of absurdity. Because throughout history, who could possess true essence of great emperor quality at the emperor level? How compressed must it be to reach this level? It's just outrageous. However, while the devouring Dao beast was in shock, Lu Yi's figure appeared before it. With a whip kick, the devouring Dao beast was sent flying on the spot. Don't get distracted, give it your all, Lu Yi reprimanded. If he hadn't held back a little just now, the devouring Dao beast's head would have been shattered by that kick. The devouring Dao beast shivered. Okay. Without another word, a massive beam of light was already spat out from the devouring Dao beast's mouth. All the fur on its body turned into steel needles. Lu Yi's figure rushed into the beam of light, forcefully passing through its very center. Countless steel needles, too numerous to count, rushed towards Lu Yi. On each steel needle, there was a trace of the great Dao. This was one of the devouring Dao beast's innate divine abilities. Lu Yi's figure quickly disappeared. But the steel needles formed from fur seemed to have an automatic tracking function, constantly chasing after Lu Yi. Because the steel needles were small enough, their speed was very fast. Actually, Lu Yi had divine abilities that could be faster than the steel needles, but there was no need. He opened his hands, and the myriad Dao's imperishable shield was activated. Bang, bang, bang. Massive amounts of steel needles carrying Taoist rhyme fiercely stabbed at the shield. Looking at the degree of the shield's vibration, the penetrative power and impact force of these steel needles were simply astonishing, belonging to the top tier of quasi-emperor attacks. However, even with billions of steel needles, too many to count, they could not break through Lu Yi's shield in the slightest. Lu Yi was quite satisfied with this defensive power. He could easily resist such damage. The energy intensity of a quasi-emperor and the energy intensity of a great emperor were completely different in quality. He had also put in a lot of effort to raise the intensity of his Hongling power to this level. Lu Yi exerted force with his legs, charging towards the devouring Dao beast while enduring billions of steel needles. The devouring Dao beast realized that this move was ineffective against Lu Yi and decisively switched to a different attack. The reason the devouring Dao beast could be named Devouring Dao was because of its special nature. Devour Dao. As the ultimate move was unleashed, Lu Yi felt his cultivation of the Dao instantly decrease by more than 30%, and a large portion of the Hongling power within his body disappeared. It could be said to be a comprehensive decrease. Conversely, the devouring Dao beast's strength surged. All the energy that Lu Yi lost, along with the devouring Dao beast's own energy, converged in the devouring Dao beast's mouth. Lu Yi actually really wanted to use the Celestial Venerable Fist. But after considering it, he decided against it. Supreme Sword Qi. The stone sword hummed, and a large amount of Hongling power was injected into it. The stone sword was brighter than ever before. A sword was swung out. The unparalleled sword light seemed capable of cleaving the entire universe in two. This was a beam of sword light imbued with the power of a great emperor plus a great emperor divine ability. Seeing this, the devouring Dao beast was completely numb. Chapter 581, A Pillow for Those Sleepyheads. Pucci. The sphere, containing a terrifying destructive aura, was split in two by the sword light, the cut as clean as if a laser had sliced through tofu. This sword light brushed past the side of the devouring Dao beast. Of course, it wouldn't cleave into the devouring Dao beast's body, otherwise, the devouring Dao beast would also be split in two. The energy spheres, split into two halves, exploded on either side, energy surging but no longer able to pose a threat. Master, too strong. The devouring Dao beast couldn't help but cheer. Although it was defeated, what was wrong with that? This was its master, this was a celestial venerable, this was a quasi-saint who in the previous life had already begun crossing the saint tribulation. Defeating it was simply too normal. Even if Master had defeated its quasi-emperor self back in the Sprout Core realm, that would have been a very normal thing. Because this was Master's supreme power. Lu Yi's face was slightly pale. Everything was fine, it was just that the consumption was huge, because the evolution of Hongling power had caused the total amount to decrease too much. After just a few strikes this time, he felt a sense of emptiness. Let's go, head back. Alright. Lu Yi sat on the back of the devouring Dao beast and began to ponder. He had used up his treasures again, the world within his body was simply a gold-swallowing beast. So many quasi-emperors in the seventh heaven had helped him search for four spirits' treasures, and he had used them all up, yet how much had he opened up now? While he didn't collect all the four spirits' treasures in the seventh heaven, he had collected 50 to 60%, and the remaining ones would be very difficult to acquire. He still needed treasures. The world within Lu Yi's body, of course, could not be compared to the world he was currently in. The reason there weren't enough four spirits' treasures now was that after heaven and earth were opened up, much of the four spirits' power had evolved into other things, such as these endless stars. In fact, these stars also belonged to four spirits' treasures, but the energy contained within them was extremely scattered and weak. If Lu Yi were to refine stars, it would not only be troublesome but would also be equivalent to digging up the roots of Shen Zitong and Little Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't do that. So, where should he look for four spirits' treasures next? Just as Lu Yi was thinking, the heavenly mark on his forehead suddenly began to vibrate, flickering slightly. Who is looking for me? Lu Yi closed his eyes. Sect leader, how have you been recently? Dao Trace's great emperor asked with a smile. Not bad. How about you? Lu Yi asked. Ha ha ha, also not bad. Now, sect leader, guess who I am with? By now, Dao Trace's great emperor had long treated Lu Yi as an equal, speaking to him as if talking to an old friend. Lu Yi made a simple guess. Limitless great emperor. Ha ha ha, sect leader is indeed smart. I am currently with fellow Taoist Limitless. Why didn't you tell me when you encountered trouble? Could it be that you haven't considered me your subordinate? Dao Trace's great emperor joked. What subordinate? How can I be worthy of having a great emperor as my subordinate? Lu Yi chuckled. Fellow Taoist Limitless said he is now your subordinate. Aren't you the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, and thus also a subordinate? Friends, we are all good fellow Taoists, not subordinates. After the two exchanged some jokes, Dao Trace's great emperor got to the serious matter. Learning that sect leader needs four spirits' treasures, I just collected some from the eighth heaven and the outer domain and have now sent them back to the Heavenly Gate. During this time, fellow Taoist Limitless and I will collect more and send them back to you periodically. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Dao Trace's great emperor is capable. He was just worrying about resources, and someone delivered a pillow just as he was feeling sleepy. Honestly, this was an experience Lu Yi had never had before. In his previous life, this kind of thing truly never happened, not even once. In this life, help came in time of need. In his previous life, they pulled down his house in a snowstorm. Comparing the two, Lu Yi's fists couldn't help but clench again. Damn. For a moment, Lu Yi didn't even know what he should say. Alas. Lu Yi's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Sect leader, remember to tell me if you need anything next time. We are all people of the Heavenly Gate, inherently one body, helping each other is only proper. Okay. Lu Yi's words became concise. Alright, there's nothing else. Then I will take my leave. To be honest, sect leader, I am now impatient to discuss the Tao with fellow Taoist Limitless. After all, fellow Taoist Limitless still can't defeat me, ha ha ha. Lu Yi couldn't help but smile. The divine mark dimmed. Lu Yi looked at the void ahead. It turned out that what was said was true. Love only flows to those who are not lacking in love. Return to the heavenly gate. It seems it's time for a big fight. Lu Yi's blood was already boiling. Dark Clan, wait for me. Within the darkness origin, because of the awakening of Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, Celestial Blood Great Emperor was almost sucked dry. Their fight caused Great Emperors and a large number of Quasi-Emperors to revive, but Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was still not satisfied and began to awaken even more existences. Whether you were willing or not, you had to wake up. This was Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's domineering nature. Figures exuding terrifying auras were seated in the darkness, all looking towards Blood Sea Celestial Venerable on the blood-red throne at the very top. All dissatisfaction dared not be shown in the slightest at this moment. It could only be deeply suppressed in their hearts. The darkness origin formed a mass, and unlike the solemnity of the others, the darkness origin was clearly leisurely. Blood Sea, what big thing are you trying to do? Darkness origin asked, calling Blood Sea by name directly. Others dared not ask, but she, the darkness origin, was not included in that. With Blood Sea's old and withered appearance no, with Blood Sea's emaciated look, could darkness origin possibly be afraid of the other party? Only 9 lives could self-destruct and take her down with him. Even if Blood Sea Celestial Venerable self-destructed, he couldn't directly blow up darkness origin. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's half-closed eyes slowly opened. The reason I have awakened you this time is that I have already foreseen the future. All of you will die in the near future, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said calmly. With just one sentence, the faces of many great emperors and quasi-emperors changed slightly. Are you willing to listen to me? Although it was a question, the voice was filled with coldness. The meaning was clear, you have no right to refuse. Celestial Venerable, why will we die in the future? One great emperor asked. Killed by a reincarnator named Lu Yi. Everyone exchanged glances, but Gaetian Great Emperor spoke up at this moment to explain. While you fellow Taoists were in slumber, you still don't know that this heaven and earth has produced a reincarnator this time. The reincarnator reversed time and returned to the point in time when he first began cultivating, which was 2,400 years ago. Yes, from the time Lu Yi started cultivating until now, his accumulated cultivation time has reached an astonishing 2,400 years. Especially after reaching the 7th heaven, time became something worthless. Chapter 582 9 Lives, Not Good. It is said that this person's previous life was named 9 Lives Celestial Venerable, a top figure among Celestial Venerables, a supreme being who underwent the Saint Tribulation. However, during the tribulation, he was betrayed by his loved ones. Although there were 8 loved ones, considering how well he treated those women, it's correct to say they were his 8 loved ones. After being reborn, this person, having been a top heavenly venerable before, although his cultivation speed cannot be called unprecedented, his ability to fight at the same level and cross levels is indeed unparalleled. In the previous life, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable underwent extreme sublimation, attempting to break the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist restrictions but failed. However, this also caused the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist to greatly weaken. We launched the darkness upheaval to harvest the lives of the world's beings, but were stopped by this Lu Yi, and most of us were killed by Lu Yi. If it was like this in the previous life, this life's Lu Yi is even stronger, and the Heavenly Dao clearly stands on Lu Yi's side. We foolishly attempt to replace the Heavenly Dao with the darkness origin, and this Lu Yi is someone we must face no matter what. Fortunately, this Lu Yi's strength is not unprecedentedly powerful at the moment, only possessing quasi-emperor level combat power, so everything is still within controllable limits. Gaetian Great Emperor briefly introduced the background of the current situation, then stepped back and sat cross-legged. It must be said that Gaetian Great Emperor, having been awake for a long time within the darkness origin, was quite reasonable. Because he rarely competed with others and wasn't fond of killing, it was simply because his lifespan was not much, so he ran to the darkness origin to delay his aging. He had good judgment, a good attitude, and was willing to speak kindly to everyone. He even had a very wide circle of friends. When he sent An Li into the 6 paths of reincarnation, if he hadn't taken An Li, and she had gone alone, perhaps reincarnation Heavenly Lord would have truly been willing to talk to her. Breaking the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist and killing Lu Yi, these two matters need to be resolved, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said. Everyone. May I ask Celestial Venerable, which heaven is this Lu Yi in? The great emperor asked. 7th. Everyone. 7th heaven. Doesn't that mean having to pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist? Who will go through? In other words, who will go to die? Even if it's a great emperor, going to die is useless. Only a Celestial Venerable dying can weaken the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist. Will Blood Sea Celestial Venerable go to die? Certainly not. So what is the situation now? Since he is in the 7th heaven, we can send quasi-emperors to surround and kill him, the great emperor said. The darkness origin couldn't help but speak. Before, I sent 9 quasi-emperors to surround and kill him the first moment he ascended to the 7th heaven, but all 9 quasi-emperors died. He could kill quasi-emperors as soon as he ascended. It's because he called a lot of quasi-emperors to protect him. A lot of quasi-emperors. Don't we also have a lot of quasi-emperors now? Even if his popularity is good, how many quasi-emperors can he have? Soul Life Great Emperor said gloomily. Over 200, I guess. Soul Life Great Emperor. How many? Over 200, too many. I haven't counted the exact number, but there are a lot. Are our people enough? Soul Life Great Emperor. Why are there so many quasi-emperors willing to follow him? The Darkness Origin was extremely happy about this kind of question. Because he helped a quasi-emperor successfully prove the Tao, and that person became a great emperor. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the quasi-emperors sitting on the periphery instantly lit up. Ah, nonsense, proving the Tao and becoming emperor is one's own business. If one works hard, one can naturally prove the Tao and become emperor. What does it have to do with him? Soul Life Great Emperor said. Well, I don't know either, but there is indeed a great emperor who successfully proved the Tao in front of everyone, and before ascending, he even bowed to Lu Yi almost as a disciple. The quasi-emperors, eyes dimmed. They almost uniformly became indifferent. Because if they didn't become indifferent, the excitement on their faces would be uncontrollable. So now all the quasi-emperors in the entire 7th heaven are following Lu Yi to cultivate. Previously, the combined quasi-emperors of the 5 forbidden grounds reached over 300, but they were defeated by this group of quasi-emperors working together, and the number of fallen quasi-emperors reached a shocking 100 or more. Soul Life Great Emperor stopped talking. How else could he speak? 300 quasi-emperors were shattered. What could these old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the Darkness Origin do? For the first time, he felt such a lack of lower-level powerhouses within the Darkness Origin. Continue to think of countermeasures. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable called these people over this time to think of countermeasures. He couldn't think of anything for the time being, so everyone would think together. Everyone racked their brains. Suddenly, a great emperor with a feminine appearance had a change in expression. I have thought of a method, but I don't know if it's feasible or not. Speak. Illusion Yin Great Emperor said softly, since the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist can be weakened by a Celestial Venerable, if we find a Celestial Venerable and force the Celestial Venerable to erupt with full power within the 6 paths, wouldn't it cause the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist to be weakened? Several great emperors looked at Illusion Yin Great Emperor as if they were looking at an idiot. Are you perhaps joking? Is a Celestial Venerable someone we can force? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, however, became somewhat interested. You speak. Illusion Yin Great Emperor's face shone with confidence as he slowly uttered 2 words. Celestial Zombie. As these 2 words came out, a mass of Darkness Origin trembled violently. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable looked at the Darkness Origin. Why are you trembling? I didn't expect people to be able to become this smart. I want to immediately become a human now to make myself smarter. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. The Darkness Origin at this time just hadn't transformed into an Yuaner's appearance, otherwise, it would definitely be greatly shocked. Not good. 9 Lives is in trouble. I must find an opportunity to report. Tell me, what do you mean by Celestial Zombie? Illusion Yin Great Emperor smiled confidently. Celestial Zombie, a Celestial Venerable who failed to live a second life and became a zombie that is dead but does not decay, a Celestial Venerable's zombie. At this time, the Celestial Zombie has no consciousness, hidden and sleeping in the Tianzhong ancient land, waiting for a new consciousness to be born. If we find the Tianzhong ancient land, we can have Blood Sea Celestial Venerable take action and directly attack the celestial zombie, angering him and making him attack the 6 paths. At that time, the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist will naturally take action. Wouldn't that weaken the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes also slightly brightened. This idea, it's really good. If the 6 paths of reincarnation's Taoist is damaged, what can't I do then? 9 lives, are you there? Not good. Chapter 583 Seeking Help from the Heavenly Lord. Lu Yi had just received the numerous 4 spirits treasures sent over by Dao Trace's great emperor. Many. Very many. Lu Yi hadn't expected that Dao Trace's great emperor could find so many 4 spirits treasures. As expected, the 8th heaven was the true treasure trove, but it also proved from another perspective that Dao Trace's great emperor truly put in a lot of effort. Additionally, there were treasures found within the primordial morning mist. Lu Yi organized them one by one. He really couldn't help but reveal the joy of a great harvest on his face. Enough. With so many resources, it was definitely enough. Just as Lu Yi was hesitating whether to first go into seclusion or let the next quasi-emperor undergo crossing tribulation, the voice of darkness origin already sounded from within the black jade stone. This time, it actually directly added something bad after, "Are you there? Speak. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and the others have come up with a very powerful method to deal with you. They want to use the celestial zombie to wear down the 9 heavens great sage's laws, and after the 9 heavens great sage's laws weaken, they will deal with you." Lu Yi's expression also became solemn upon hearing this. He quickly thought about the possibility of this method, and the final result was somewhat frightening. Surprisingly, it was actually feasible. If the celestial zombie were even slightly normal, it wouldn't become someone else's weapon. But the key is that the celestial zombie is completely abnormal. He himself has no consciousness and can only act based on his body's instincts. He wouldn't consider how powerful the 9 heavens great sage's laws are. If provoked, he would definitely charge at the 9 heavens great sage's laws. When a celestial venerable makes a move, they truly cannot be underestimated. Lu Yi fell into contemplation. How should this matter be handled? Forget Love Immortal Revered had once said he could help him. At that time, as long as Blood Sea Celestial Venerable dared to step out of the outer domain, Forget Love Immortal Revered could go and intercept him. Then, the subsequent events would be Blood Sea Celestial Venerable calling for reinforcements, Forget Love Immortal Revered calling for reinforcements, and both sides Celestial Venerables engaging in a great battle in the outer domain. This was one solution. What if the Dark Origin Insect Seal was handed over to Blood Sea Celestial Venerable now? Would Blood Sea Celestial Venerable focus solely on scheming against the Dark Clan God and prying into the mysteries of saints, temporarily not considering the matter of shattering the remaining laws of the 9 heavens great sage? Incorrect. This cannot be gambled on. Would Forget Love Immortal Revered truly be willing to help him fight a bloody battle against Blood Sea Celestial Venerable? One must know that Blood Sea Celestial Venerable in his current state is truly in existence at the end of his rope, with no retreat. This kind of strong practitioner is the most desperate. Because once he is completely desperate, his first thought should be to drag the person in front of him to die together. Lu Yi stroked his chin. Endless, infinite. Fortunately, the Tianzhong ancient land is relatively well hidden, so even if Blood Sea Celestial Venerable wants to find it, it won't be found that quickly. Otherwise, should he contact Forget Love Immortal Revered first? Lu Yi himself had no way to contact him. He could contact him through Dao Trace's great emperor. No sooner said than done. Lu Yi immediately contacted Dao Trace's great emperor. Dao Trace's great emperor also didn't waste words and began contacting Forget Love Immortal Revered. Actually, Forget Love Immortal Revered himself disliked excitement very much. He had already forgotten emotions, so he stayed in his Forget Love land alone every day, not knowing what to do. Usually, the one Dao Trace's great emperor contacted the most was Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable, because Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable liked to preach the Taoist. There were only a few Celestial Venerables in the entire 9th heaven. Very few. Dao Trace's great emperor took Limitless Great Emperor to the 9th heaven. Limitless Great Emperor went to visit Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable, while Dao Trace's great emperor went to visit Forget Love Immortal Revered. Without making Lu Yi wait too long, the heavenly mark already had a response. Forget Love Immortal Revered's voice sounded from within the heavenly mark. "Little friend, why are you looking for me? Forget Love Celestial Venerable's voice wasn't particularly indifferent or heartless, it wasn't the same as when he usually spoke to others. It might be because the other person was Lu Yi. Forget Love Celestial Venerable understood very well that in his lifetime, he could at most cultivate to the Celestial Venerable realm. He wasn't even a strong practitioner among Celestial Venerables, he was a relatively weaker existence compared to others. After all, forgetting emotions was not his original wish. Lu Yi also didn't say any nonsense, so he explained the matter truthfully, from beginning to end. Forget Love Immortal Revered also didn't have any nonsense. Alright, I will intercept Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. He agreed very readily. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel another wave of emotion. Perhaps Forget Love Immortal Revered had been waiting for him for some time, just waiting for him to have something to ask for, so that he would owe Forget Love Immortal Revered a favor. Celestial Venerable, if a Celestial Venerable battle occurs, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable might pull others into the fight, Lu Yi said. It's fine, I'll pull Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable at that time, Forget Love Immortal Revered said with certainty. Only then did Lu Yi feel a little relieved. Primal Chaos Daoist is a straightforward person, he enjoys both fighting and lecturing. Moreover, he greatly admired the Nine Heavens Great Sage, believing that cultivators should be like the Nine Heavens Great Sage. It can be said that the Nine Heavens Great Sage was Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable's idol. If the two Celestial Venerables were truly ganged up on, the Celestial Venerables of the Nine Heavens definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Also, speak. Lu Yi no longer hesitated. If possible, please trouble Celestial Venerable to best injure Blood Sea Celestial Venerable directly and consume his limited origin. If it's not possible, there's no need to force it. No problem. Forget Love Immortal Revered was incredibly decisive. He didn't care about anything else, this favor from Lu Yi must be owed firmly and surely. Many thanks, Celestial Venerable. Forget Love Immortal Revered's agreement also made Lu Yi breathe a sigh of relief. This way, things were much more stable. If Forget Love Immortal Revered could truly consume another wave of Blood Sea's limited origin, then Blood Sea Celestial Venerable would truly be at the end of his rope. The Dark Origin Insect Seal was necessary for him. Having completed this matter, Lu Yi no longer thought about letting this group of people undergo crossing tribulation. He wanted to first go into seclusion and let his combat power fully reach the Great Emperor realm before anything else. Otherwise, facing the increasingly turbulent crisis, he truly felt somewhat powerless. Darkness Origin began continuously transmitting messages to Lu Yi. 9 lives, we've started searching for the Tianzhong ancient land. Get ready. 9 lives, Blood Sea is indeed getting worse and worse. He absorbed a lot more of Celestial Blood Great Emperor's sky blood. Now, Celestial Blood Great Emperor's face is so pale he looks just like a ghost. If Celestial Blood Great Emperor's boss, Demon Ancestor, knew his subordinate was being treated like this, he would definitely have a talk with Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. It's just that Demon Ancestor hasn't recovered yet. 9 lives, the Tianzhong ancient land is indeed very hard to find. We still haven't found it yet, but we found a great emperor from the outer domain who was killed and absorbed by Blood Sea. 9 lives, today Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said he was targeted by a Celestial Venerable. Was it someone you found? 9 lives is truly amazing. Messages were continuously transmitted one after another. Lu Yi received the messages, going all out, cultivating frantically. Emperor Realm 2nd layer. Emperor Realm 3rd layer. Emperor Realm 4th layer. Amidst the continuous advancement, the originally exaggeratedly small nascent soul also began to grow larger. The original nascent soul was almost invisible to the naked eye, but now it had already become the size of a grain of wheat and was still growing larger continuously. Chapter 584, The Great Dao Becomes the Emperor. From extremely small, to a grain of wheat, and then to a soybean. The growth of the nascent soul was completely increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The total amount was constantly increasing. Lu Yi was still constantly compressing, or rather, the Hongling power at the Great Emperor level was continuously evolving. Sometimes, if the cultivation was slow, the nascent soul would even shrink. Time passed second by second. Lu Yi's strength was constantly improving, now he no longer needed to find someone to test his level. In fact, Lu Yi was a great emperor and a celestial venerable in his previous life, so he was very clear about the combat power of a great emperor. He only needed to clench his fist to understand clearly. This punch of his had definitely reached the level of a great emperor. He still needed to continue cultivating. 9 lives, the Tianzhong ancient land has been found. Lu Yi's heart instantly tightened. Now, his realm was Emperor Realm 6th Heaven. He had not yet reached the peak. 9 lives, forget love immortal revered is here and is fiercely battling blood sea celestial venerable. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura came from a distant place. Celestial venerables were fighting. Their battle was like two great worlds colliding furiously. Even in the 9 heavens, one could feel the vast fluctuations. It felt as if a giant rock had been pressed down in everyone's hearts. Stars dimmed, and the sea of clouds surged. Tides and natural disasters appeared one after another without stop. It was too terrifying. Unparalleled terror. This heaven and earth truly hadn't seen a clash at the celestial venerable level for who knows how long. Great Dao returns. Lu Yi's voice carried extreme calmness. No rush, not in the slightest. Ding, Dao comprehension ended. Drop, Dao comprehension ended. 9 lives, your great Dao has returned. 3 kinds of insights appeared in Lu Yi's mind simultaneously. Lu Yi was relatively familiar with comprehending the Dao of Heavenly Dao and the system, but having the darkness origin help with Dao comprehension was truly like a young woman getting married for the first time. From the perspective of the darkness origin, Lu Yi saw another aspect of the great Dao. This aspect had never appeared, not even in his previous life. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Yi's face. The cultivation of the Dao was growing at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, all great Daos fell silent. But a terrifying great Dao, with a terrifying speed, quickly shuttled between heaven and earth. All great Daos had just emerged, and before they could display their full power, they were forcefully suppressed by the cultivation of the Dao. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao had officially reached the level above all great Daos, officially reaching the great emperor level. As long as Lu Yi wanted to, Lu Yi could now condense a Dao fruit. However, Lu Yi did not condense a Dao fruit. System, little heavenly Dao, help me cultivate. Ding, starting cultivation. Drop, starting cultivation. Originally, letting the system and heavenly Dao help him comprehend the Dao was because the cultivation of the system and heavenly Dao were the most perfect cultivations. But what Lu Yi needed was not perfect cultivation, but extremely compressed cultivation. Now it was different. The Hongling power had already reached the great emperor level. Lu Yi compressed it again after compressing it. The issue of quality no longer needed much consideration. What needed to be considered now was cultivation level, the increment. Therefore, increase. Under dual core drive, endless nascent power poured into the nascent soul, and the speed of the nascent soul's growth instantly surged. The darkness origin was continuously reporting the progress to him. Because of the celestial venerables clash, the great emperors of the 8th heaven had already gone, and primal chaos Dao celestial venerable had been paying attention all along, just not making a move yet. They were still delaying time. Once the darkness origin reported reaching the expectation Lu Yi had set in his heart, Lu Yi would immediately get up. Because of the celestial venerable's great battle, Lu Yi's great Dao suppressing all great Daos should have attracted countless attention, but now it was very inconspicuous. Those who knew understood that this was a quasi-emperor comprehending the Dao, ascending in one step. Those who didn't know thought it was the aftershocks from the celestial venerable's battle causing the great Dao to appear. In the face of the celestial venerable's great battle, this was truly not worth mentioning. But someone familiar with Lu Yi was stunned. The great Dao that just suppressed all great Daos was the cultivation of the Dao. Lu Yi's great Dao had reached the great emperor level. Worthy of being 9 lives celestial venerable. Even switching to another great Dao, he could actually raise his great Dao to the great emperor realm so quickly. Doesn't that mean Lu Yi only needs to raise his true essence realm to the quasi-emperor level, and then pass the Dao proving tribulation, and Lu Yi will simply become a great emperor? It really seems to be the case. The Dark Clan. Even if the Dark Clan was like a mouse, they still felt the celestial venerable's great battle. Some experts of the Dark Clan, including Family Head and Ri, couldn't help but walk out of the Dark Clan and look towards the outer domain where the celestial venerables were battling. A bit of worry appeared on Enri's face. This world was becoming increasingly chaotic. Originally, battles between great emperors were extremely rare, but recently, 2 great emperors have fallen one after another. One of them was innate demon infant, and the other was Enshing. Battles between quasi-emperors were also relatively few, but now battles of 1 or 2 quasi-emperors were completely unsatisfactory. Instead, it was often dozens or hundreds of quasi-emperors battling. The quasi-emperors of their dark clan were almost wiped out, and over 100 quasi-emperors in the Forbidden Ground died. When this number was mentioned, Enri simply didn't know what to say. Which family's quasi-emperors died in numbers directly reaching 3 digits? It could be outrageous, but this world now was truly too outrageous. While watching the battle, another great Dao floated in the air, suppressing all great Daos. Enri also saw this great Dao and frowned. Was a new great emperor about to appear again? Wait a moment, this great Dao. Dark Ink, who was the only surviving quasi-emperor of the Dark Clan, spoke at this moment. His brows were furrowed tightly. What's wrong? Enri asked. How does this great Dao resemble Lu Yi's great Dao? Dark Ink said. How do you know? Enri asked. Last time he came to the Dark Clan, I saw him make a move. He had many great Daos, but the most conspicuous one was the Extinction Avenue, and the other was this great Dao, Dark Ink said. Enri's expression became somewhat unpleasant. No, Lu Yi hasn't even become a quasi-emperor yet, but his great Dao has already reached the great emperor realm. Call Enli over and ask her if it's Lu Yi's great Dao. Soon, Enli received the news. Her face was cold. The consecutive 2 punishments truly made Enli fed up with this family. She now wished this family would be destroyed immediately. Now that she was summoned by the family head, Enli didn't want to bother with it at all. Not going. The Dark Clan person who came to call Enli. The family head is calling you, and you dare not go. No, are you that bold? Disobeying the family head's order will result in punishment. Enli's expression became furious. Come on, bring on the punishment. If you have the guts, kill me. Do you really think I'm afraid of punishment? Chapter 585 Eve. Enli truly did not want to undergo punishment, because the punishment was genuinely painful. But just because I want to avoid punishment, I have to be tamed. You underestimate me too much. I am right here now. Kill or flay me as you please, but wanting me to go see Enri. Give up that thought. Do you really think I'm a dog, to be called around by Enri? The person from the Dark Clan responsible for the summons. Looking at Enli's crazy appearance, his eyes were full of disgust. Is this a lunatic? A psycho? Enli also saw the other person's gaze, her silver teeth almost shattering. Just wait. Just wait. When my plan succeeds, these people, if Enli doesn't torture them to death little by little in the most painful way, then Enli is not surnamed En. That person had no choice. Being looked at by Enli with such a gaze now made his heart slightly cold, and a faint fear inevitably arose. Lunatic, lunatic. He could only go back and report to the family head. Enri was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed. Such a huge problem. I sent someone to summon her, and she won't even come. I'll go and capture her, Yun said. No need, I'll go see her, Enri said with a smile. His figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Enli, his face beaming with kindness. Who has angered the great contributor of my Dark Clan? Tell me, and I will definitely punish him severely, Enri said in a gentle yet joking tone. Enli stared coldly at Enri. Do you think you're very funny right now? Enri. All right, this is how you want to play. I gave you a step, and you won't take it. However, Enri still swallowed his anger. You're angry because you were punished, right? When I found out about this, I was also extremely angry. Those rules are for ordinary people of the Dark Clan. I didn't expect them to actually punish you. Don't worry, once this matter is over, I will definitely severely punish the person who sent you for punishment. Enli's eyes held a hint of sarcasm. Are you treating me like an idiot here, or are you playing the idiot yourself? Enri, you just came out of seclusion. I was shouting loudly outside your seclusion, and you are a great emperor. Could you not have heard? Enri, the fist in his sleeve was already clenched. Since you already know that Darkness Origin has now defected to Lu Yi, why aren't you taking it seriously? Have you ever thought that the Celestial Venerable from the Darkness Origin taking action now might be to break the laws left in this world by the Nine Heavens Great Sage, and then descend upon the Dark Clan to completely annihilate the Dark Clan before the Dark Origin Insect Seal acts up? When she said this, Enri's face suddenly changed slightly. No way. Enli's face held a hint of sarcasm. No way. Such a major event as the descent of a god, and you're relying on an uncertain factor like, no way. Enli was truly disgusted with Enri to the extreme now. He had such an arrogant demeanor, yet he was just a great emperor. Now he was already being directly targeted for death by 3 celestial venerables, but he still acted as if victory was in his grasp. He was simply utterly useless. Who gave him this confidence? Henri's expression darkened. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This was actually a difference in philosophy. Enli was someone who knew how strong Lu Yi was and was filled with absolute dread towards him. But Henri felt that it was already enough. Because he had already used all the methods he could use, and he had already thought of all the methods he could think of. So he just started waiting for Lu Yi's dark origin insect seal to erupt. But Henri turned around and thought, that's not right. Now that the celestial venerables are already fighting, even if Enli says so much nonsense, what use is it? The Dark Clan only has one great emperor, plus an Yu, who can display strength only slightly weaker than a great emperor by using the power of the statue. Let alone facing a celestial venerable, even facing more than one great emperor, the Dark Clan has no way at all. So what's the point of thinking so much? I didn't come to talk about the celestial venerable this time. You are more familiar with Lu Yi. Just now, a great Dao swept across heaven and earth, suppressing all Daos. Is this wisp of great Dao aura Lu Yi's cultivation of the Dao? Henri imitated a wisp of the aura of the cultivation of the Dao. Enli's body stiffened when she heard this. Suppressing all Daos, Enli asked uncertainly. Yes. Enli's gaze fell on the aura of the cultivation of the Dao in Henri's hand. She naturally knew that this cultivation of the Dao belonged to Lu Yi. She had fought Lu Yi 800 times before. So, now Lu Yi's great Dao has reached the level of a great emperor. He hasn't even reached the quasi-emperor realm, but his great Dao is already at the great emperor realm. What is he going to do? It's obvious, he's going to attack the Dark Clan. He's probably going to launch an attack on the Dark Clan before reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Enli closed her eyes. It's Lu Yi's. Henri's expression sank. Not good. How could his great Dao improve so quickly? It's fine. With the rebirth of a celestial venerable, the speed of great Dao improvement is faster, which is not a particularly big deal. His great Dao has only improved to the great emperor realm, other aspects are still far behind. Enli stopped speaking. Henri looked at the closed-eyed Enli and couldn't help but feel another surge of anger. All right. With this attitude, do you really think the Dark Clan has no way against Lu Yi without you? Then you rest well. If you need anything, just come directly to me, Henri said in a gentle voice. After speaking, without waiting for Enli to say anything, although Enli wouldn't have said anything anyway, he had already left. Enli opened her eyes after Henri left. Her eyes were somewhat empty. No, Lu Yi must be planning to fight a great emperor at the emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to improve his great Dao. Now that his great Dao is already at the great emperor realm, and he says other aspects are not very strong. Enli absolutely does not believe it. So, the Dark Clan is in danger. Can the gods still descend? While Enli was still thinking, her door was suddenly opened violently. The people from the punishment hall had already rudely barged in. Speaking of which, everyone was already familiar. Enli, disobeying the family head's order, your crime deserves punishment. Take her away for execution. Enli, the Dark Clan is completely hopeless. I have no say in the Dark Clan now. My staying in the Dark Clan is already worthless. She must choose a way out for herself. But who else can become her helper? Enli began to ponder. 9 lives, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has repelled Forget Love Immortal Revered, and his own origin is damaged. He has now entered the Tianzhong ancient land. Lu Yi opened his eyes at this moment. He clenched his fist, and the powerful and terrifying Hongmeng power flowed within his body. Pass on my order, all quasi-emperors, follow me out to kill the enemy. Chapter 586, Killing the Dark Tribe. Figures soared into the sky, their aura like billowing wolf smoke, shaking the heavens. It was time to fight again. Many quasi-emperors couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Because this great battle was the perfect opportunity to test their cultivation progress. In Lu Yi's eyes, killing intent surged wildly, and the stone sword hummed incessantly. The 10,000 soul banner flapped in the wind behind him. The devouring Dao beast immediately came before Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood up and looked in one direction. The devouring Dao beast let out an earth-shattering roar, its figure turning into a streak of light and charging towards the direction Lu Yi was looking. Streaks of light followed behind, tearing through the void, a magnificent sight. Such a huge commotion attracted a lot of attention. The Dark Clan had already sealed themselves off, but these 100-plus powerful auras were still discovered by one of the Dark Clan. Yun carefully distinguished them and was horrified to find that all these quasi-emperors were coming towards this place, scaring him so much his soul almost flew out. Enemy attack. There are enemies attacking. Yun let out a loud roar. The entire Dark Clan was immediately alarmed, and auras rose one after another. However, because too many quasi-emperors had died or been injured, even though auras rose, their strength was not particularly great. Enri's figure appeared, looking into the distance. Seeing the streaks of light coming, his face turned ugly. Why was the Dark Clan's location exposed again? However, merely quasi-emperors dared to charge the Dark Clan. They would most likely hit the shield once and leave again. Don't panic, I am here. Enri spoke calmly. With one sentence, the panicked Dark Clan immediately calmed down. Enri's eyes held a cold light. Did they really think that just because he possessed the Tao of a great emperor, they could challenge a true great emperor? If Lu Yi was truly that arrogant, then it would be perfect to capture him today, and thus there would be no further worries. Come on. Distance was nothing at all for quasi-emperors. In just a moment, streaks of light had completely surrounded the Dark Clan, making it impenetrable. Lu Yi arrived outside the tightly shut gate of the Dark Clan, his gaze passing through the translucent light and shadow to land on Enri. Enri stared at Lu Yi and spoke slowly, his voice even carrying a hint of provocation. Lu Yi, do you know your death is approaching? Lu Yi had already raised his stone sword. During this time, the stone sword had consumed many good things, not only quasi-emperor treasures but also 2 emperor weapons, which were previously captured. Because of the world within him, Lu Yi no longer used every resource like before. Therefore, the stone sword had silently evolved many times. Although it was not yet an emperor weapon, in terms of toughness and sharpness alone, it was already not inferior to weapons like emperor swords. Hongling power was poured into the sword body. Enri continued to speak. What, you still want to open the gate of my Dark Clan? If you want to come in, you don't need to do it yourself. I can open it for you. The key is, do you dare to come in? Enri's aura erupted. It was the aura of a great emperor. Although it didn't appear outside the Dark Clan's domain, looking in from outside the light barrier, one could see how vast the aura Enri released was. Lu Yi still didn't reply. Supreme Sword Dao was rapidly condensing. This time, it wasn't just Supreme Sword Dao, but also Lu Yi's brand new cultivation of the Dao. Sword of Cultivation of the Dao Supreme Sword Invincible Sword. Various kinds of sword Dao circulated within Lu Yi's body and converged on the stone sword. Lu Yi, I know you want to contend with a great emperor while in the emperor realm, but I'm telling you. Just as Enri's words fell, Lu Yi suddenly swung his sword down. In an instant, the gate of the Dark Clan was sliced open by an extremely sharp sword light, like cutting a watermelon, and a huge sword mark immediately appeared. Lu Yi's figure instantly disappeared. Enri's words abruptly stopped, his eyes suddenly widened, and his gaze held intense disbelief. No, you. Everyone in the Dark Clan's expression changed drastically. The many quasi-emperors were stunned for a moment, then their morale soared, and they charged into the Dark Clan with roars. As for the Dark Clan having a great emperor. To hell with the great emperor. Even if there was a great emperor, they had to protect Lu Yi's safety. Lu Yi was the most important existence for them to become great emperors at this time. Enri let out a low roar. Good. His figure disappeared in an instant, and a long spear appeared in his hand. The might of a great emperor was fully unleashed within the Dark Clan's domain. Terrifying Dao charm circulated. Enri was actually a little flustered in his heart, because he had never expected Lu Yi could split open the Dark Clan's gate with one sword. If this gate could be opened so easily, the Dark Clan would have been torn apart long ago. He roared in anger, and the long spear, carrying the might to shatter the heavens, thrust towards Lu Yi. In response, Lu Yi struck out with a sword. A head-on collision, truly a head-on collision. Clang! The piercing sound immediately caused the eardrums of countless Dark Clan members to burst on the spot, and terrifying aftershocks surged in all directions. A storm of destruction swept through countless Dark Clan members. With just the aftershocks of a single blow, the Dark Clan had already suffered heavy losses. Enri's expression was extremely terrified, his eyeballs almost popped out. No, he felt the resistance the long spear encountered clearly. His great emperor strike was forcibly blocked by Lu Yi's long sword. Impossible. How could this be? Enri instantly went mad. He could only use madness to conceal the panic in his heart. He was a great emperor. He was a great emperor whose name would be remembered for eternity, who deterred all heavens, and whose might suppressed the world. What was Lu Yi? Dao charm circulated, shattering everything. The void shattered in an instant. Enri held the long spear and attacked Lu Yi like a madman. Every thrust of the spear stirred ripples, annihilating everything, even chaos was shattered. The Dark Clan's barrier was not broken, but the battle between the two still attracted the attention of the Nine Heavens' great sage. The Nine Heavens' great sage's massive figure appeared, watching this scene in the chaos, and couldn't help but show some surprise in his eyes. He looked around. That's right, this is the seventh heaven. It was set up by him, the seventh heaven where only quasi-emperors could stay at most. What was happening now? Two great emperors fighting. The fluctuations from Lu Yi and Enri's fight simply drove all the quasi-emperors mad. Holy crap! Holy crap! They originally thought Lu Yi came to the Dark Clan to consume the power of the Dark Clan's barrier, just like before. But now, the scene of him fiercely fighting the Dark Clan's great emperor truly appeared before the many quasi-emperors. Lu Yi, not yet a quasi-emperor, fighting a great emperor. At this moment, countless quasi-emperors understood in their hearts that at this moment, they were witnessing history, and it was the kind of history that set a precedent. Before this scene happened, the current sight had never appeared. There had never been a situation where an emperor realm fought a great emperor. The gap between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor was like a chasm or an abyss, impossible to cross. But now, there was one person who not only crossed this chasm but also took the step when he was still far away. How could this not make people feel crazy? Chapter 587 Battle with the Emperor. Ah! Enri roared. Although he was unwilling to accept this matter, it was already clearly laid out before his eyes. Lu Yi truly possessed the ability to contend with a great emperor. Dark Moon had already resurrected the statue and began to obstruct the many quasi-emperors. The quasi-emperors were startled to see another Dark Clan great emperor emerge, as they were not Lu Yi. A great emperor was absolutely capable of instantly killing a quasi-emperor. Dark Moon attacked. A mantis-like claw stabbed towards a quasi-emperor. All the quasi-emperors instinctively retreated. However, a figure roared and charged towards the attack released by Dark Moon. It was none other than the devouring Dao beast. It absolutely had to help Lu Yi tie down the other great emperor, otherwise, how could Lu Yi handle being besieged by two great emperors? Myriad Dao's imperishable shield was released, meeting Dark Moon's attack head-on. Collapse. To be honest, facing this blow, the devouring Dao beast had even prepared for its demise. The devouring Dao beast deeply understood that while it was true it wanted to cling to a powerful figure, clinging to a powerful figure couldn't be accomplished merely by sweet-talking every day. It needed to have a determination to die for Lu Yi. Even if it died, it would die for its master. Only then could it truly become Lu Yi's confidant. If it feared death, thinking that it had finally managed to become Lu Yi's mount and would lose everything if it died, then it would eventually be cast aside by Lu Yi. Just die, damn it. The mantis-like limb broke through the myriad Dao's imperishable shield and pierced into the tough fur of the devouring Dao beast. Intense pain surged, but the devouring Dao beast's eyes instantly became incredibly bright. Not dead. This statue, radiating a great emperor aura, didn't seem as powerful as it had imagined. At this moment, the devouring Dao beast was ecstatic. It's a pseudo-emperor. Surround and kill it. The devouring Dao beast roared. The many quasi-emperors couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw the devouring Dao beast actually withstand the attack. Good heavens, the devouring Dao beast had actually become this powerful. Hearing the devouring Dao beast's roar again, the quasi-emperors' eyes were extremely excited. Good, good, they could fully experience the results of their recent improvements. Thus, with a rumbling sound, over 100 quasi-emperor figures charged forward. They surrounded Dark Moon and unleashed their strongest skills. Dark Moon released an attack again, simultaneously severely injuring 3 quasi-emperors, but they didn't die. The quasi-emperors became even more excited. Because there were too many quasi-emperors, they were everywhere, and some of the other quasi-emperors couldn't even get involved. Thus, pairs of eyes looked towards the last remaining quasi-emperor of the Dark Clan. The other members of the Dark Clan were not worth mentioning. There was only this one great emperor, one pseudo-emperor, and one quasi-emperor. The pseudo-emperor was completely surrounded. The great emperor was being single-handedly challenged by Lu Yi, and this quasi-emperor. Dark ink, the Dark Clan's only quasi-emperor, looked at the 100+ quasi-emperors staring at him menacingly and couldn't help but swallow. Only one thought remained in his mind, and that was, my life is over. He thought a lot, but with just one move from the many quasi-emperors, Dark Ink was reduced to nothing, not even dregs remained. The other quasi-emperors could only queue up to attack Dark Moon. Enri was roaring. He was constantly erupting, and a giant black statue appeared between heaven and earth. It was an extremely large insect, radiating a strong sense of destructive taboo. One person and one insect both charged towards Lu Yi. Dark World Spear. Lu Yi smiled when he saw this. One Lu Yi separated from his main body, then a second, a third, a fourth. At this moment, Lu Yi no longer cared whether Enli would discover that he hadn't died even once, because this was originally a surprise reserved for the Darkness Origin, and now that the Darkness Origin had surrendered, what kind of surprise could it still be considered? A full 6 Lu Yes appeared beside him. Actually, Lu Yi should have condensed his 8th life when he was in the Void Realm, but Lu Yi chose not to. The reason he condensed them early before was because he died quickly and they weren't enough, but now that he hadn't died even once, there was no problem with condensing them later. 1 against 2. Wrong. 7 against 2. Right. 7 Lu Yes. Only Lu Yi held a sword, the others were empty-handed, but every figure was extremely powerful. Lu Yi's supreme sword energy battled the Dark World Spear. The giant insect, on the other hand, was instantly torn apart by the 6 Lu Yes. The 6 Lu Yes surrounded him simultaneously and began to besiege Great Emperor Enri. Instantly, Great Emperor Enri fell into a huge crisis. Those fists smashed onto Enri's body, his protective Great Dao was shattered, his Emperor bones broke, and his Emperor blood, containing terrifying energy, spilled into the chaos. At this moment, Enri felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Perhaps, he should have listened to Enli earlier and sought to trigger the Dark Origin insect seal within Lu Yi prematurely. He had believed that the Emperor realm could not defeat a Great Emperor. But now, he was being beaten like a dog. No, the gods have not yet descended. No, I cannot be the first Great Emperor to be defeated by someone in the Emperor realm. If such a thing were to happen, I would be infamous for all eternity. Actually, Enri's worry was completely unnecessary, because after reincarnation Heavenly Lord and the other 2 celestial venerables spoke, the Dark Clan had already been nailed to the pillar of shame, never to come down. Unless this heaven and earth ceased to exist. Even if the gods truly descended, as long as the living beings in this world were not completely annihilated, the Dark Clan would be those who had betrayed heaven and earth. Enri had used all his strength. He let out a long roar, and at this moment, he began to burn his origin. Seeing this, Lu Yi's expression didn't change at all. His physical body suddenly withered, and his aura began to surge wildly. Secret techniques were applied to himself. Great Dao surged, suppressing all heavens. There was Great Dao burning, and all the Great Dao were growing wildly. When those Great Dao were applied to Lu Yi's body, Lu Yi's aura increased to an extremely terrifying level. Only now, Lu Yi's secret technique could finally be used. This secret technique is called Myriad Dao's celestial body. This was a secret technique even more terrifying than the celestial silkworm 9 transformations that Lu Yi acquired after reaching the Great Emperor stage, because Lu Yi's strength was too weak before and he couldn't withstand the might of having Myriad Daos applied to him. Now, it was finally feasible. Fight. Lu Yi and the Great Emperor who had burned his origin and reached the peak of sublimation fiercely collided. Peak sublimation basically meant that the Great Emperor was fighting with his life. The Great Emperor fighting with his life was the strongest Great Emperor. Lu Yi, wanting to contend with a Great Emperor, naturally considered the issue of a Great Emperor's peak sublimation. This time, Lu Yi, who had unleashed his secret technique, truly and completely suppressed Enri from the front, suppressing the Enri who had undergone peak sublimation. Their battle became increasingly fierce. Pairs of eyes from the 8 heavens were watching this scene through the endless void. The Great Emperors were amazed, they were shocked. Is this Lu Yi? What realm is he in, to actually suppress a Great Emperor in all aspects? Any Great Emperor couldn't help but be deeply shaken by the strength Lu Yi displayed at this moment. That the Emperor realm could defeat a Great Emperor, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, any Great Emperor who heard it would probably just laugh it off. Because they were Great Emperors. Great Emperors who pressured myriad Daos, beings standing at the pinnacle of the world, how could they be defeated by someone from a lower realm? Which Great Emperor didn't ascend by fighting across realms, how could they be defeated by someone fighting across realms? As a result, reality was now clearly displayed before their eyes. Chapter 588, Counterattack. Enri roared. The more his origin burned, not only did he not age, but he instead turned into a young man. With black hair and black eyes, his figure was imposing, and dark flames burned all around him, as if nothing in the world could bury him. He was meeting Lu Yi with his strongest state. Actually, the smart thing to do would have been to stall for time. After all, how much true essence did Lu Yi have, and how much true essence did he have as a great emperor? But Enri couldn't bear it. He was a great emperor, he wasn't a fake great emperor like Enli. He was a genuine great emperor. Once, he had also dominated the universe, beating the outer domain heavens chosen until they didn't dare to raise their heads. He also had his pride. Although he hadn't fought for many years, this pride hadn't disappeared with time, only buried deep in his heart. The pride of a great emperor didn't allow him to face Lu Yi and gain an advantage by exhausting the opponent's true essence. He wanted to exert his all to defeat Lu Yi head-on. The sword and the spear continuously collided. With every collision, chaos was destroyed, and many stars in the seventh heaven exploded due to the unseen fluctuations. The battle between the two even shattered time. The sound of rushing water arose. That was the sound of the time river. Space and time were both shattering. Lu Yi still hadn't used his celestial venerable fist. He wasn't in the least bit anxious. They had only fought for a while. It was just right for him to adapt to the rhythm of fighting a great emperor. After all, it had been a long time since he fought a great emperor. Brother! A mournful cry sounded. Enri looked in the direction of Dark Moon. Now, Dark Moon's statue was full of cracks. She was really about to be beaten silly. So many quasi-emperors, many quasi-emperors. She simply couldn't finish fighting. All sorts of powerful attacks continuously landed on the statue. She was already about to collapse. Enri's eyes held pain. He wanted to save Dark Moon, but he was tightly entangled by Lu Yi. Just because he glanced at Dark Moon, the stone sword fiercely cut off Enri's arm. Since that was the case, he could only abandon Dark Moon. Enri suddenly let out a long howl. Dark Moon, who was still struggling to hold on, suddenly let out an extremely mournful scream. The mournfulness of the scream startled many quasi-emperors, who, fearing they might suffer some misfortune, hurriedly retreated. But others retreated, except for the devouring Dao beast. The devouring Dao beast actually opened its mouth wide and directly used its innate divine ability, swallowing the statue that was emitting rolling black smoke in one gulp. The black smoke suddenly diminished by a large amount, and the entire devouring Dao beast turned black, its body trembling uncontrollably. However, it forcefully swallowed this power down. The devouring Dao beast cried out in pain, continuously rolling in the void. It was as if countless insects were biting inside its body. However, the devouring Dao beast's digestive ability was very strong, and it was continuously digesting it. A large amount of black mist merged into Enri's body. On Enri's skin, traces of countless insects appeared, and these insects weren't dead things at all, but living ones, constantly crawling on the surface of Enri's skin. God! Enri let out an earth-shattering roar. Seeing this, Lu Yi lightly exhaled. The stone sword disappeared. He raised his fist. Buzz! At this moment, the world above the nascent soul emitted a buzz. The surging Hongling power was completely poured into Lu Yi's right arm. The right arm, strengthened 9 times, presented a terrifying golden red color. That crimson color was like transparency, allowing one to see countless blood vessels inside, seeing that every drop of golden red blood contained extremely terrifying power. The 10,000 Taoists spread throughout his body also flowed together, finally all wrapping around Lu Yi's arm, like ancient dragons. The insects inside Enri's body all exploded. The power of the Dark Clan God was used by Enri at this moment. His body swelled due to the massive amount of energy that appeared in an instant, and his aura surged. Enri saw Lu Yi's state and was also extremely clear in his heart that this was the final collision. Then let's do it. A large amount of flame surged around Enri. Sublimation. Burning. The great emperor's origin burned like crazy at this moment. Enri was very clear that he only had this one chance now. If he didn't cripple Lu Yi this time, once Lu Yi became a little stronger, he would no longer have any chance of victory. He was a great emperor, and it was already very difficult for him to improve even a little. But Lu Yi was only at the Emperor realm, not even at the peak of the Emperor realm. Enri didn't know why Lu Yi was arrogant enough to come to him so eagerly before reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. Therefore, this one chance. Only one chance. Enri let out an earth-shattering roar. He used his strongest attack, which was the Great Emperor's method. Eternal Night Enri. This time, Lu Yi also didn't roar in his heart, but truly roared out. Celestial Venerable Fist. The world suddenly turned into night at this moment. The pure darkness made it impossible to see any hope. At this moment, a dim sun slowly rose. That sun in the darkness, although dim, was extremely precious. Lu Yi's right arm bent. At this moment, the 5% of world power that had already been reborn was completely added onto his right arm. In the darkness, Enri dragged a long tail flame, and the night followed, smashing towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi also swung out his fist at this moment. Welcome the power of the world. All the quasi-emperors, no. Not just quasi-emperors, countless powerhouses held their breath at this moment, watching this earth-shattering scene. Who would win, who would lose? The golden red fist imprint and the dim sun rapidly approached each other. There was almost no time interval. They collided instantly. Boom! A huge roar. The darkness shattered. Two forces of world-destroying energy clashed. Layers of ripples quickly spread in all directions, stirring up a storm of destruction. All great Daos were shattering. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy whistled. Chaos formed a huge ring expanding towards the distance, and the place where the two energies collided turned into a vacuum for an unknown distance. Crack. Although there was clearly no sound, this sound was generated in everyone's mind. Because, Enri, cracks appeared. Cracks like shattered porcelain. Once the cracks appeared, they began to rapidly increase, dense and countless. Finally, the much-dimmed fist imprint fiercely shattered the dim sun, and under Enri's despairing gaze, it smashed onto his body. Boom! Enri, turned into dust. Chapter 589, Dark Sun's Autobiography. Blasted apart. Truly blasted apart. Countless pairs of eyes watched this scene, their hearts even stopping their beats. Although their eyes were already wide to the extreme, they still unconsciously widened again, and even blood appeared at the corners of their eyes. Great Emperor was defeated by an emperor. There was no formation, no magic treasure, no schemes and tricks. Fair and square, a head-on clash. Under the eyes of all, he blasted apart a great emperor. That was a great emperor. Anyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel a suffocating sensation. Even a great emperor battling a great emperor, wanting to blast the opponent apart, wouldn't be that simple, right? But now this emperor. Everyone didn't know what they should be thinking. The shock brought by this matter was truly too great. After Enri turned into dust, he didn't die directly. A cluster of brilliant light in his original spot had already dimmed considerably. That was Enri's Dao fruit. It was basically a great emperor's final means of escape, and the Dao fruit's speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to intercept. After Lu Yi's strike, his whole body was almost exhausted, but he still had some strength left. The Dao fruit's threat wasn't very great. Lu Yi wasn't worried about this Dao fruit escaping either. Escape? Where to escape? The Nine Heavens Great Sage was right outside. The moment he escaped, he would be caught by the Nine Heavens Great Sage and observed. Enri was full of bitterness. He lost, truly lost at the hands of an emperor. Before the battle, he felt humiliation because emperors were not worthy of battling great emperors. During the battle, he felt stifled. Why would an emperor be strong to such an extent? In the later stage of the battle, he felt fear because he truly felt that he might lose. If he lost this time, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Clearly, his strength was not weak, just that of a normal great emperor, but in the history to come, no one would care whether his strength was strong or weak. When Enri was mentioned again, people would suddenly realize, oh, that's the weakest great emperor who was defeated by an emperor, right? This kind of fear, even when the three great celestial venerables directly stated that the Dark Clan had abandoned heaven and earth, Enri had never experienced it. Because no matter how the three great celestial venerables cursed, or how the world cursed, Enri accepted it calmly. These people who cursed had never saved the Dark Clan, and no matter how good this heaven and earth was, it had never saved the Dark Clan, but the God had truly and genuinely saved the Dark Clan. If not for the God, the Dark Clan would have long disappeared in the long river of history. Therefore, Enri was afraid, but far less afraid than being called the weakest great emperor and being nailed to the pillar of shame. And now, after the strongest strike, he lost. At this moment, Enri was no longer afraid. Lost, failing in the strongest clash, it was truly a defeat with nothing left to say. Lost is lost, Enri still had the courage to face defeat calmly. What a pity, God. A sense of loneliness arose in Enri's heart. In the end, he still hadn't brought the god into this heaven and earth, but now that the Dark Clan was annihilated, the grace of the god saving the Dark Clan back then was repaid today with the clan's destruction, which could be considered settling the score. Flames burned on Enri's Dao fruit. Lu Yi, you won. Enri spoke. Lu Yi saw the flames on Enri's Dao fruit, and his expression shifted slightly. This meant he didn't want to live. However, Lu Yi still needed the soul of a great emperor, so the human emperor banner appeared. No need to panic, I know you have the 10,000 soul banner, you won't completely destroy your own soul, and with your current 10,000 soul banner, in my resisting state, you absolutely cannot do anything to me, and I know you are already out of strength, Enri said calmly. Lu Yi knew Enri was right, but regarding the Dark Clan, Enri's importance to Lu Yi was actually second, because the first was Enli. The figures of the 6 paths Lu Yi simultaneously rushed towards various directions of the Dark Clan, searching for Enli's whereabouts. For Lu Yi, Enri could even live, but Enli absolutely had to die. Lu Yi was just that deeply in love. Enri didn't pay attention to Lu Yi's actions and said, I truly never expected that the end of my life would be defeated by an emperor. Once, I was also a top heaven's chosen of all ages. Battling opponents beyond my realm was commonplace for me. At that time, my fame echoed throughout the universe. I also once wore fine clothes and rode spirited horses, clashing with the world's strong cultivators. That was the happiest time of my life. At that time, I forgot my family's responsibilities, with only the great Dao and battle in my heart. At that time, I also had brothers and confidantes. Enri seemed to have been holding things in for too long. Now the Dark Clan was defeated, completely and utterly defeated. The Dark Clan was destroyed in his hands, but actually, this was no longer about whose hands it was destroyed in. Today's events, even if it wasn't him, Enri, there would be others, but no matter who it was, facing the current Lu Yi, they would all fail. An emperor who could defeat a great emperor. Enri was slowly recounting his life. When Enri was born, there was an anomaly. Phantom images of the sun and moon floated in the air, and his mother died giving birth to him and his sister. The young Enri had already displayed astonishing talent. From the beginning of his cultivation, he had always been the first among his peers within the Dark Clan. Later, not only among his peers, his cultivation became increasingly refined, and those older than him were no longer his opponents. Like others in the Dark Clan, he received the Dark Clan's education, knowing that the god had once saved the Dark Clan, and everyone in the Dark Clan had to serve the god for generations. Because the Dark Clan had not had a great emperor for a long time, seeing the increasingly powerful Enri, the Dark Clan made a decision that went against their ancestors, which was to let Enri leave the Dark Clan and go to the 3000 Void Worlds for trials. Do you know? That was the first time I left the Dark Clan. I completely didn't expect that there was such a vast heaven and earth outside the Dark Clan. I was very excited. I was like a fierce tiger escaping its cage, eager to enter a brand new territory and start displaying my skills. The Dark Clan also fully supported me. They placed all their hopes on me. At that time, I felt honored, but I never expected that my sister would be chosen as the saintess. She had unparalleled talent just like me. Actually, initially the Dark Clan wanted UAA to go out, but UAA saw through my thoughts and proactively told the family head to let me go out. When my cultivation method reached great completion, I returned to the Dark Clan and saw my sister who had already become the saintess. That time, I went mad. I killed over a dozen Dark Clan elders, wanting to rebel against the Dark Clan. I wanted to take my sister away. But, Enri's voice was full of loneliness. But, my sister stopped me. At this moment, Lu Yi's heart was actually somewhat shaken. He already knew the horror of the Dark Clan's brainwashing, and Li in the previous life had lived so happily, but what was the result? She still betrayed him. The poison she ultimately used on him was the Dark Origin insect seal. How could he himself in the previous life not have been brainwashed, to the extent that even after transmigrating to another world, he was still deeply affected by his childhood? Chapter 590 Dimensional Skyworm. Enri had the idea of betraying the Dark Clan because he had left the Dark Clan and been away from its environment for a long time. Someone like Dark Moon, who had spent her entire life in the Dark Clan, even though she became a saintess and endured boundless torment, was still willing to stay in the Dark Clan and dedicate her life to it. Dark Moon was more like a chain, firmly binding Enri, whose heart had already yearned for freedom. The Dark Clan succeeded. Enri stayed. Sometimes, I don't even know why I stayed. Was it for UAA? Or was it for God? I don't know, but I can be sure it wasn't for myself. Countless times in my dreams at midnight, I would dream of my days outside the Dark Clan. At that time, I also had someone I loved, wanting to become her Dao companion for life, but ever since I returned to the Dark Clan, I knew I no longer had the right to love her. Even if I became a great emperor, I didn't have the ability to choose my own life. When Henri said this, his voice even carried sorrow. Lu Yi's heart was somewhat complicated. When he first listened here, he was reluctant to part with this great emperor's soul. That was a great emperor's soul, which could completely serve as his main soul. Last time, that great emperor Xing was directly slapped by the Nine Heavens great sage until even his true spirit was gone, making Lu Yi feel quite distressed. On Henri, there were actually always 3 chains. First was family. Second was God. Third was his sister. Even when fighting a great battle with Lu Yi, Dark Moon's single cry of, "Brother," made Henri uncontrollably distracted. He also had emotions. But precisely because of emotions, these 3 chains could tightly lock down a great emperor. Lu Yi was awesome. In his previous life, he had 8 shackles that tightly bound everything about him, so he lived a terrible life in his previous life, even though he became a celestial venerable, even though he became the #1 person in the world. Fortunately, you are free now, Lu Yi said. Henri was silent for a moment. Laughter came from the flames. Ha ha ha, yes, I am free now. Dark Clan, I did my best. God, I did my best. Uaa, I'm sorry. The flames suddenly blazed, and the Dao fruit was burned to ashes. Finally, in the chaos, a broken Great Emperor's Dao, a storage ring, and a blank Great Emperor's soul were left behind. This was Henri's reward for Lu Yi being willing to listen to his final words. The human Emperor banner instantly absorbed this blank soul. Unfortunately, it was blank and could only serve as nourishment for the human Emperor banner. However, Lu Yi was already quite satisfied. The reason why Great Emperor main souls in the human Emperor banner are extremely rare is because of this. Even if a Great Emperor dies in battle, they would not be willing to let their soul remain and be driven or enslaved by others. After completing this matter, Lu Yi's figure instantly vanished. His figure appeared in the punishment hall. 6 Lu Yes were surrounding Enli. At this time, Enli was already a corpse, her body beaten to a bloody pulp. There was no longer any aura. Dead. The 6 Lu Yes were all using various methods to search for Enli's soul, but Enli's soul seemed to have vanished into thin air and couldn't be found. Something's wrong. Lu Yi frowned tightly. Enli's strength was so weak, what means could she have used to leave? Little Heavenly Dao, system, did you notice how the other party left? Lu Yi directly called for help. He really wanted to kill Enli. Ding, I'll search. The system was also a bit puzzled, because it shouldn't be like this. The Nine Heavens great sage was watching outside, it was impossible for some expert to take her away. With so many quasi-emperors present, and himself blocking the Dark Clan's entrance the entire time, if Enli could still leave silently like this, that would truly be divine. So what exactly was the reason? The system and Heavenly Dao worked together, and a scene appeared in Lu Yi's mind. It was the scene from when he was fighting a great battle with Henri. All the images appeared extremely fragmented. In the gaps of the void, a blurry yet real space appeared. That was a sub-space outside of chaos. This kind of space is usually completely ignored because there is nothing there. But Enli's soul, just like that, entered Lu Yi's body through the sub-space. Yes, she went in just like that, so smoothly. Without Lu Yi noticing at all. At this moment, Lu Yi even found it hard to believe. No, Enli entered his body. Why didn't he notice anything? How outrageous was this? It was even more outrageous than him defeating a great emperor in the emperor realm. Lu Yi frowned, carefully examining every inch of his flesh and blood, every wisp of his soul. Nothing, absolutely nothing. At this time, Lu Yi thought of his 8 types of poison. These 8 types of poison did not disappear even after rebirth, but were reborn with Lu Yi. In his previous life, even when Lu Yi was a celestial venerable, he did not detect where these 8 types of poison were hidden. These 8 types of poison definitely weren't hidden inside his body, otherwise Lu Yi couldn't possibly not have found them, including the current dark origin insect seal, which still hasn't been found where it's hidden. There must be some treasure that has been hidden in a very deep space, just waiting to reach a certain time or a certain degree before erupting from this very deep space. Just like the system, Lu Yi searched his whole body but still couldn't find where the system was. As for whether the system hid the poison, Lu Yi No, it definitely wouldn't. If he didn't even have this much trust in the system, then what was the difference between everything and playing around? One must know that the system in the previous life had already become the Heavenly Dao, achieving its final goal. There was no reason for her to be reborn and have another little Heavenly Dao competing with her for power and profit. System, deduce what kind of treasure this is. Ding, beginning deduction. And Li was now inside his body. Entered the dark origin insect seal. Not necessarily, perhaps he also had a 9th type of poison. The 8th type of poison was planted by Enli for the Dark Clan, and also to win over the Dark Clan to do things for her. The 9th type of poison was planted by Enli herself. Because looking at Enli's character, would she wholeheartedly consider the Dark Clan? Don't be ridiculous. If Enli were such a person, it would be more false to say that the human Emperor banner is extremely cruel. However, this time, Enli herself entered the place where the poison was hidden, and she really couldn't come out again. This time, the system's deduction was very fast. Because it had reached this point, there weren't many things that possessed such characteristics. Ding, deduction successful. A piece of information appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Dimensional sky worm. It was not a treasure, but a very ancient insect. This insect was similar to a worm and existed since the very beginning of heaven and earth's birth. They lived in the endless dimensional void. This dimensional void was a dimension created during the great explosion of heaven and earth. This kind of insect basically never appeared in the world. Chapter 591. Let her see it with her own eyes. Where did Enli even find this bug? Lu Yi sighed. Actually, if Enli had put this much effort into cultivating, she wouldn't have needed his help to cross tribulation when she was proving Dao to become an emperor. Enli, I know you can hear me inside the dimensional sky worm. Lu Yi spoke in a calm voice. Silence. It's already come to this point, are you still going to hide? No one responded to Lu Yi. Lu Yi stopped talking and was about to collect the spoils of war when Enli's voice finally sounded. Husband, you are truly smart. You even thought of the dimensional sky worm. A faint voice sounded like a whisper. As expected, Enli was inside the dimensional sky worm. She might be relying on the dark origin insect seal, or perhaps she is currently attached to the 9th type of poison. However, it's still uncertain if there is a 9th type of poison. Confirming that Enli was inside the dimensional sky worm and hadn't left, Lu Yi finally let out a long breath. Thank goodness, as long as she didn't run away, it's fine. To be honest, Lu Yi didn't know where else Enli could possibly escape to. In the vast world, where else was there a place for Enli to hide? Even if Enli went to find Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, after telling Reincarnation Heavenly Lord about the previous life, Enli would still die. Because Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had already declared that the Dark Clan must die. The words of a celestial venerable are not just idle talk. Enli certainly wouldn't seek death. She never wanted to die from beginning to end, so Enli's path was already at its end. This was her final hiding place. No matter what poison she used, once all the poisons erupted, Enli would appear. During this time, Lu Yi could only search for a way to capture or destroy the dimensional sky worm. Husband, I already greatly overestimated you, but I didn't expect you to still exceed my expectations. An emperor realm killing a great emperor realm, truly the first person in history. Lu Yi merged his figures into his body one by one. Enli, who was inside the dimensional sky worm, was stunned for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Enli almost doubted her counting ability. Didn't you already lose 3 lives? How do you still have 7 lives? Enli shrieked in surprise. However, even though it was a shriek, because it was separated by layers of space, it reached Lu Yi's ears very faintly. If he didn't listen carefully, he might not even hear it. Lu Yi heard this and suddenly revealed a smile. Wait a moment. Although Enli hadn't entered the human emperor banner yet, but was following him as a pure soul starlight, if he changed his perspective, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Because Enli is someone who doesn't want others to live well. As long as others are living well, Enli will feel uncomfortable, because she has always lived very poorly. So let Enli watch his current life. Actually, the simple way was to put Enli into the human emperor banner to watch. The key was that there was no way to extract Enli's soul now, but entering the human emperor banner would cause mental confusion, which wouldn't be as clear as watching now. Lu Yi's figure appeared outside the enormous altar. The altar was 10,000 zhang high. like a giant mountain, covered with countless strange and bizarre insect markings. This was a treasure collected by the Dark Clan over a long period, combined with Enri's personal efforts and the treasures collected from the Forbidden Ground, that finally condensed into this altar. All the treasures were now completely polluted and useless. The battle is resolved. Lu Yi contacted Darkness Origin. Understood. Now Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has completely erupted and is fighting Forget Love Immortal Revered, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. The Celestial Zombie has been drawn out, but the Celestial Zombie's enemy is Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Forget Love Immortal Revered and the Celestial Zombie are fighting 2 against 1, and Blood Sea is suppressed. Darkness Origin introduced the current situation. Speaking of which, Forget Love Immortal Revered was actually a bit weaker, and the Celestial Zombie didn't even have clear consciousness, fighting entirely based on instinct. Otherwise, 2 Celestial Venerables teaming up against such an old Blood Sea Celestial Venerable really wouldn't have fought like this. The people of the Dark Clan were all exterminated, just like before. Not even chickens or dogs were spared, earthworms were split vertically, and eggs were shaken until they broke. Outer Domain. 3 Celestial Venerables were in a great battle, their terrifying aura causing the cosmic starry sky to completely boil. The power of the Celestial Venerables even formed a terrifying large sphere, where all the destructive energy was generated. The Blood Sea surged, techniques stretched for 10,000 zhong, and there was also a savage figure charging through it recklessly, impacting the Blood Sea again and again. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was extremely uncomfortable. This Forget Love Immortal Revered was simply like a mad dog. He had no grievances with him, so why did he keep clinging to him? Did he kill his beloved? He actually completely disregarded consuming his own origin to fight. To be honest, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was a little envious, because Forget Love Immortal Revered was definitely one of the younger ones among the Celestial Venerable realm. He had a large amount of origin to consume. But Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was different, his origin was almost depleted. I have no grievances with you, why are you making things so difficult for me? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable roared. Forget Love Immortal Revered wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You want to damage the 9 Heavens Great Sage's laws. The 9 Heavens Great Sage was kind to me in the past. Can I just watch you destroy them? What are you thinking? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. The 9 Heavens Great Sage was kind to you. When the 9 Heavens Great Sage left, were you even born? Do you really want to stay in the 9 Heavens forever? You are already a Celestial Venerable, supreme and unparalleled, yet you can't go anywhere. What kind of Celestial Venerable is that? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable roared. So what? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Roar. It was simply infuriating. One sentence was enough to make Blood Sea Celestial Venerable so angry he couldn't speak. The Celestial Zombie was completely clueless, charging towards Blood Sea Celestial Venerable with all its might. If it were a body-refining Celestial Venerable charging so fiercely, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable might even be happy. But that definitely didn't include the Celestial Zombie. Because the Celestial Zombie had no blood in its body. Fighting against a Celestial Zombie was truly pointless. Fallen Dao, attack with me. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable roared for help. However, no one responded. Fallen Dao. Fallen Dao. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable felt that his actions were truly not going smoothly at all. It was as if he had encountered bad luck. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable actually heard Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's call, and he also wanted to say, coming, coming. However, in front of him, a strong Taoist wearing a Taoist robe with black hair and black beard, with 4 long swords emitting chaotic light behind him, pointed at Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable from a distance. Come, show me your moves. Chapter 592 There is a traitor. Fellow Taoist, we have no enmity or grievances between us. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable felt a strong pressure from Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable's body. This Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable was not familiar to him, and could be considered one of the new generation of Celestial Venerables. Why was he so strong? Facing Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable felt as oppressive as facing Demon Ancestor. If I beat you now for no reason, wouldn't there be enmity and grievances? Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable asked. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was enraged. However, he still didn't make a move. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable was already impatient. Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get back into your darkness origin. Fellow Taoist, aren't those words a bit too much? Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was truly enraged, it was simply too much. So much nonsense. A sword light whistled, splitting heaven and earth, and fiercely attacked Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable. Something's not right. He suddenly retaliated, and the two Celestial Venerables fought together. Actually, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was truly unaccustomed to this, because it wasn't as if darkness upheaval hadn't occurred before. During previous darkness upheaval, even though Celestial Venerables existed, most of them were self-preserving. Although there were one or two hotheads, they were not worth mentioning. What was going on with this era? Darkness upheaval hadn't even happened yet, and two Celestial Venerables had already begun to proactively attack. Were they really not afraid that those who were at their wits' end would drag them down with them in their final sublimation? How could they know that the atmosphere of the world had already changed? In the past, everyone was self-preserving, because just like those who were on the verge of death thought, they were afraid that those who had fallen into despair would find them in the end and drag them along. As a result, as long as a strong person was at the end of their rope, they could act without restraint. But now, you are already at the end of your rope, and I am in my prime. You're not going to yield to me. Am I really afraid of you? Evidently, this trend came from Nine Heaven's Great Sage. Although the deeds of Nine Heaven's Great Sage are not known for some reason, from the few remaining words, some things about Nine Heaven's Great Sage can still be heard. Just as they started fighting, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's expression changed drastically. No, I can't win. The four chaotic sword lights sealed heaven and earth, forming their own world, and in just a moment, Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was covered in blood. As long as Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable made a move, he would strike Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable to death. 4 swords, one to cut the Great Dao, one to cut cultivation, one to cut the origin, and one to cut the physical body. It can be said that fighting with Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable meant getting weaker and weaker, and the weaker you got, the faster you weakened, which was simply unbearable. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable immediately didn't want to fight anymore. There's no need. Looking at the hothead's appearance, even if he undergoes his final sublimation, the other party wouldn't be afraid. He hadn't reached the end of his rope yet. If he could help Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, he would. Now it was obvious that he couldn't help, so why bother? Retreat. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable suddenly erupted, using a lot of effort to tear apart the world formed by the 4 chaotic swords, rushing back into 9 heavens, and disappearing into the darkness origin. Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable hadn't had enough of fighting, so his ill-intentioned gaze fell on Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. The battle between Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and Forget Love Immortal Revered was not like their battle, it had already reached a fever pitch. The blood sea was surging, as if it could drown the entire heaven and earth. The strong smell of blood made people feel extremely suffocated just by smelling it. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable's departure made Blood Sea Celestial Venerable roar. Damn it! Damn it! This plan to break the 9 heavens laws by using Celestial Zombie completely failed. This time, it directly accelerated Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's collapse. Originally, if he had been in slumber, he could have survived for nearly 10,000 years, but now, name a number. 100 years. Of course, he still had the power of final sublimation. However, what good was final sublimation? It was just making a wedding dress for others. The outer domain was vast and sparsely populated. Catching one great emperor before was already an extremely fortunate thing. Finding a large number of living beings in the outer domain would likely consume more origin than it absorbed. What other options were there? Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable was already itching to make a move. He knew that if he chose a 2-on-1 approach, thinking of quickly eliminating Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, the Darkness Origin would definitely not sit idly by and would inevitably lead to a great battle with Demon Ancestor. It might even trigger Darkness Celestial Venerable to make a move. Darkness Celestial Venerable, that was the oldest Celestial Venerable. No one could guarantee what level his combat power was at. Perhaps only Reincarnation Heavenly Lord could contend with him. But was Reincarnation Heavenly Lord willing to make a move? Not necessarily. If it weren't for the changes in the Time River, perhaps Azure Dragon could also be brought in to initiate a great decisive battle. Just as Primal Chaos Dao Celestial Venerable was still contemplating whether to completely detonate Blood Sea Celestial Venerable let out a tragic roar. Forget love, I'll remember you. Forget love Immortal Revered sneered. Remember well, wait for me to drag you along before you die. Was Forget Love Immortal Revered afraid of this threat? If it weren't for someone telling him to live well, he would have already followed that person. If this fellow dragged him along before he died, that would be perfect. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable fled, and Celestial Zombie let out a roar wanting to pursue and kill, but was stopped by Forget Love Immortal Revered, who shifted the hatred onto himself and brought Celestial Zombie back to Tianzhong Ancient Land. Returning to the Darkness Origin, this plan ended in failure. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was very angry. He didn't know why, despite secretly searching for Tianzhong Ancient Land, he was so unlucky to encounter Forget Love Immortal Revered. If he hadn't encountered him beforehand, allowing him to find Celestial Zombie earlier, by the time these Celestial Venerables reacted, Celestial Zombie would have likely already started fighting with the Nine Heavens Great Sage Laws. This was definitely not a coincidence. There was definitely an insider. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes were extremely terrifying as he looked at these great emperors and quasi-emperors one by one. Who was the insider? Who was the traitor? This venerable secretly went to the outer domain to search for the Tianzhong Poison Land. Who in the world leaked this news? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's face was grim as he roared. 9 lives, not good. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has already sensed an internal ghost. Will he think of me? Darkness Origin said in shock. Lu Yi also frowned slightly. He looked at the altar in front of him. If he has any suspicion, immediately give him the Dark Origin insect seal. Okay, I hope Blood Sea Old Demon isn't too smart. I am the Darkness Origin, and I am incompatible with Heavenly Dao. How could I betray it? Is it Sky Blood? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's gaze fell on Sky Blood again. At this time, Celestial Blood Great Emperor's face was as pale as a ghost. Seeing Blood Sea Celestial Venerable look over, Celestial Blood Great Emperor's face changed drastically. It's not me, I. But before he could finish speaking, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable angrily attacked. It must be you. You were resentful just because I took some of your sky blood, so you betrayed the Darkness Origin. You're courting death. Celestial Blood Great Emperor. All FCK *******. Chapter 593 Plan in Progress. 9 lives, Celestial Blood Great Emperor was absorbed by Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Lu Yi. Good heavens, Celestial Blood Great Emperor still couldn't escape in the end. What a pathetic fellow. However, his suspicion still hasn't been eliminated. I estimate he will suspect me sooner or later. Fortunately, 9 lives can already defeat a great emperor. If he can hold on for a while longer, 9 lives will be able to fight a Celestial Venerable again. 9 lives is truly impressive. Lu Yi understood this, but fighting a Celestial Venerable. That was still quite far away. The gap between a great emperor and a Celestial Venerable was not small. The main reason was that the further one progressed, the longer the cultivation time became. And how long could Blood Sea Celestial Venerable still live? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? If he had that much time, it would actually be alright, but the key was that Lu Yi felt the other party no longer had that much time. Ding! Lu Yi, the Time River is experiencing an anomaly. At this moment, the system also sent a message. How could it be so fast? He remembered that the last time the Time River fluctuated was during the Darkness Upheaval. Perhaps it was because the fighting in the Darkness Upheaval was too intense, causing the Time River to experience an anomaly. But now Lu Yi had already reached the combat power of a great emperor so early. It should be the butterfly effect. One should know that before, there were no Celestial Venerable battles. This time, there was. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and Forget Love Immortal Revered had a very intense clash, so it was extremely normal for the Time River to undergo a transformation ahead of schedule. If that was the case, then the Time River War was not far off either. The so-called Time River War was a transformation that occurred because the Time River reached a certain cycle. Once a transformation was complete, the Time River would remain stable for a very long time, but during the transformation process, time would become extremely chaotic. At that time, people from various time periods, many existences, whether they had regrets, were dissatisfied with the present, or were for various other purposes, would directly take action and disrupt time. The more past events deviated from their original trajectory, the greater the impact on time. Some people would disappear as they walked. Some stars would explode on the spot. People who did not exist at this point in time would appear. In short, it was very complicated. In his previous life, Lu Yi also experienced the Time River War. The entire timeline was extremely chaotic, and everything from the past seemed to be being erased. After this war, when looking back at time, it was like flowers in the mist and the moon in the water, completely can't see clearly. This was also why those women, after becoming emperors, couldn't look back at the time river, because everything had become chaotic. Coupled with the fact that the strength of these people was indeed somewhat different from normal emperors, it was truly difficult to look back at the truth of the past. Lu Yi had rushed into the time river at that time, putting out fires everywhere, because if time collapsed, the first to suffer would be the system, which had already become the Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi certainly wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He encountered many powerful individuals in the Time War. Invincible Sword Celestial, Ancient and Modern Celestial Venerable, Unextinguished Revered, and so on. There were simply too many, otherwise Lu Yi would have recognized many of the figures that appeared when he was undergoing the Eternal Great Tribulation. Some people who disrupted time were not necessarily bad people. Of course, they couldn't be called good people either. This world was not simply black and white. For example, forget Love Immortal Revered. Once the Time River War occurred, it was definitely hard to say whether Forget Love Immortal Revered would be on the side of maintaining the Time River or disrupting the Time River. But Lu Yi was definitely on the side of maintaining it. After all, this Heavenly Dao was his system, and the Heavenly Dao that recognized him as its father. Lu Yi certainly wouldn't let these two be destroyed because of the collapse of the Time River. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the Time War was going to coincide with the fall of a Celestial Venerable. No. Lu Yi didn't even dare to imagine how chaotic it would be at that time. It was still necessary to resolve a ticking time bomb like Blood Sea Celestial Venerable first. Come, let's start implementing the plan, Lu Yi said to Darkness Origin. Are we starting? Yes, start. Then 9 lives, here I come. Because Darkness Origin was using the Black Jade Pendant to transmit sound, and Li also heard clearly. Who is this? And Li was simply unable to believe it. No. Who was this? This was not the voice of Darkness Origin. Originally, the voice of Darkness Origin was a gender-neutral voice, because Darkness Origin itself had no gender. But what did this current voice mean? Calling out 9 lives one after another, saying 9 lives was truly impressive, and saying 9 lives, here I come. These words simply made Li feel nauseous, twisted and artificial, extremely disgusting. Could this be Darkness Origin? Could Darkness Origin become like this? What a joke. And Li didn't believe it at all, but soon she believed it. Blood Sea, I have a method that might be able to save you, Darkness Origin said. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's gaze was fixed on Darkness Origin, his eyes somewhat deep. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was not a fool. Saying that Celestial Blood Great Emperor was an internal spy was because he needed Celestial Blood Great Emperor. In reality, who the real internal spy was still unknown. Darkness Origin was under suspicion, and the suspicion was not small. Being able to transmit messages under his nose was not that simple. Darkness Origin had this ability. The greater the ability, the higher the suspicion. It was just because the relationship between Darkness Origin and the Heavenly Dao was indeed there, so Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was also somewhat hesitant. But now that Darkness Origin could actually speak on his own initiative, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had to listen carefully to what was going on. If it was still unfavorable to him, then it would clearly prove that Darkness Origin had truly defected to the Heavenly Dao. Although doing so was courting death, there might also be things he didn't know about. Therefore, speak. Do you know about the Dark Clan? Darkness Origin asked. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable thought for a moment. I know, but not much. During your battle with Forget Love Immortal Revered, the person I was most targeting was named Lu Yi. In his previous life, Lu Yi destroyed the darkness upheaval and caused time to reset. Since time reset, I have been targeting this Lu Yi, wanting to kill him, in cooperation with someone from the Dark Clan. One of Lu Yi's women in his previous life, and Li, was the culprit who caused Lu Yi to fail in becoming a saint. The previous cooperation was good, but Li is truly a lunatic. I couldn't tolerate her, so I threw her into reincarnation to reflect properly. As a result, she turned around and returned to the Dark Clan to target Lu Yi with her family. Just now, Lu Yi, in the Emperor realm, annihilated the Dark Clan's great emperor, and the Dark Clan was wiped out. Darkness Origin spoke out the current situation in one breath. So you're saying, the Dark Clan believes in false gods. You should know what false gods are. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable nodded, naturally knowing some things from the outer domain. The false god the Dark Clan believes in is a saint. Chapter 594 Why? Upon hearing this, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes slightly narrowed. Saint. Yes, it's a saint from the outer domain. The Dark Clan's lifelong goal is to have their god descend upon this world. The Dark Clan's god also wants to descend upon this world, but because the conditions for descent are incredibly strict, they haven't succeeded in descending for so many years. In the previous life, because Enli was Lu Yi's woman, and Lu Yi treated his woman extremely well, Enli, in her madness, betrayed him and placed the key item for the god's descent, the Dark Origin insect seal, on Lu Yi's body. Furthermore, the Dark Origin insect seal had already recognized Lu Yi. Therefore, the Dark Clan extensively gathered resources and began casting altars. When Lu Yi's Dark Origin insect seal erupted, they would activate the altar and summon their god to descend. At that time, their god would replace Lu Yi. The Darkness Origin spoke very clearly. Blood Sea was not a fool, so he understood. So, Lu Yi destroyed the Dark Clan while the Dark Origin insect seal had not yet erupted. That's correct. But there's no reward. What's the use of saying all this? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. Of course it's useful. If it wasn't useful, why would I say so much? Isn't this the Dark Origin insect seal? The Darkness Origin took out something like an eyeball, covered with countless dense insect seals, giving off a chilling sensation just by looking at it. However, everyone present didn't feel much. Who hadn't experienced great storms and waves? Blood Sea Celestial Venerable took the Dark Origin insect seal, looked at the item, and his gaze gradually changed. This thing indeed didn't seem like a product of this heaven and earth. And it was very not simple. Also, now that Lu Yi has destroyed the Dark Clan, the altar has fallen into his hands. Ever since Lu Yi came to the 6th heaven, he's been dirt poor. Although the treasures that make up the altar are already unusable, Lu Yi hasn't destroyed it immediately and is still studying how to use this altar. Perhaps I can snatch the altar. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes immediately revealed a bloody light. You mean, let the Dark Clan's god descend upon you, and you try to refine it. If you can refine it, you might get a glimpse of the Saint Realm. If you can't refine it, this guy will also have a great battle with the 9 heavens' great sages' laws. At that time, although you will die, others might get a sliver of opportunity to become saint. I didn't say it will definitely succeed. Whether or not to do it depends on your choice. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was finally tempted. This matter. Even if it's a saint, what then? A saint from outside the heaven and earth coming to this heaven and earth just through this Dark Origin insect seal is not that simple. They will definitely enter bit by bit. By then, what they face will not be a complete saint. It really is possible to succeed. You bring the altar back first. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said. Are you doing it or not? If you're not doing it, I won't get the altar, because if I appear in front of Lu Yi, I will definitely be struck very, very miserably by the Heavenly Dao. The Darkness Origin said helplessly. You bring it back first. No, you. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable immediately became angry. Being struck by the Heavenly Dao is very, very painful. Unless you help me bear it, I won't help you get it. The Darkness Origin said. Alright, I'll help you bear it. Really? Hurry up, what if the other party destroys the altar? Then it's settled, you'll help me bear it. Okay, I'll help you. The Darkness Origin took a deep breath and began to act. And Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's figure instantly disappeared. The Time River appeared before Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Look up Darkness Origin. Cannot find. Look up Enli. Cannot find. Look up Lu Yi. Likewise, cannot find. But Blood Sea Celestial Venerable didn't intend to see the scenes of these 3 people, because he could look based on the past experiences of others. Soon, he found a key person. Sun Ruowei. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable followed Sun Ruowei's perspective and began to observe what had happened before. However, very quickly, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable frowned slightly, because Sun Ruowei's energy was truly too vigorous. Even though she already knew about something, as long as she heard about it again, she could listen once, twice, 3 times. But precisely because of this personality, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was truly able to see what had happened in the past very clearly. The Darkness Origin and Enli were indeed constantly targeting Lu Yi. It could be said they had been targeting him for a very long time. The two sides were practically mortal enemies, the kind who couldn't coexist under the same sky. The Darkness Origin hadn't given up even after being struck so many times. No wonder it was so afraid of pain. It's just, why did the Darkness Origin and Enli part ways? Wasn't their cooperation quite good? They really did injure Lu Yi. Wait until the Darkness Origin returns and ask it. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable felt slightly relieved. It seems the Darkness Origin indeed wouldn't betray. There's no need, because the Darkness Origin itself is a boss-level existence in this realm. Why would it betray? Boom. Just at this moment, black tribulation lightning covered the sky and earth, capable of destroying everything in the world, coming towards the Darkness Origin's main body. Save me, save me. The Darkness Origin wailed. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable also didn't waste words and immediately took action to resist the tribulation lightning. With this, the tribulation lightning went even more berserk, its power soaring hundreds of times, no. More than just hundreds of times. It could be said that in this wave, the Darkness Origin and the Heavenly Dao directly coordinated. Since there was a scapegoat helping to block, then hit hard, strike with all their might. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. This attack power completely reached the Celestial Venerable level. Moreover, the tribulation lightning had a certain restraining effect on an existence like Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. But what could he do? Just bear it. After a terrifying tribulation lightning, the Darkness Origin disappeared without a trace. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was struck quite badly. The Sky Blood Great Emperor he had absorbed before was basically absorbed in vain. In other words, his remaining time was still at most 100 years. The altar appeared within the Darkness Origin. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, whose body was scorched black but whose face was incredibly pale, looked at the altar and took a deep breath. Darkness Origin, can you tell me why you parted ways with Enli? The Darkness Origin's voice immediately turned cold. You don't believe me. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Since you don't believe me, I'll throw away the altar right now. It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to feel a bit more at ease. You really don't believe me. I'll throw away the altar right now. If you want to die, then die. Go die if you want to die. The Darkness Origin's voice suddenly became sharp. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Other great emperors. Can you calm down a bit? Calm down my ass. Since you don't believe me, why should I help you guys do things? Go die, I'll die too, let's all die together. Chapter 595 Now you know. Additional update for Mo Ming Mo Xiao. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was completely dumbfounded. No, what's gone wrong here? Everything was fine, how did it turn out like this? Darkness Origin used to be a calm person, why has she become like this now? To be honest, every single person present truly had no experience dealing with someone like this, because if someone like this had appeared before them, they would have slapped them into a meat paste long ago. But now, Darkness Origin isn't some weakling. With her acting like this now, all the great emperors, including Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, were completely bewildered. What should they do? Darkness Origin, calm down, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable advised. I can't calm down. Why should I calm down? Are you saying I'm wrong, right? Do you think I'm wrong, which is why you want me to calm down? Darkness Origin said hoarsely, her voice strained. You're not wrong. If I'm not wrong, why are you telling me to calm down? Am I calm now or not? I'm asking you, am I calm now or not? Calm, calm. Then apologize to me. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Truly, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable had never been so speechless in his entire life. He was even starting to break out in a cold sweat. What did I do to make you ask me to apologize? However, since Darkness Origin asked for an apology, he might as well apologize. The current Darkness Origin was truly a bit frightening. I'm sorry. What about you all? The many great emperors quickly spoke. We're sorry, we're sorry. Since you've apologized, it needs to be a sincere apology. Now, to show your sincerity, I want to control a part of your souls, Darkness Origin said. These words instantly caused everyone's expressions to change. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? You have absolutely no attitude of admitting your mistake. I'm not trying to control your souls, I want you to apologize sincerely. We apologized. Where's the sincerity? A sincere apology. I want sincerity. At this moment, both Blood Sea Celestial Venerable and the great emperors were seething with anger in their hearts. They even entertained the thought of destroying Darkness Origin. Has this darkness origin gone insane? Are you angry or not? Darkness origin asked. Everyone. Darkness origin released a ray of light. What appeared within the light was precisely the scene from back in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now you know to come and beg me, and now, apologize to me. You did something wrong yourself, and you think just saying sorry with your mouth is enough. What about compensation after the apology? Who wants your compensation? I want your apology. This compensation is the sincerity of the apology. Who cares about your compensation? I want an apology, I want you to apologize sincerely. I don't accept it. In this scene, the dialogue within was crystal clear. Even after such a long time had passed, Darkness Origin couldn't help but sigh at this moment, feeling incredibly stifled inside. Sounds of sharp intakes of breath arose one after another. At this moment, many people looked at Darkness Origin with a hint of sympathy. So, it turned out that Darkness Origin had paid such a heavy price to deal with Lu Yi. Darkness Origin, she truly is I could cry. So, now you know why I had to part ways with An Li, right? Because if I didn't part ways with her, I really wouldn't be able to control my urge to beat her to death. Even just recalling this scene now, I want to beat her to death. Darkness Origin roared, feeling wronged. Even Blood Sea Celestial Venerable couldn't help but be moved at this moment. He let out a sigh. You were indeed wronged. I really shouldn't have doubted you. Honestly, looking at that scene just now, every single person present who could resist the urge to beat An Li to death, scattering her soul and grinding her true spirit into dust, it was truly because they had something more important to do. This matter was so important that it allowed them to endure such humiliation. Darkness Origin had already gone to such lengths, and now they were even suspecting that Darkness Origin had defected to the other side. They felt ashamed of their own thoughts. Let it be, everything is in the past. I want to replace the Heavenly Dao, and Lu Yi is an obstacle I must overcome. But I hope you remember, when it comes to killing Lu Yi, I have paid more than any of you. You can doubt anyone but me. Do you know how much I have sacrificed to deal with Lu Yi? I'm putting my words out here today. If anyone dares to doubt me again, I will fight them to the death. We'll all die together. Darkness Origin was extremely wronged at this moment, her emotions exploding. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable opened his mouth. At this moment, he even had the thought of comforting Darkness Origin. But he was a Celestial Venerable, and Blood Sea Celestial Venerable at that. He truly didn't know how to comfort someone with his mouth. I completely believe you now, and I will never doubt you again in the future, please rest assured, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said. HMPH. Quickly take a look at the altar. I am Darkness Origin, and you are one with me. Everything I do is to become the Heavenly Dao. After I become the Heavenly Dao, all of you can become incredibly relaxed. Instead of being suspicious here, it's better to put this effort towards a common goal, understood? Understood, understood. Everyone stopped mentioning this matter and began observing the altar before them. This altar was indeed not crafted using the methods of this heaven and earth, it came from outside of heaven and earth. So, by simply activating the altar, that God from outside heaven and earth will be able to sense this place, and this altar is a passage, and the Dark Origin Insect Seal is the target of that God, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable asked. Correct. However, the opponent is a saint, and you are definitely not their match on your own. You should awaken both Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor. Only then, with the 4 of you Celestial Venerables working together, will you have a means to contend with this God. This matter is very dangerous. If we fail to restrain this God, let alone me becoming the Heavenly Dao, this heaven and earth might even be occupied by someone else. So I suggest that when we guide this God's descent, I stay in the 8th heaven, no, even the 7th heaven. If we truly can't resist, I will throw it out. At that time, the 9 heavens great sages' laws will attack this God, which can also consume the 9 heavens great sages' power. Upon hearing this, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said, then can the Dark Origin Insect Seal be implanted into a great emperor. This way, the risk would be much smaller. That shouldn't be possible. If it could be implanted into a great emperor, the Dark Clan wouldn't have failed to guide the God's descent for so many years. I suspect the Dark Origin Insect Seal can only target strong individuals at the Celestial Venerable level, because a great emperor might not be able to withstand the power of the God's descent. Now that the Dark Clan has been destroyed, the method for creating the altar is no longer known, and there is only one Dark Origin Insect Seal. We only have one chance. Also, Blood Sea, are you sure that after the 9 heavens great sage's laws are weakened, you will be able to recover? The opportunity to become a saint is right before your eyes. If you were to devour a saint. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's eyes began to brighten rapidly. Devouring a saint. At this moment, Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's heart was moved to the extreme. Chapter 596, Interlocking Fingers. 9 lives, it's done. After the darkness origin succeeded, it immediately contacted Lu Yi. A faint light flickered in Lu Yi's eyes. Good. Now the big fish has taken the bait. Next, he just needs to find more nets. After my suggestion, they agreed to proceed in the 7th heaven. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable has already started getting himself into the best state. I am now preparing to wake up the demon ancestor and darkness celestial venerable. If these two know it concerns the saint level, they will definitely wake up. 9 lives, you don't even know, they actually suspected me. I just imitated Enli for a bit, and as a result, they all apologized to me. He, it killed me with laughter. They even said I worked hard. I really did work hard. You don't even know, when I was cooperating with Enli to deal with you, that lunatic Enli could simply infuriate you to death. Originally, I was still hesitating whether or not to surrender, but after being asked for a sincere apology by Enli within the 6 paths of reincarnation, I decided to surrender on the spot. The Darkness Origin babbled on endlessly. Darkness Origin, you are simply a traitor. Enli emitted a sharp shriek from within the dimensional space. Was I confused by Enli's anger? Why do I feel like I heard Enli's voice? Darkness Origin, you will definitely be discovered. At that time, the 4 celestial venerables of darkness will definitely refine you into a puppet, making you have no freedom for all eternity. It really is Enli's voice. The Darkness Origin confirmed that this was Enli's voice. Originally, she had recalled a wave of very unpleasant things because she had been imitating Enli. Anger towards Enli still lingered in her heart. As a result, she actually heard Enli's voice clearly now. Thereupon, black mist surged, and An Yuener, wearing a small purple dress, appeared beautifully beside Lu Yi. Darkness Origin, you. Enli's shriek stopped abruptly. Enli was dumbfounded. Wait a minute, this is. An Yuener showed a cute smile on her face and leaned towards Lu Yi. 9 lives, last time you said after I performed a meritorious service, next time for sure now I've performed another meritorious service, can you touch my head now? An Yuener said happily. Lu Yi, did I say that? Why don't I remember? 9 lives, you can't go back on your word. Yuener is very well behaved, she just wants to feel the warmth of the human world. At this moment, a 5-colored glow appeared. The supremely beautiful Shen Zitong appeared beside Lu Yi. She was tall and slender. Because An Yuan had transformed into a dark-style lowly, she didn't have an advantage in height. Coupled with Shen Zitong's overwhelmingly beautiful appearance, it brought a strong sense of pressure to An Yuener. Since you want to feel the warmth of the human world, how about I help you rub your head? How does that feel? Shen Zitong said. Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. An Yuener still kept the smile on her face. Sister, of course you can. Then please help Yuener rub it. An Yuener giggled and leaned over. Shen Zitong certainly didn't stand on ceremony and rubbed An Yuener's head. An Yuener couldn't help but show a comfortable smile. Beep, I want a rub too. Little Heavenly Dao appeared out of nowhere, reaching out her small hand to rub An Yuener's head. Whoever wants to rub can rub, we are one big family. So now can I let 9 lives rub it? An Yuener's head came before Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly and gently placed his hand on An Yuener's head. It felt warm to the touch, her hair was smooth, and the texture was very good. An Yuener immediately flew up happily. Finally I've made contact with 9 lives. A big step forward. Seeing this scene, Shen Zitong inwardly cried out, not good. This darkness origin is really conquering the host step by step. No, absolutely not. I definitely cannot fall into a disadvantage. Shen Zitong couldn't help but pat Lu Yi's shoulder. Lu Yi, brother, my hand is cold. Lu Yi, you are the Heavenly Dao, you are the system, how can your hand be cold? Although he thought this in his heart, Lu Yi still extended his hand and held Shen Zitong's small hand. Strangely enough, it was indeed a little cold, but when holding it, it felt incredibly comfortable. Shen Zitong, however, took the initiative and opened her palm. Lu Yi, Then he felt his palm completely fit together with Shen Zitong's palm, their fingers intertwined. And Yuan'er looked at the scene of their intertwined fingers and couldn't help but feel envious. How come this feels even more comfortable than touching a head? If I manage to kill Blood Sea Celestial Venerable this time, I also want to intertwine fingers with 9 lives. Beep, my hand is cold too. Little Heavenly Dao was completely naive, but that didn't stop her from wanting to do whatever her sister did. However, she was even more straightforward than Shen Zitong. She directly ran to Lu Yi's other side, actively grabbed Lu Yi's other hand, opened Lu Yi's fingers, and opened her own too, finally forming the shape of intertwined fingers. Darkness Origin, you are shameless. By now, the utterly shocked Li finally sobered up. She couldn't help but let out a shriek. She simply couldn't believe everything she was seeing. The Darkness Origin actually turned into a woman. And not only that, but also such a beautiful young girl. As for Shen Zitong and that little girl, Li had always known about them, and it was fine since she didn't know the others anyway. But now, the Darkness Origin. He turned into a woman. How could he turn into a woman? Didn't she know what it would mean to turn into a woman and appear beside Lu Yi? Originally, she and Li had targeted Lu Yi together, thinking of taking a few more of Lu Yi's lives to avoid trouble in the future. As a result, what about now? The Darkness Origin actually wants to become the opponent's woman. The most crucial thing is, she was originally Lu Yi's woman, and the Darkness Origin was Lu Yi's enemy. But now, it has turned into the Darkness Origin becoming Lu Yi's woman, while she herself has become Lu Yi's enemy. How could Li accept this transformation? This relationship was originally hers. It was the Darkness Origin who step by step led her to completely oppose Lu Yi and become an irreconcilable enemy. But now, the other party turned around and became Lu Yi's woman. And Li's mindset instantly exploded with extreme intensity. Darkness Origin, you are despicable. How can you be like this? Have you forgotten the hatred between yourself and Lu Yi? You want to become an existence like the Heavenly Dao, but now you're mixed up with Lu Yi. How could you possibly become the Heavenly Dao? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Whether the Darkness Origin was crazy or not was unknown, but Li right now was simply going crazy. At this moment, she felt like a joke. In the end, Lu Yi was someone she didn't want, but now this person she didn't want was snatched away by her former comrade in arms who shared the same hatred. And in such a humble way. Saying she just wanted to feel the warmth of the human world, bullshit. Bullshit. Chapter 597 6 Great Gifts. And Li was about to explode. Honestly, the current situation felt like she originally had a happy family, but it was broken up by her best friend. She had betrayed her husband, they finally went their separate ways, and just as she walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, she saw this best friend. She originally thought this best friend was here to pick her up, but the best friend turned around, hooked her arm around her ex-husband's, and walked back into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Then what was she? What was she? And Yuan'er couldn't help but laugh very happily at Li's frenzy. And Li, thank you for calling me 9 lives' woman, but it's a pity I'm not yet. Thank you for reminding me, I will definitely work harder in the future. Also, I have to thank you. If I hadn't spent such a long time with you, I really wouldn't know what men dislike. Now I know. Don't worry, I will definitely avoid all the flaws that appeared on you. I am the happiest being with 9 lives now. Shen Zitong also interjected appropriately at this time. Brother, and Li now is like a shrew, a little scary. After speaking, Shen Zitong seemed genuinely scared and leaned closer to Lu Yi. The sharp shriek suddenly stopped abruptly. It was as if she had fainted. Darkness Origin, Shen Zitong. Lu Yi. Seems like she fainted from anger, Lu Yi said, guessing. Shen Zitong couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, she found Darkness Origin slightly more pleasing to the eye. And Li, such an ambitious person with not much love for Lu Yi, was actually angered into fainting by Darkness Origin's performance. If Yin Qingcheng saw this scene, she didn't know if she would be directly angered to the point of exploding. Her gaze fell on Yuan'er again. Now, the report has been made, the reward has been given, next brother and I will cultivate. Go busy yourself. This was directly chasing someone away. And Yuan'er also didn't waste words. Everything listens to sister, then Yuan'er will leave first. So obedient. Shen Zitong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If Lu Yi from the previous life saw the current in Yuan'er, he would probably be hooked like a bigmouth fish. Everything in Yuan'er showed now, except for constantly wanting to snatch Lu Yi from her, was truly impeccable in other aspects. She did whatever she was told and repeatedly made great contributions. She clearly looked forbidden, yet was unexpectedly well behaved and inadvertently exuded a seductive feeling. It was only because Lu Yi was hurt by love, otherwise, Lu Yi wouldn't know how many times he would have swallowed his saliva. Big sister, little sister, 9 lives, Yuan'er takes her leave. Darkness Origin disappeared. After she left, Lu Yi began discussing serious matters with Shen Zitong. System, if the power of a dark clan god erupts in the 7th heaven, it is clearly a power that does not belong to this heaven and earth. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Dao can also exert force to attack, right? Lu Yi asked. Yes, it can. Not only can it attack, but it can also use a lot of power, Shen Zitong said affirmatively. That's good. At that time, if the god descends, the first wave of contention will definitely be with Blood Sea Celestial Venerable. Blood Sea Celestial Venerable definitely won't be able to hold on, so the second wave will be a confrontation with the other 3 Celestial Venerables. The third wave will be a confrontation with the 9 Heavens Great Sages' laws. The fourth wave is you using the authority of the Heavenly Dao. Finally, the fifth wave uses the Celestial Venerables from the 9 Heavens. If that still doesn't work, then we'll prematurely trigger the transformation of the Time River. At that time, I'll go to the Time River to call for people. This is the 6th wave of attack. A total of 6 waves of offense. If this god can still withstand it. When Lu Yi said this, he couldn't help but doubt life itself. Can outer domain saints really withstand this kind of thing? If it were a native saint, the possibility of withstanding it wouldn't be high. But these guys from the outer domain still crossed the barrier of heaven and earth in a special way, entering this world little by little. Lu Yi really didn't believe it anymore. If Blood Sea Celestial Venerable wasn't in such a hurry to finally sublimate, Lu Yi actually wouldn't have taken this risk. The key was that Blood Sea Celestial Venerable didn't know what nerve he hit, unwilling to follow the original script. If Blood Sea Celestial Venerable really consumed the 9 Heavens Great Sages' laws within 100 years, Lu Yi was certain that Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable would definitely come to kill him. His strength was still insufficient. Even with Forget Love Immortal Revered's protection, a Celestial Venerable's assassination was truly impossible to guard against. Therefore, he took this risk. Now, we still need to cultivate with all our might. I'll contact Dao Trace's Great Emperor to see if he has found any new resources. Lu Yi understood clearly in his heart that schemes and tricks were ultimately not as important as his own strength. They could be used occasionally, but the most crucial thing was to improve his own strength. However, with the Dark Clan crisis resolved, he could now let a group of people undergo crossing tribulation. For example, Luan Xin. For example, Palace Master of Taiyan Palace. Currently, both of their strengths have reached the level where they can undergo Taoist and become an emperor. Actually, the one with the highest success rate is Devouring Dao Beast. It's just that Devouring Dao Beast is set on ascending with him, so there's no rush. Lu Yi went to check on their cultivation progress. It was about the same as he expected. Both Luan Xin and Palace Master of Taiyan Palace could undergo Taoist. Lu Yi let the two of them decide who would go first. He didn't expect it would be Palace Master of Taiyan Palace who was willing to go first. It seemed his previous words had made her suddenly realize. So Lu Yi began preparing for Palace Master of Taiyan Palace before her crossing tribulation. Within the Darkness Origin began calling for someone. Her consciousness, accompanied by a mass of black mist, appeared at her core location. 2 masses of black light were like 2 giant egg shapes, not disturbing each other, both occupying the core position. Here, the 2 great celestial venerables would hardly consume any origin. Originally, there was only one Darkness Celestial Venerable here, but later Demon Ancestor came over. Demon Ancestor feared neither heaven nor earth. In the darkest era, he forcefully fought his way out and was called Demon Ancestor. One must know that this Demon Ancestor was not called so because the Demon Clan was the ancestor of Devil Cultivators, but because Demon Ancestor was the true ancestor of Devil Cultivators. The true ancestor. Demon Ancestor's arrival led to a fight with Darkness Celestial Venerable. In the end, the two of them took one side each and stayed here together. Darkness Origin first came before Darkness Celestial Venerable. Because Darkness Celestial Venerable was the first to discover her and guided her growth all the way, he could be said to be a half-father figure. Darkness Origin itself was also somewhat close to Darkness Celestial Venerable. However, after Darkness Celestial Venerable's failed attempt to refine Darkness Origin once, this sense of closeness almost disappeared. However, this disappearance was deep in her heart, it still existed on the surface. Celestial Venerable, I have something to find you about. Can you wake up? It concerns a saint. Darkness Origin, transformed into a mass of black mist, forcefully bumped against the round egg where Darkness Celestial Venerable was located. The round egg produced fluctuations, and a pair of ancient and weathered eyes slowly opened. Darkness Celestial Venerable awoke. Chapter 598 Brothers. A saint. Before the black giant egg had even broken open, a calm voice had already sounded. Yes. The Darkness Origin began to recount everything that had happened recently. The Darkness Celestial Venerable was silent for a moment, the black giant egg dissolved, and all of it entered the Darkness Celestial Venerable's body. The Darkness Celestial Venerable wore a black robe, appearing as a middle-aged man, with a fair, beardless face, and a rather refined and scholarly demeanor. If he were walking in the mundane world, perhaps more people would think he was a teacher, rather than an extremely powerful being who was once glorious and dared to contend with the Longevity Saint for the Tao. Although he lost, he once defeated the Longevity Saint, but in the end, one wrong move allowed the Longevity Saint to become a saint. It could be said that the Darkness Celestial Venerable back then nearly severed the Longevity Saint's path to longevity. This is a very ancient existence. The Longevity Saint is a figure from a very, very long time ago, yet the Darkness Celestial Venerable is still alive, and has not yet reached the point of his origin drying up. It is also possible that because he fought with the Longevity Saint so much, the Darkness Celestial Venerable also has some research on the matter of longevity, coupled with the existence of the Darkness Origin, which is why he has lived for such a long time. Celestial Venerable, you are out. The Darkness Origin was very happy. This was genuine happiness. As expected, the temptation of becoming a saint was simply too great. Even the Darkness Celestial Venerable was not immune. Back then, the Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Chongsheng Celestial Venerable contended for the Tao, resulting in mutual destruction and extreme tragedy. Both sides fought until they were nearly exhausted. But unfortunately, the Longevity Saint cultivated the Tao of longevity, and was extremely skilled at recovering from injuries. He recovered faster than the Darkness Celestial Venerable and directly became a saint. The Darkness Celestial Venerable nearly perished. By the time he had recovered many of his injuries and was ready to emerge, the Chongsheng Celestial Venerable had already become the Longevity Saint. One wrong move. In everyone's eyes, it was just one wrong move, but the Darkness Celestial Venerable understood very well that a miss by a hair is a miss by a mile. After the Longevity Saint became a saint, he resolutely pursued and attacked the Darkness Celestial Venerable. After all, cutting the grass by the roots was also a relatively important method for longevity. However, even so, the Darkness Celestial Venerable still managed to escape. Wake that guy up too. The Darkness Celestial Venerable glanced at the location of the demon ancestor. I've been awake for a long time. How could I miss out on such a good thing? A bold voice sounded. The black giant egg exploded directly, and a muscular figure appeared in the Darkness Origin's field of vision. There was a closed vertical eye on his brow, occasionally oozing blood-red malevolence, which was chilling to behold. Behind him, a 10,000-soul banner stood silently. However, it is well known that the dog that doesn't bark is the most terrifying. The fact that this 10,000-soul banner did not release any aura was a very terrifying thing in itself. In the previous life's darkness upheaval, the 10,000-soul banner that Lu Yi saw was the demon ancestor's 10,000-soul banner. It truly blotted out the sky and the sun. Countless souls completely and uncontrollably rushed towards the 10,000-soul banner. It was terrifying. The celestial venerables from the 9 heavens also came to stop the demon ancestor, otherwise the population of the entire 9 heavens might have directly dropped to less than 1/10, or even been completely annihilated. This 10,000-soul banner of the demon ancestor, in the darkest era, absorbed countless 10,000-soul banners. No one knows how many souls are contained within, except for the demon ancestor. In the previous life, the darkness upheaval temporarily ended due to the demise of the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable. Lu Yi didn't even have time to fight these two powerful celestial venerables. At that time, the Darkness Celestial Venerable and the Demon Ancestor had already seen that Lu Yi's rise was completely unstoppable, so they simply gave up. That was a person of destiny, just like the 9 heavens great sage, everyone who stood in his way died. The demon ancestor didn't die because he ran fast. However, later during the Time River battle, the demon ancestor couldn't resist and came out to jump around again. When the darkness celestial venerable saw the demon ancestor, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This guy is extremely vulgar. Old man darkness, let's go see that guy blood see. The demon ancestor said with a smile. Darkness celestial venerable. Calling himself an old man. I said, call me fellow Taoist. The darkness celestial venerable said. No, 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 my fellow Taoists are all in my treasure. Do you want to go in? If you are willing to go in, I will definitely make you my fellow Taoist. The demon ancestor said with a smile. The darkness celestial venerable didn't want to bother with this guy anymore. His figure instantly disappeared. Old man, wait for me. The demon ancestor's figure also disappeared. When they reappeared, both of them were in front of the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable, not caring whether the Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was cultivating or not. If he was cultivating, it was simple, just stop cultivating. Where is the Dark Origin insect seal? Let me see it. The Darkness Celestial Venerable spoke. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable opened his eyes. I've already swallowed it. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable said with a smile. The demon ancestor frowned. Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable confessed. I'm more afraid of it being stolen, especially by you. Demon ancestor. Alright, this wasn't slander. This fellow Blood Sea Celestial Venerable was quite smart. If he ate slowly, he really wouldn't be able to resist snatching it. He had to study it. If he could withstand it, it would be much better if he ate it himself. It's okay, I don't blame you. We are all brothers. Can I discuss something with you? Will you agree? The demon ancestor asked with a smile. After I die, my soul will definitely completely disappear, not a single bit will be left. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable emphasized. Demon ancestor. I haven't even said what it is. Anyway, my soul will definitely not exist. What is it you want to say? Nothing, I won't say it. The Blood Sea Celestial Venerable who didn't leave behind a soul was not his good brother, there was nothing to say. The demon ancestor looked at the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable again. I'm not supposed to die yet. The fallen Tao Celestial Venerable said somewhat weakly. Speaking of the 4 Celestial Venerables, the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable's strength was a bit weaker. He was also the Celestial Venerable who brought by Fox Heart into the Darkness Origin. Not long after Lu Yi was promoted to Great Emperor, he killed the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable. Speaking of the darkness upheaval, Lu Yi was really busy. First, he was chased and besieged by great emperors while in the quasi-emperor realm. After becoming an emperor, Yin Qingcheng did something to take the attack for him, so he immediately went to fight the Forget Love Immortal Revered to ask the Forget Love Immortal Revered to save Yin Qingcheng. After saving Yin Qingcheng, he immediately rushed around extinguishing fires. Then he fought with the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable and directly annihilated the fallen Tao Celestial Venerable. This led to the end of the darkness upheaval. It can be said that he was really very busy. Hey, it's going to happen sooner or later. How about this, if you are willing to give me your soul after you die, I can help you take care of those women you brought. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable. Good heavens, are you trying to take everything here? Chapter 599 2 more. Because of Blood Sea Celestial Venerables 1, 2, and 3 steps ahead in prediction, it directly caused the Dark Clan's god to only be able to descend upon Blood Sea Celestial Venerable's body. One can only say that Blood Sea Celestial Venerable might not understand Lu Yi, but he truly understands Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor thoroughly. Although Darkness Celestial Venerable and Demon Ancestor felt some regret, they didn't have a particularly good solution. Now, Blood Sea has reached a dead end, and falling out with the other party is not a good choice. However, it's still fine, because if it really comes down to it, they can just refine Blood Sea Celestial Venerable together. Since things have come to this, let's prepare well first and set up the Great Formation, Darkness Origin said. We must be careful and cautious. The other party is a saint. Even if they are coming from beyond heaven and earth, we still need to be fully prepared. Whether it's the Great Formation or various techniques, they must be prepared in advance. You can all take out a portion of your treasures. Darkness Origin actively took over the conversation and began to arrange things. Darkness Celestial Venerable's face carried a smile. This darkness origin had also grown up in the blink of an eye. When he picked up the other party, consciousness had just formed, and now he could already arrange matters clearly and logically. Okay, then let's take it one step at a time. At this moment, the aura of the heavenly tribulation for proving the Tao and becoming emperor was generated. Darkness Celestial Venerable and the others' gazes all crossed the limitless void, looking towards the seventh heaven. Taiyin Divine Body. Not bad. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable stared at the face of the Palace Master of Taiyin Palace, unable to help but have a hint of excitement in his tone. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable was a very special person. He had a very strange hobby, which was liking scenes of fairies falling to the mortal world. He didn't like casual women, he only liked existences that were cold and noble, dignified and polite, from esteemed families, and pure as ice and jade. He liked to change those people into another appearance, and once the change was successful, he would abandon them and find other types, repeating the cycle tirelessly and enjoying it immensely. But there was one person. Well, you can't really say person, there was one being that was an exception. That was a fox, a white fox. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable played in the human world. He liked the pleasure of it, but someone who could truly move his heart had never existed. However, there was a fox that slowly entered his heart. Even at this moment, when he saw the Palace Master of Taiyin Palace, that thought appeared again, and subconsciously in his mind, the image of White Fox Heart also appeared. This was a fox who was truly good to him. Because of his hobby, Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable had seen too many seemingly sincere but actually fake appearances, but only White Fox Heart. She was willing to die for him. She only wanted him to be good, and even better. Fallen Tao Celestial Venerable cast aside this thought. After he finished with this matter, he would go and see that fox. If he could succeed, this Palace Master of Taiyin Palace would also be taken under his wing. Master of Taiyin Palace would also be taken under his wing. The Palace Master of Taiyin Palace was crossing tribulation. Her strength was very strong, and Lu Yi had taught her many divine abilities of Taiyin power, all of which